The President. Addresses. The Honourable Porter will address the Council on Committee on Rules of Procedure Progress Report for the period January to December 2023. The Honourable Porter. President, as Chairman of the Committee on Rules of Procedure, I present to the Council the progress report of the Committee for the 2023 legislative session. With legislative election moved to December, the annual legislative session of the 7th Legislature now commences in January instead of October and ends in December. In the light of this change, there was a need to address a technical issue arising from ROP 14.1. At the request of the House Committee, the committee undertook to study the issue. The committee has noted that although the timing for commencement and ending of the legislative sessions have changed, the Council's well-functioning annual legislative work pattern has not. The committee has also made reference to the relevant rules and practices in 8 selected legislatures and noted that none of these legislatures had any rules like ROP 14.1 to regulate the maximum interval between 2 plenary meetings held in the same legislative session. In order for the Council to continue its usual work pattern, the committee has agreed that ROP 14.1 be amended to delete the part governing the maximum interval between 2 plenary meetings held in the same legislative session. The committee's proposal was endorsed by the House Committee on June 9th this year. The proposed amendment to ROP 14.1 was approved by the Council on June 29th. Last but not least, may I take this opportunity to thank members for the support for the work of the committee. Thank you, President.
Dr. Junius Ho will address the Council on report of the Panel on Information Technology and Broadcasting. Dr. Junius Ho. President, as the Chairman of the Panel on Information Technology and Broadcasting, I now submit the work report for this year and outline a few key areas of work. The panel noted that the Hong Kong Innovation and Technology Development Blueprint laid down clear direction for Hong Kong's new industrialization and development in innovation and technology. Members argued for the crucial task of building digital infrastructure in an era of digital economy and urged the government to actively take forward infrastructure projects for INT on 5 services in particular. Members called for faster government actions to build 5G networks with a stronger coverage. Concerned about the assignment of spectrum, members called on the government to ensure reasonable allocation of resources to meet the needs of different fields. Members paid much attention to local efforts to train INT talent and promote popular science education. Members saw a need for the government to optimize the current policies on attracting talent, firms, and investments. This is vital for bringing in more overseas firms and talent. Members suggested Cyberport should recruit and train talent in the Greater Bay Area to inspire and encourage young people to join the INT sector. The government should also strengthen coordination and cooperation between relevant policy bureaus and departments. The promotion of popular science education should start at the primary level to nurture INT talent from a young age. Members took an enormous interest in Hong Kong's smart city development and e-government services. They supported going smart with city management and services to achieve greater efficiency and sustainable development through INT. They urged the government to promote the IM Smart platform by raising its adoption rate so that people and firms can enjoy the ease brought by a smart city and feel a greater sense of gain and happiness. On broadcasting, members focused on how RTHK delivered on telling good stories of our country and Hong Kong to strengthen people's national and community identity. On fostering the growth of creative industries, members saw a need to keep supporting Hong Kong's film industry and to enhance training of fashion design talent with support for the industry's development for Hong Kong to become Asia's fashion design center. In the future, The panel will keep monitoring the government as it promotes Hong Kong's information technology, broadcasting, and creative industries. I thank members for their active participation in the panel's work over the past year. That's all for my report.
Honourable Tony Jay will address the Council on report of the panel on development. President, I'd like to present in my capacity as chairman of the panel on development a report for the year 2023 and briefly highlight some key areas. The Northern Metropolis is one of the key development engines and source of land supply in the future. Members generally supported the concept of industry-driven and infrastructure-led for the Northern Metropolis as set out in the policy address. And the 4 major regional development themes and industry positioning as outlined in the Northern Metropolis Action Agenda. Members urged the administration to formulate a forward-looking industrial policy and expedite the infrastructural projects in Northern Metropolis, as well as the relocation of brownfield operators affected by land resumption. Members also suggested that market forces be utilized through the PPP approach in developing the Northern Metropolis. As regards other land supply projects, the panel has discussed the preliminary reclamation proposals for Tseung Kwan O Area 137 and Area 132. Members appreciated the grave concerns of Tseung Kwan O residents about the project and urged the administration to resort to slope cutting as far as possible and consider relocating public facilities into rock caverns to minimize the scale of reclamation and the impact on nearby residents. On harbourfront development, the panel was briefed on the latest development of the connected harbourfront on both sides of the Victoria Harbour. Members expressed appreciation for the administration's efforts to develop more accessible harbourfront. The panel also was consulted on the proposed legislative amendments to the Protection of Harbour Ordinance. Members generally subscribe to the objective of fostering the harbourfront development while protecting the harbour. Members expressed quite a lot of views on the proposed amendments with a view to improving the legislation. As regards urban renewal, the panel was briefed on the work of the Urban Renewal Authority. Members expressed concerns that urban renewal could not keep pace with urban decay and urged the administration to address the problem of serious aging of buildings in Hong Kong by formulating comprehensive strategies and to reject urban renewal strategy and the redevelopment policy to expedite the pace of redevelopment. President, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank members of the panel for the participation and support in the past year and also the hard work of the Secretariat. Thank you. Honourable Chi Ming will address the Council on report of the panel on commerce, industry, innovation and technology. Mr. Chi Ming. President, I'd like to present in my capacity as chairman of the panel on commerce, industry, innovation and technology, a report for the year 2023 and briefly highlight some of the key areas. Members supported the integration of local commerce and industry and I&T sectors into the overall development of the country and urged the administration to deepen the cooperation in the I&T with the mainland cities in the GBA, including expediting the development of the Hong Kong-Shenzhen I&T Park and the Lok Ma Chau Loop. Members supported the promotion of new industrialization and the proposed creation of the post of Commissioner for Industry. Members urged the administration, while developing emerging technology industry, to also assist traditional manufacturing sector to upgrade and restructure through I&T and to encourage enterprises to return and set up smart production lines. Members supported the 10 billion Raise Plus scheme to promote collaboration among government, universities and R&D institutions to accelerate the commercialization of research deliverables. Members have been following up on the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park and Inno Parks and urged the administration to attract enterprises to the parks and utilize the sites which have been lying vacant for I&T. On SME, members welcome the introduction of the But Easy Fund to expedite the vetting and approval of applications involving a funding amount of $100,000. Members urge the HKPC to enhance the services of the SME funding schemes and suggest that the administration strengthen the support of Hong Kong enterprises to tap into the mainland market, including cross-boundary e-commerce. Members expressed concerns about the testing and certification industry, and we should develop Hong Kong into a testing and certification center to assist organizations in conducting testing. Members also suggested mutual recognition system be established with the mainland on the qualifications and standards of the industry. Members also expressed concerns about the Invest Hong Kong's initiative in promoting inward investment, and they suggested efforts be stepped up to attract enterprises from emerging markets such as Belt and Road countries to set up their presence in Hong Kong. President, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank members for their participation and support.
Mr. Holden Chow will address the Council on report of the Panel on Constitutional Affairs. Mr. Holden Chow. President, in my capacity as Chairman of the Panel on Constitutional Affairs, I'd like to report on the deliberations of the panel in the current session. The District Council election, which was just held on the 10th of December, is the first large-scale territory-wide election after the improvement of the district governance structure and the revamp of the DCs. The administration had consulted the panel on the preparatory work and practical arrangements for the election. Members urged the administration to step up publicity efforts to enable voters to have a better understanding of how the revamped DCs could enhance the effectiveness of district governance and encourage them to vote enthusiastically. Members were particularly concerned about what measures the administration would put in place to facilitate voters to return from the mainland to Hong Kong to cast their ballots. In response to members' concern, the administration subsequently announced that 2 polling stations would be set up near the Shenshui MTR station to facilitate voters working and living on the mainland to cast their votes and exercise their voting right. The panel was very concerned about the work of the government on promoting the Constitution of the People's Republic of China and the Basic Law. Members listened to the government report on its work in this regard and made a number of suggestions. They expressed concerns about how the government would assess the effectiveness of its work. According to the administration, apart from setting performance indicators, the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Steering Committee reviewed from time to time the format, content, and effectiveness of various promotional activities with a view to optimizing the promotion strategies. Members urged the administration to continue to step up publicity for specific groups such as students, teachers, youth, and civil servants. On the other hand, members were of the view that the government should endeavor to promote patriotic education. Members supported the establishment of a working group on patriotic education by the government to coordinate the work of government departments and non-government organizations in promoting national education and patriotism. In addition, the panel was consulted on the proposed amendments to the Regional Flag and Regional Emblem Ordinance. Members were concerned about how the administration would effectively combat desecration of the regional flag or regional emblem in the cyber world. Members urged the government to step up publicity and education to enhance public awareness of the respect for and protection of the regional flag and regional emblem and to promote the proper use of the regional flag and regional emblem. Separately, the panel discussed the reports and outlines submitted by the SAR government based on the 2 International Human Rights Covenants and the United Nations Human Rights Council Universal Periodic Review. The panel also received briefings by the chairperson of the Equal Opportunities Commission and the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data on their work. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank members for their support on the work of the panel. President, I so submit. Mr. Ben Chen will address the Council on report of the Panel on Transport. Mr. Ben Chen. President, in my capacity as Chairman of the Panel on Transport, I'd like to highlight to this Council the work of the panel in the current legislative session. The panel has all along been concerned about the burden of public transport fares on the public. On MTR fares, the administration and the MTR Corporation Limited, or the MTRC, reported to the panel on the outcome of the review of the MTR fare adjustment mechanism. The new package included proposals to link the calculation of the productivity factor in the mechanism formula to the Hong Kong Property Development Profit of MTRC. The arrangement would ensure that passengers would enjoy a fare reduction of at least 0.6% each year under all scenarios. Members called on the administration and the MTRC to cancel all the unrecouped fare increase rates to ride out tough times together with the public. The administration also consulted the panel on the fare increase applications from franchised bus operators. Most members criticized that the rates of increase had gone far beyond public acceptability and urged the administration to perform its gatekeeping role properly. Members also provided specific suggestions on how franchised bus operators could generate more non-fare box revenue, such as designating spaces at bus stops, transport interchanges, and bus depots for rental purposes. On transport infrastructure, the administration consulted the panel on a number of works projects to improve transport and facilitate the travel of the public, including the Trunk Road T4 in Sha Tin and the improvement works at Chunqing Interchange. Members raised questions and made suggestions on the design, cost, and ways to compress the construction program of the projects. On transport planning, the panel received a briefing from the administration on the latest progress of the Traffic and Transport Strategy Study and provided views on various transport strategy concepts, such as the proposed new generation of transport interchange hubs and the suggested on-demand public transport mode. In addition, the administration briefed the panel on the northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicles scheme and the loan schemes for cross-boundary passenger transport trade and battery e-taxis. It also consulted the panel on the proposal to tighten the requirements for submission of physical fitness certification by commercial vehicle drivers, as well as the proposal to establish a regulatory framework for electric mobility devices. Members made a number of recommendations on these proposals. Finally, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to members for their active participation in the work of the panel on transport in the past year. President, I so submit. Mr. Sonny Tan will address the Council on report of the Panel on Economic Development. Mr. Sonny Tan. President, in my capacity as Chairman of the Panel on Economic Development, I'd like to highlight the work of the panel in the current legislative session. Members are very concerned about the development of the international airport and aviation services. The monitoring of the implementation of the three-runway system project had always been high on the agenda of the panel. The administration is preparing for the reopening of the center runway and concurrent operation of 3 runways at the end of next year. Members asked the administration to ensure a smooth transition to the new system. Also, members generally supported the legislative proposal to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance to enhance the aircraft leasing preferential tax regime so as to attract aircraft lessors to establish business in Hong Kong. Members suggested the administration assign a dedicated department or officer for promoting the aircraft leasing business and adopt an innovative mindset to enhance overall manpower resources. The panel also discussed with the administration on the formulation of an action plan on modern logistics development. Members urged the administration to provide adequate land for the logistics industry and strengthen interdepartmental and cross-sectoral cooperation to meet the development needs of the industry. Members supported the administration's amendments to the relevant legislations for the implementation of the latest amendments made by the International Maritime Organization to the conventions relating to maritime safety, as well as the legislative proposal to regulate drink and drug boating within the Hong Kong waters. With the gradual recovery of the tourism industry, members requested the administration to conduct a comprehensive assessment on the tourism industry trend, set up the promotion of Hong Kong to the mainland and other regions, and deepen the cooperation with the Greater Bay Area to capitalize on the opportunities arising from Hong Kong's position as a core demonstration zone for multi-destination tourism in the GBA. Members considered that the Hong Kong Disneyland Resorts should be more proactive in enhancing its promotion and publicity to attract more visitors, to ensure the sustainable development of the resort, thereby promoting the overall economic development of Hong Kong. Members were also supportive of the dedicated 100% loan guarantee scheme for the travel sector to help eligible passenger service operators and licensed travel agents to resolve short-term funding difficulties. The panel also received reports on the work of the Competition Commission and the implementation of the Trade Descriptions Ordinance and urged the administration to step up investigations and enforcement actions to protect consumer interests. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank members for their support of the panel's work.
Mr. Michael will address the Council on report of the panel on manpower. President, as the chairman of the panel on manpower, I would like to report on the work of the panel in the 2023 session, caring for the protecting the in protecting the employees' interests. We know that the government is going to has abolished the offsetting arrangement on May in 2025 to protect the retirement of employees, but then the government decided not to set up the designated savings account scheme, and there may be impact on the protection of wages in insolvency fund, and so there. And then because the compensation received by employees may be less than that under long severance payment, the administration will actively explore whether there's room to improve the amount under the PWIF. Members also note that the industrial accidents have been on at a high level. The government should introduce the construction, design and management concept, and also the smart construction site system. And then the government welcomes the guidance notes for working in extreme heat. But then members are concerned about the implementation of the guidance notes. The administration undertook to review the guidance notes after the end of the 2023 summer. The members also followed up with the administration on various talent schemes and measures to address manpower shortage. That includes updating the talent list, the sector-specific labor importation scheme, enhanced supplementary labor import scheme, and so on. The members urged the administration to learn about the needs of talents coming to Hong Kong and enhance employment rights of imported workers. At the same time, we must enhance the employability of the local workforce and expand our talent pool to support our development needs. Members also discussed with the administration on various employment schemes. The members urged the administration to relax the academic requirement of a degree for the Greater Bay Area youth employment scheme. So young people of different academic qualifications could also seize upon the opportunities to develop on the mainland. During this session, we also considered other issues such as enhancing the review mechanism of the minimum statutory wage, improving protection for non-skilled workers of government's outsourced contracts, and so on. I take this opportunity to thank members for their support of the work of the panel in the past year. Mr. Gary Chen will address the Council on report of the panel on security. President, as the chairman of the panel on security, I would like to report on the work of the panel in the 2023 session. On safeguarding national security, members urged the administration to launch multifaceted publicity campaigns and extensive explanatory work as it takes forward the legislative exercise for Article 23 of the Basic Law. The administration should legislate for cybersecurity of critical infrastructure in a phase of increasing cyber threats. Members asked the Security Bureau, as well as its discipline services departments and auxiliary services departments, to keep up their effort in actively taking forward their youth development work for the aim of cultivating young people's positive thinking and aspirations to serve the country and Hong Kong. Members were equally concerned about rehabilitation services provided by the Correctional Services Department to persons in custody, PICs. They suggested that the administration should take forward with more rigor all-round education services to equip PICs for reintegration into society. On the administration's preparedness to respond to different emergency situations, members suggested that the administration could leverage the networks of the care teams in 18 districts to assist in handling emergencies as when necessary. Members also commented on the contingency plan for nuclear incidents that affect Hong Kong. On emergency ambulance service, members expressed concern about the plan of the Fire Services Department to upgrade the service. They urged the administration to promote further use of automated external defibrillator
regulator and enable members of the public to save lives in an emergency. To better leverage Hong Kong's distinctive advantages as an international city, one country, two systems, members considered that the Customs and Excise Department should make the most of its status as the next chairperson for the Asia-Pacific region of the World Customs Organization to strengthen mutual customs cooperation in the region. The Independent Commission Against Corruption will soon establish the Hong Kong International Academy Against Corruption and will be a platform for exchanges of anti-graft experience for advancing global anti-corruption cause. On the law and order and drug situation in Hong Kong, members called on the administration to put forth further measures to combat deception and strengthen publicity to combat drug abuse. Members were supportive of the legislative proposal on dangerous drugs. They urged the administration to consider regulating further a new type of drug commonly known as zombie drug. Members were in general supportive of funding applications to upgrade the information systems and facilities of various discipline services. Members also commented on the recruitment and retention strategies of the various discipline services. On another front, members expressed support for legislative proposals on e-licensing for security companies and on providing a legal basis for the wider installation of fire service portable equipment at domestic premises. Last but not least, I would like to take this opportunity to thank members for supporting the work of the panel. I would also like the Secretariat for their work too. Thank you.
Professor Priscilla Lau will address the Council on report of the panel on education. President as chair of the panel on education, I report to the Council the key deliberations of the panel in the 2023 legislative session. In recent years, the student population has been on the decline. The administration should think out of the box to expand the student base and avoid class reduction or school closure. Members suggested that the administration should reduce the number of door-knocking places, help under-enrolled schools convert into schools with characteristics, enhance the quality of education to attract non-local students from the mainland, Belt and Road countries, as well as ASEAN countries to pursue studies in Hong Kong. Members were happy to see that the administration had accepted their recommendation and increased the non-local student enrollment quota for UGC-funded universities. Members were very concerned about the implementation of Senior Secondary Citizenship and Social Development, or CS, especially on the arrangements and the quality of the CS mainland study tours. During several discussions on the above, members expressed their wish to join the study tours to better understand the learning situation. The Education Bureau said in response that a report was made last year to the Committee on Citizenship and Social Development on the mainland study tour arrangements, which included visits to different cities. Members believe the mechanism should be set up to monitor the quality of the study tours so as to ensure that the itinerary would suit the students' level and nurture patriotism among them through learning and studying in the tours. The Education Bureau should require CS teachers to undergo assessment so as to ensure that they possessed correct education perspectives and the necessary knowledge to groom future leaders with great ability and integrity. Members attached great importance to the moral values of university students. Time and again, they requested the UGC to monitor the universities in strengthening national security education, cultivating students' moral character, raising the sense of national identity, enhancing values education, and counseling services. Members were also concerned about the effectiveness of the university accountability agreements signed between the UGC and the universities. Members had several discussions on the governance of universities. In light of the repeated unlawful incidents, such as suspected sexual assault found in student orientation activities, members urged the universities to review the guidelines of student-led orientation activities and counseling services. The panel also discussed legislative amendments to the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology Ordinance and offered views on helping university students repay student loan. Members raised concerns about student
suicide, students' mental health needs, as well as the quality of management and staff shortage at special schools. They believe the administration should exhaust every means to increase manpower for the sector. Resources should be provided to schools for early identification of students with high suicidal risks. The administration should also enhance the promotion prospects of the sector and foster multidisciplinary collaboration. Finally, I thank members for their support in the past year. I also thank the Secretariat for their efforts. I so submit.
Questions. Question number 1, the Honorable Chen Han-pan. President, over the past 3 fiscal years, the number of complaints about unfair trade practices received by the Consumer Council has stood at 1,400. Regarding protecting the rights and interests of consumers, will the government inform this council, 1, whether there are new measures to combat the use of unfair trade practices, such as aggressive commercial practices and bombardment by education centers, beauty parlors, or fitness centers to obtain service contracts involving prepaid mode of consumption? If so, of the details and timetable, including whether we implement a statutory cooling-off period through legislation within next year and introduce a class action regime in the near future. If there are no new measures, how the authorities will step up efforts to combat such unfair trade practices. 2, whether it will, by drawing reference from the practice of the mainland in implementing the law of the People's Republic of China on the protection of consumer rights and interests, stipulate that consumers who purchase goods by means of remote shopping may return the goods within 7 days without the need for giving any reasons. If so, of the details and timetable. If not, the reasons for that. 3, given that consumers will be considered unsecured creditors and have a low priority in receiving compensation after a trader's business has been closed down, whether the authorities will consider amending the legislation to give consumers who have purchased prepaid goods or services from traders a high priority in receiving compensation. If so, of the details and timetable. If not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Commercial and Economic Development. Under Secretary. President, having consulted the Department of Justice and Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, I reply to the various part of the questions as follows. Currently, we have various pieces of legislation to protect consumers' rights and interests. The Trade Descriptions Ordinance, Cap 362, prohibits traders from subjecting consumers to unfair trade practices, including false trade descriptions, misleading omissions, aggressive commercial practices, bait advertising, bait and switch, and wrongly accepting payment. The ordinance covers goods and services and is applicable to the trade practices of both physical and online traders. Traders who contravene the ordinance are liable to a maximum penalty of imprisonment for 5 years and a fine of $500,000. The Customs and Excise Department is the principal enforcement agency of the ordinance. The CNED adopts a 3-pronged approach which covers enforcement, compliance, promotion, and publicity in public education to combat unfair trade practices. On enforcement, CNED is given the authority to conduct criminal investigations into and prosecutions on unfair trade practices. During the period from 2020 to the end of October 2023, the department completed investigation of 417 cases and completed 284 prosecution cases, among which 350 cases were convicted, representing a conviction rate of over 90% and involving different industries. The court imposed imprisonment in 79 cases and 1 person sentenced to imprisonment. One of the cases concerned the staff of a fitness center having engaged in aggressive commercial practices in the course of selling fitness service contracts, with one of the staff members concerned sentenced to imprisonment of 27 months, which is the heaviest penalty sentence since the ordinance came into operation. In addition, the court also imposed fines in 155 cases with the amount ranging from $500 to $160,000. The sentences imposed by the court are able to serve deterrent effects on unscrupulous traders. In addition, on compliance promotion, during the period from 2020 to the end of October 2023, the department held a total of 81 outreach talks, seminars, and meetings for various sectors to strengthen the understanding of the legal requirements under the ordinance and measures that should be taken for complying with the ordinance. The department also carries out publicity and education, including carrying out patrols and distributing promotional leaflets at tourism and shopping hotspots during festive seasons, as well as publishing tips on smart consumption and promotion videos on its official social media platforms, including its Douyin and WeChat accounts, with a view to strengthening consumers' understanding of unfair trade practices and promoting the concept of smart consumption. According to figures compiled by the Consumer Council for the past 3 years, the total number of complaints received concerning unfair trade practices prohibited under the ordinance had dropped from over 1,600 cases to around 1,400 cases in 2023. Among them, those that involve aggressive commercial practices has declined over the past 3 financial years in a row. These numbers illustrate that the measures mentioned effective in combating unfair trade practices. The government notes that the unfair trade practices involving prepaid mode of consumption is a matter of concern in society. This is particularly so when fitness centers and beauty parlors using aggressive tactics to sell services that involve large amounts of payment involved. In this regard, the government launched a 3-month public consultation in 2019 to solicit views on a proposal to legislate to stipulate a statutory cooling-off period for beauty and fitness service consumer contracts. However, shortly after the public consultation, there have been drastic changes in the social and economic environment as well as consumption sentiments. Since the second half of 2019, as Hong Kong has only started resuming normalcy, this year, enterprises, especially SMEs, are facing challenges in their operations. Will continue to having the prevailing circumstances and the economic situation and the enforcement and complaint statistics critically review the proposal before deciding on the way forward. The cross-sector working group on class actions established by the government has commissioned a consultancy to study the economic and other related impacts on Hong Kong with the introduction of a class action regime. As regards the PLC's law on the protection of consumers' rights and interests mentioned in the question, one of the clauses concerned groups that are purchased through the channels of online network, TV, telephone mail order. The clauses specify the rights of consumers to return to relevant goods within 7 days upon receipt of goods without the need to specify the cases. In recent years, with the rapid development of e-commerce, different modes of remote transaction have become common. In particular, online transaction has become an indispensable component of industries in Hong Kong. If we adopt a similar regime, the business operation of industries will be severely affected, leading to additional costs in giving refunds and contract cancellation, and this will pose a heavy burden on traders. We have to exercise caution when weighing the pros and cons, including the rights and interests of consumers, as well as the impact of traders and the development of relevant mode of consumption. In fact, whether consumers make a purchase through a physical trader or mode of remote transaction, they're protected by the current legislation. So we have no plan to put in place the specific regime now. As regards the priority of creditors in receiving compensation when the company winds up, with the main objective of giving protection and confidence to investors and creditors and promoting a business environment, Hong Kong's corporate winding up regime serves to ensure that the value of the remaining assets of an insolvent company will be preserved as far as possible, and that the assets will be distributed among the creditors of the company, including its employees, suppliers, and contractors, in a fair and orderly manner, in general, except for secure debts such as mortgage loan and provincial debts such as wages, salaries, severance payment, non-service payment, etc., as defined under the company's winding up and miscellaneous provisions ordinance. Other creditors have the same priority and will be paid in accordance with the pari passu principle, that as dividend will be paid to creditors pro rata in accordance with the amount of the admitted claims. The regime has formulated, take into account the Law Reform Commission's recommendations. The principle of pari passu distribution should not be lightly altered unless the alteration is necessary to prevent systematic failure or to maintain public order. The position is in line with comparable jurisdictions. Thank you. Mr. Chen Hanpan. The government has refused to provide protection to online shopping by means of legislation. I find this disappointing. Hopefully the government would attach importance to the protection of such consumers. Yes, it's important to maintain our business environment, but the consumers are not on equal footing with traders. There were cases when even legislators were involved, such as a certain listed company involving a prefix of new. The victims as well as legislators were threatened Please come to your question, Mr. Chen. My question is, it is important that we legislate to safeguard consumers' interests. The government mentioned that they will consider the consumption sentiments as well as the number of complaints and enforcement statistics. I'm pleased to see that the government has not closed the door for legislate to put in place a cooling off period. Please come to your question. Yes, when the economy is bad, there will be more frauds. Now, for a cooling off period for prepaid consumption is not necessarily bad to business. Will the government reconsider legislating to put in place a cooling off period? You've already asked your question, Mr. Chen. Please take your seat. Under Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your follow-up question. Now we have to consider two sets of data. First, the business environment, and second, the number of complaints. In 2018-19, back then, the economy was better than what it is now, and we had the right condition to discuss a statutory cooling off period. And we started a public consultation, and we also put it to the council for a discussion. Unfortunately, in 2019, we had the black cloud violence, and then also 3 years of pandemic that followed. There was drastic change. There were drastic changes in our business environment. Now the economy is slowly picking up. Of course, traders and consumers have to face a change in consumption pattern. Now, are we better off or worse off when we compared with the situation in 2019? I think it's clear to all. Now, we do not just look at the business environment. If there is a sudden upsurge in number of complaints, it is the government's duty to take action. So we have to consider the number of complaints starting from 2018 to now. Now, you're talking about the fitness centers and also beauty parlors. Complaints received by the Consumer Council and the Customs Excise has been stable. Now, for the fitness center in 2018, we had over 500 cases, and in 2023, we had 33 cases. For the first 10 months of this year, we have got 22 cases. So we see a declining trend, but we'll continue to monitor the situation. I've noticed that the fitness center industry and the beauty parlor industry have the self-regulatory rules, and I think it has been effective. But then the Consumer Council will continue to monitor the situation. As said by Mr. Chen Hempan, we will not close the door for a statutory cooling off period. When necessary, we'll take action. Ms. Sari Lee, President. Now, protection of consumers' interests and having a statutory cooling off period, we have had years of discussion. According to the Undersecretary, the proposal has been put on hold because of the business environment. While disappointed, I can understand the position. I believe we really need to have a cooling off period. Now, when a company winds up, it's been difficult for consumers to seek a refund, in particular if the prepaid consumption is through credit cards. It is very difficult for consumers to cancel the payment instruction. Even though if we don't have any cooling off period, is it possible for you to discuss with the Hong Kong MA or card issuing banks? If consumers are shortchanged, can they ask for a refund or stop the credit card payment instruction to cut further loss? Thank you. Now, if we are talking about ordinary disputes such as wrong acceptance, the wrong payment, accepting payment, and a company winding up, usually if the payment is by installments through a credit card, usually the consumer can ask for suspension of further installment payments. Usually, the card issuing institution would consider accepting the request. Now, if we're not talking about ordinary consumers dispute, but if fraud is involved, and under the Trade Description Ordinance, if an offense has been committed, I understand that the government, the police, Anti-Fraud Deception Center, will ask the Hong Kong Association of Banks or even the card issuing institutions to suspend or stop payment. We will continue to discuss with policy bureaus and also institutions like the Hong Kong MA and banks, whether we're talking about ordinary consumer disputes or fraudulent cases. Hopefully we can help victims through such channels. Dr. Priscilla Leung, since 2008, when I joined the council, we have seen the Raymond problem and also California Fitness closing down, and also various telecommunication operators cases. We've talked to the Hong Kong Customs and Excise Department and the Consumer Council a number of times. Now I've been following up on major cases until there was mediation. We had to use political forces for Lehman Brothers. We had to, now, Dr. Leung, there is no need for you to list out all the cases you have handled. Can you come to your question directly? For sure, I will do that. My question to the Undersecretary is, we have been to the Consumer Council a number of times. We want to have a class action regime for consumer councils. We have something of the kind in Hong Kong, but it has not been fully utilized. And I'd like to ask whether the Undersecretary will put in place such a policy. Well, for major events, will you ask the Consumer Council fund, litigation fund, to ensure that our Consumer Council has teeth so that they can start litigations on behalf of consumers? First, when the Consumer Council has received complaints, it will try to mediate. Hopefully, there can be settlement for the trader and consumers involved. Feeling that, indeed, there is a consumer litigation fund operated by the Consumer Council. The purpose is to provide legal assistance and financial support involving appointing a lawyer to help consumers in litigation. Since its establishment in 1994, we have done a lot to improve the operation of the fund, including streamlining the applications and shortening the processing time. So we will remove the constraints and improve the operation of the fund. Regarding our class actions, the Department of Justice has set up a cross-sector working group on class actions, which has met for a few times. It has commissioned a consultancy to study the economic and other related impacts on Hong Kong should we introduce such a class action regime. Whether we are talking about the local situation and overseas jurisdictions, their views are different. The consultancy has taken reference from Singapore, New Zealand, Canada, etc., where a class action regime is in operation. Those regimes have their own legal backing, and there is also an opt-out arrangement in some of the regimes. Whether we can borrow directly their practice in Hong Kong, we have to consider very carefully. Locally, different sectors have also different views on putting in place such a regime. For instance, a note that the Law Reform Commission has got a report on this. There are views for and against having such a regime. For those who support the regime, they say that there is an extra avenue for victims to seek redress, but then some professional sectors, the business sector, the accounting and legal sectors have reservations. They're of the view that the risk of a class action regime may outweigh the benefits. It may build up a culture and causing the aggrieved party to bear even heavier cost. So we are looking forward to a report from the consultancy, and then the cross-sector working group will review the report before we decide on the way forward. Mr. Peter Shiu. Now, of course, we should protect our consumers from unscrupulous traders and their practices. Now, we can see that enforcement under Trade Description Ordinance have been successful. For instance, there has been over a 70 or 80% drop in the number of complaints involving the fitness center sector. And the question talks about a cooling off period, and that goods purchased online can be returned within 7 days without giving any reasons. The Secretary must think twice what the impact will be on our business environment, and particularly after the pandemic, our business environment is not as good as expected. And I thank the Secretary for saying in his main reply that we have to consider the interests of the business sector as well. Please come to your question. You've already asked your question. Mr. Shiu Kafai, please be seated. Undersecretary. Undersecretary. Thank you, Mr. Shiu, for your question. I agree with Mr. Shiu. When it comes to online shopping, if we are to put in place a statutory cooling off period, we have to be very cautious, because in the online world, it is hard to verify the identity, and very often there is also a cross-boundary or extraterritorial issues to be considered. Now, extraterritorial enforcement may not be effective. Putting in place a legislation may mislead consumers into thinking that with statutory protection, they can do online shopping easily. I appeal to all all consumers of online shopping to be careful about the refund terms, and do only patronize reputable shops, because it's hard to identify verify the identity of traders. Let me remind members once again that this is question time is not a time for members to give comments. And this is not really a motion as said by Mr. Shiu. This is just a question. And I urge members to be succinct and officials to be succinct in giving replies.
Question to Mr. Sunny Tan. The 2023 policy address has announced that starting from next year, the Hong Kong Fashion Design Week will be organized every year to facilitate the development of Hong Kong's fashion and textile design brands, as well as to promote Hong Kong as a prime destination for hosting major cultural and creative events. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the specific directions and strategies to be adopted for injecting more elements of major international events into the Fashion Week, and for fostering deep integration of fashion, arts, and culture with the tourism industry, so as to make the Fashion Week a major international arts, cultural, and tourism event in Hong Kong, thereby supporting the country to build and export its cultural soft power. 2, whether it will take the lead in enhancing cross-bureau, cross-government department, cross-organization, and cross-sector collaboration to pool the efforts of the government and various sectors and learn from the experience of organizing various kinds of major arts, cultural, and sports events in the past in order to achieve success in organizing and promoting the Fashion Week. And 3, as there are views that the government must put in place good ancillary and facilitation measures in shipping and transport, hotel accommodation, entry visa, performance venue, etc., so as to attract more leading fashion brands, designers, buyers, celebrities of various sectors as well as tourists from the mainland and overseas to come here to take part in the Fashion Week. How the government will deliver these tasks. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. President, as announced in the Chief Executive's 2023 policy address, the government will organize the Hong Kong Fashion Design Week annually from 2024 onwards by gathering fashion design events held at different times. The event will be a flagship initiative for Hong Kong's cultural, creative, and tourism industries, fostering the development of the fashion design industry. We are engaging closely with the industry and stakeholders to implement the plan. Our reply to Mr. Sunny Tan's question is as follows. First, Create Hong Kong, the dedicated office under the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, has been funding projects that foster the growth of creative industries through the Create Smart initiative. This includes financial support for the fashion design industry to host various promotional activities of fashion design in Hong Kong, the mainland, and overseas. After years of hard work, various events have gradually become well-established fashion design projects. Examples include held in September every year, Center Stage is becoming one of Asia's largest fashion showcases and promotional events and attracts fashion brands, fashionistas, buyers, and general public from Hong Kong and other countries and regions to take part in this iconic event through fashion shows, exhibitions, and workshops, etc. Held in October every year, Fashion Summit Hong Kong highlights the role of sustainable fashion in driving the development of the fashion design industry. The event brings together fashion industry leaders, renowned scholars, representatives from non-governmental organizations, as well as leaders and decision makers from related industries in Hong Kong to exchange views and thoughts on the latest trends, innovative technologies, solutions, and opportunities in sustainable fashion to foster the move towards a sustainable fashion industry. Held in late November or early December every year, Fashion Asia Hong Kong includes the Fashion Challengers Forum and 10 Asian designers to watch exhibition. The forum gathers industry leaders, designers, and entrepreneurs from all over the world to share their experiences and exchange views on upcoming market trends. It also showcases the works of the 10 most anticipated emerging Asian designers with an aim to continue nurturing design talent. And over the past 2 years, held in Hong Kong, London, and Paris, the Fabrics Digital Fashion is a pioneering virtual fashion pilot program of Hong Kong. It features virtual fashion exhibitions of fashion designers, virtual pop-up stores, and seminars related to design. The project soon became a part of London and Paris Fashion Weeks as an official partner after launching. Besides, there are many other events promoting the development of Hong Kong's fashion design industries organized by our fashion design industry every year. We plan to gather the fashion design promotional events scattered at different times of the year within the period of the Fashion Week. Where appropriate, we will bring in innovative elements and affiliated activities. Although the participation of international brands in Asia's fashion events was relatively limited in the past, we will seek to raise the profile of local fashion design through publicity and invite prestigious fashion industry players and stakeholders from Hong Kong and abroad to come here. We're actively engaging with the people in the fashion design and textile industries as well as fashionistas to invite views and suggestions on various aspects of the plan of the event with a view to confirming the framework of the event, such as the timing. For example, we have to look at how we can fit the event into the international calendar of fashion weeks and make the schedule work for the schedules of buyers and practitioners with a view to enhancing synergy. The CSTB is committed to enhancing Hong Kong's status as the event capital of Asia and the region's premier destination for meetings, incentive, travels, conventions, and exhibitions. We work closely with various bureaus, departments, and relevant agencies in coordinating different mega events, including art and cultural activities, international sports competitions, and exhibitions to give visitors rich and diverse experiences. On the Fashion Design Weeks, the CSTB will coordinate with different bureaus and departments as necessary. We will bring in more peripheral events to create a festive atmosphere. Create Hong Kong will work with the Hong Kong Tourism Board to ensure successful organization and promotion of the Fashion Week. We will also work with mainland organizers. We will compare notes with them to showcase Hong Kong's features during the Fashion Week and also display the distinctive aspects of Chinese culture. Create Hong Kong is now actively engaging with the fashion design industry to learn about their needs and ideas and suggestions about the Fashion Week. After considering the fashion events that happen at different times and in different countries and regions, we will decide on the positioning and event schedule of the Fashion Week so as to effectively promote the development of Hong Kong fashion and textile design brands. We will also design content and scale appropriate for the Fashion Week and earmark resources to support the related activities. President, the fashion design industry enhances Hong Kong's level of creativity and has the potential to become a driving force of future economic growth. It is a highly promising sector in Hong Kong. Meanwhile, the textile industry played a vital role in Hong Kong's economic boom in the 1970s and 1980s. As the market and industry landscape evolved, the Hong Kong textile industry has also kept pace with the times. By integrated technology, the Hong Kong textile industry has moved towards industrial upgrading, transformation, and sustainable development. The Fashion Week will focus on supporting cross-sectoral collaborations between fashion and culture with the integration of technology and art to showcase the strength and edge of Hong Kong fashion in the digital age. We aim to bring new impact to the industry and explore the possibilities brought by technology, adding forward-thinking elements to the Fashion Week in line with international and contemporary development. We will continue to talk to other sectors about collaboration. Mr. Sunny Tan. Thank you, President. I thank the CSTB, Create Hong Kong, and the CSI for supporting the fashion design industry. I can see the work put into the preparations for the Fashion Week. The work has been ongoing. We need to turn the Fashion Week into a major event that can also drive the development of different industries, and we need integration across different industries. How will the Bureau get the fashion design sector to work with retail and other sectors in getting promotion right internationally? Secretary. I thank Mr. Tan for his question. On arrangements for the Fashion Week, we focus on collaborating with the fashion design industry. At different times of the year, there are major fashion events that take place at different times of the year. So as we design our Fashion Design Week, we have to work with the industry. This will be a major event. The CSTB wants to achieve collaboration between different sectors. Fashion design is more than just an industry. It also has culture. We bring together Chinese and Western cultures. There are traditional Chinese costumes. We want to find ways to put those elements into fashion design so that they become Hong Kong's features and put Hong Kong on the map in global fashion. And this is one way that we can enhance our appeal and achieve development. So for our Fashion Design Week, this can become a global event. And there are several things we are working on. First, we want to attract global brands here. As I said in my main reply, there was limited participation of global brands in Asia. To bring them here, we have to work with our fashion design industry. We have to show the global brands where we stand out in the features we offer. Those brands take part in fashion weeks elsewhere. So we have to find a ways to make everything go hand in hand. We're the East meets West Center for cultural exchange. We have to show them our new ideas and our unique aspects. We want to integrate culture, tourism, creative industries, and also have this event that will become a global brand. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. I support turning the Hong Kong Fashion Design Week into an international event. Promotion aside, I hope the Bureau can also do more on making this event something that will involve community input and young people's involvement. Will we have more resources for more publicity of this event at schools so that young people can learn about this industry where we have an edge and then we can nurture more talent? Secretary. We have the Hong Kong Design Center. They run different schemes every year. There are arrangements with selection that nurture young designers to help them pursue development in the sector. That includes fashion design. We have a scheme to help startups The scheme will help the designers learn how to promote their brands and work together with other people in the industry. So that's the work at the Hong Kong Design Center, or HKDC. In the community, we encourage young people to pursue their interest or where they have a gift. In life planning at the senior secondary level, we explore how we can do more on this. In applied learning, we also help young people learn more about the fashion design industry. On the Fashion Design Week, our focus now is on implementing the week and working with the industry. Once the details are out, the industry and our bureau are happy to promote this event to the community and young people. Mr. Martin Liao. President, promoting the Hong Kong brand in fashion design and culture and creative industries will require support from a regime to protect intellectual property rights. Their policy address proposes efforts to promote Hong Kong as a regional center for intellectual property. On textiles, jewelry, they can register for protection. The protection is up to 25 years in law. Where appropriate, there is also the copyright protection spanning 50 years. Now, in 2024, we will have a review of registered designs. What else will be done to help the fashion design industry, especially small and medium firms and young people, to obtain intellectual property protection? Secretary. President, the question today is on the Hong Kong Fashion Design Week. The CSTB works with the Hong Kong Trade Development Council on the Asian platform for the trading of intellectual property rights. Our work is about making it easier to trade and protect intellectual property rights. The member made a good point. In promoting culture and creative industries, it's important to protect intellectual property rights. People put into work before they can come up with a new product. We have to give them the right protection so that these creators can enjoy the outcomes of their own creativity. So we will work with the stakeholders on this. On IP protection, fashion moves fast, so we may not need a lengthy protection period. A design comes out this year, and then a new one may come up the next year. So life cycles are shorter in the fashion design space. Some designs see a renewal after a while and may carry special meaning. So on protection of IP rights, we will work with the relevant departments to get the work right. Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. Along with London, Paris, Milan, and Tokyo, Hong Kong counts as one of the 6 key fashion design centers. How do we fully leverage this status so that our Fashion Design Week can also work with the Belt and Road and Middle Eastern countries, such as those in Turkey, as a way to further enhance our role as a fashion design center? Secretary. As I said in my main reply, in planning for the Fashion Design Week, we have to bear in mind the annual calendar of events in the fashion design space. In Paris, Milan, London, they have major fashion events at least twice a year. They have one for spring and another in autumn. In Asia, there are events in Shanghai, Tokyo, and Seoul. So we have to work around those event calendars. We also have to show our characteristics. Paris, Milan, London focus their respective local designs. In Hong Kong, we need to promote our local designs and more. We should also leverage our location. We are an East meets West center. We are also along the Belt and Road. We should take a broader view of our positioning. So we should look at not just Europe, but also the Belt and Road countries, the Middle East, the entire Greater Bay Area. But we have to be careful. Different places, for religious reasons or other cultural reasons, may come with constraints on fashion design. So we want to take it one step at a time with fashion design. We have several fashion events every year. We want to try to bring them together first, and then we want to bring in overseas designers and buyers, and also those from the mainland. We will work on this. First, we establish Hong Kong's Fashion Design Week as a brand, and then we can better leverage Hong Kong as a platform to promote our fashion design. Mr. Vincent Chang. President, I support the idea of turning our Fashion Week into a major event. In Shamshui-Po, there's a fashion design base. I took part in an opening event. They showcased fashion, furniture. There was also sale, marketing, and talent. But we lack the element of making it a major event and internationalization. We don't have the atmosphere yet. Can the Secretary talk to the Urban Renewal Authority so that we can have synergy at the Shamshui-Po base? It's a Shamshui-Po design and fashion base. Towards the end of last year, we held an event. The place has yet to fully open. We have the URA support. Next year, once the renovation is done, we will see the formal opening of the place. We have to bear in mind the surrounding environment too. We're talking to the district officer and the local stakeholders about how to create a better atmosphere there, so that the place becomes a place not just for the fashion design industry. We want to turn that place into a place for people to take selfies, a place that tourists want to visit when they are here in Hong Kong. So we will continue to work with people in the district to get the work right. Thank you.
Question number 3, Mr. Chen Pui-Leung. President, the quota-free scheme for Hong Kong private cars traveling to Guangdong via Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge has been implemented since July 1st this year. As applicant has to register for balloting via the designated website and submit an application after being assigned a period of application, and if approved, arrange an appointment for clearance before departure. In this connection, the government informs Council 1, as many are of the view that application procedures are complicated and most of the available time slots on the clearance booking system have quotas to spare, whether the authorities will streamline the procedures such as cancelling the balloting, waiving the clearance appointment before departure, or discussing with the mainland the removal of the daily limit on the number of applicants. 2. Of the numbers of successful applicants in respective rounds of balloting since its implementation, and among them the number who have subsequently arranged clearance appointments, whether it has reviewed if there were cases of successful applicants not arranging clearance appointments, and if there were such cases, of the measures to ensure the application quotas will not be wasted. And 3. Of the numbers of approved applicants since its implementation, and among them the number who have taken out cross-boundary motor insurance under the unilateral recognition arrangement, and whether it has reviewed if the policy has fallen short of expectation, and if so, of the measures for improvement. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, the northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicles is a policy breakthrough, allowing eligible Hong Kong private cars to travel between Hong Kong and Guangdong via the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge without the need to obtain regular quotas. It facilitates Hong Kong residents self-driving to Guangdong for business, visiting families, and sightseeing on a short-term basis. Since July 1st, the government of Guangdong and Hong Kong have allowed approved Hong Kong private cars to travel between Hong Kong and Guangdong via the HZMB. The scheme enables citizens to embrace the opportunities brought by the bridge, facilitating further connection among cities in the GBA and promoting economic development and integration. In consultation with the FSTB, I'd like to reply to the questions as follows. 1 and 2. To ensure smooth operation of the scheme, the government of Guangdong and Hong Kong agreed to set a cap on the number of applicants, which will be allocated by computer balloting. And applicants should also make travel bookings for specific days and times via the system. To facilitate application procedures, the TD has launched a one-stop online application system to process balloting, application, and travel bookings. We will continue to keep in view the application situation and, subject to travel needs, review the application cap, balloting, and travel booking arrangement with the mainland in a timely manner with a view to providing greater convenience. In fact, we have been enhancing the arrangement in light of the situation and people's needs, including increasing the application cap from 200 per working day to 300, increasing the number of vehicle examination centers in Hong Kong designated by Guangdong with a view to enhancing the daily capacity, adjusting the number of travel booking time slots from 6 time slots to 4 to allow greater flexibility for people to arrange their travel, liaising with the mainland authorities to enhance the management system of car parks in Guangdong, for recognition of Hong Kong vehicle registration marks to allow vehicles with a single car plate to enter and exit, and providing the latest information on driving in the mainland on a dedicated website. For example, the TD has published the note on the use of electric vehicle adapter device for reference of EV owners participating in the scheme. Through these facilitation measures, Hong Kong residents can travel at ease, safely, and conveniently, thereby realizing the 1-hour living circle in the GBA. The scheme has been open for application since June 2023. Applications were accepted every fortnight. If the application exceeds the cap, balloting will take place. As at end of November, 14 rounds of applications were conducted, of which the recent 4 did not require balloting. A total of about 48,000 people may submit their applications in the 14 rounds, meaning that on average each round accepts 3,000 people. To better utilize the quota, the TD has put in place a replacement mechanism to use the quota of successful applicants who did not submit applications within the assigned period in the subsequent round, with a view to fully utilizing the quota. As of November 30th, a total of around 30,800 applications have completed all the procedures and are eligible for travel. There has been continued upsurge in the monthly travel booking numbers, from about 3,700 travel bookings in July, multiplied to about 9,900 in August, 16,700 in September, 26,000 in October, and 32,600 in November, totaling 89,000. We consider that it is entirely car owners' own travel arrangement upon approval, and this does not involve quota being wasted. We believe that as people become more familiar with the driving environment and routes in the mainland and have a better grasp of information like traveling, sightseeing, and consumer hotspots in the mainland, more applications will be expected, and that more approved applicants will make travel bookings through the online system. We will continue to keep in view the application and travel situations and will, together with Guangdong, review and adjust the arrangements for balloting, application cap, and bookings, etc., in a timely manner. For instance, simplifying the renewal applications, involving no changes to particulars about owners, vehicles, and designated drivers, so that the applicants may enjoy the more convenience. Under the unilateral recognition arrangement, applicants may, within the validity period of the insurance policy for their Hong Kong vehicles, procure top-up cover of qualified traffic accident liability insurance for motor vehicles of the mainland, and select further coverage of the mainland commercial insurance for motor vehicles depending on their needs, providing applicants with comprehensive and convenient insurance arrangements from Hong Kong insurance companies. Of the 30,800 applications approved up to the end of November 2023, there were nearly 4,000 cross-boundary motor insurance policies issued by Hong Kong insurance companies under the arrangement. To review the unilateral recognition policy, the Insurance Authority has been maintaining close liaison with the insurance sector to follow up on difficulties encountered. Relevant bureaus and departments have been coordinating with IA on feasible measures to refine the policy, which include enhancing the application system to make it more convenient for drivers who take out the unilateral recognition policies. We will also step up promotion of the policy and will communicate with Guangdong to explore feasible options for boosting the usage rate. Mr. Chen Pui-Leung. There are some media reports that when they exit the Zhuhai Hong Kong Macau Bridge, the officials may not be able to check the booking documents. So some drivers are really cheating on the system to drive across the boundary. So will the officials be examining all the booking documents, or would there be any system to automatically check the number plate of Hong Kong vehicles exiting Hong Kong? Secretary. In the travel booking system, prior to exit, people will have to make the booking. The TD will conduct random checking to ascertain whether there are people who are committing any wrongdoing. If we pick up any wrongdoing, we will issue the warning, or if necessary, we will be cancelling the qualification for northbound travel for these vehicles. Mr. Lee, President, to integrate into the overall development of the mainland, it is necessary for us to increase the flow of people and vehicles between the two places. The Shenzhen corridor will be open next month, and I'm sure that the northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicles will increase in numbers, and there are more vehicles coming southbound. I think we have to loosen up on the regulations. At the panel meeting, we said that to make the application, one has to fulfill the quota, and there is a need for vehicle examination in Hong Kong and the mainland. And if you travel to Macau, I think you will have to get your vehicles examined. I was asking whether we can have a unified system of vehicle examination. How can you bring us up to date on the progress, please? Secretary. Thank you, President. Vehicle examination, Ms. Starry Lee raised this issue at the panel meeting. We have been proactively liaising with the mainland authorities on this one. The vehicle examination is part of the mainland policy, and we'll try to examine ways, like in Hong Kong, vehicles will have to be subject to examination when they hit the 6th or 7th year. And we are examining ways to take advantage of any flexibility to make adjustment. I cannot promise you an answer, but we are following up on this. Mr. Robert Lee. Vehicles going north under the scheme will need to have the certificate from the examination center. There are only 2 designated centers in Hong Kong. In order to enhance the efficiency, will the administration be liaising with the mainland authorities to open up more Hong Kong qualified testing center to provide the services? Secretary. Thank you, President. The member talked about 2 vehicle examination centers in Hong Kong. At the very beginning of this northbound travel scheme, we only had 1 center, and the Guangdong province made arrangement for another one to be opened. Now, for these 2 examination centers, they have a really strong capacity. On a daily basis, they are able to handle upwards of 1,000 vehicles. In terms of the capacity, these 2 vehicle examination centers will be able to cope with the number of applications. Mr. Chen Kim-po. President, thank you. Compared with the northbound travel for Macau vehicles, they don't have to pay anything, but in Hong Kong, we have to pay 300 RMB to travel north. And this is adding the cost. Will this fee be waived in order to boost the utilization? Secretary, well, the member has got a point there. It is 150 RMB each way at the present moment. And I heard the sentiments from the members of the public that they like to see this bridge crossing fee to be done away with. We are liaising with the mainland authorities there. As members are aware, the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge is a main route between Hong Kong, Zhuhai, and Macau, and we are seeking to identify room for adjustment there, and work is in hand. This is being followed up with the mainland. Mr. Tan Yuexin. Thank you, President. Secretary, well, this northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicles, this is a really popular scheme because it is pretty convenient. But at the moment, the vehicles traveling on the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. Does the administration know, or will the administration consider providing more land boundary for this scheme to be implemented? Secretary, right, this northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicles on the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, this has been in place for about 6 months now. And we are, together with Guangdong, reviewing the scheme to identify possible improvements to facilitate Hong Kong car owners to visit Guangdong via the XZMB. So for the time being, we haven't quite discussed whether the northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicles will be implemented on other land boundary crossings. Definitely going forward, this will be extended to other boundary crossing points, but we haven't quite got this far yet. Mr. Chairman Kwong, President, my question is actually similar to Mr. Tan's, although it is a little bit different in details. Last week, there were 240,000 exits in Hong Kong through 6 BCP, the Shenzhen port 33%, Zhuhai-Macau Bridge 30%, and Hengyun-Wai 23%. Now, the Secretary said that for the time being, they haven't quite considered whether there would be more crossing points. Will the administration consider increasing the quota for this particular scheme, though? Secretary. President, thank you. Well, the member referred to the quota. Now, looking at this past 6 months, on Saturdays or the first day of long extended holidays, the number of vehicles going north would be higher. The highest number for the booking, the travel booking, it was mid-October or thereabout. We had 2,800 vehicles traveling north. On Saturdays or long holidays, we have something like 2,200 or 2,600. Last Saturday, we had over 2,000. But as more and more vehicles are traveling north, as more applications are approved, I'm sure that the number is set to go further up. For the time being, though, we have close to 3,000 in the quota. We have 4 time slots available for booking, morning and afternoon, and basically we are able to cope with the demand, although we will keep the situation under review. And we will work with the mainland authorities to see whether the quota should be further enhanced. We will maintain liaison with the mainland. Mr. Martin Lau, President Sum said that the publicity for this northbound travel scheme is not sufficient, particularly the application procedures in the mainland. Like the uploading of the motor vehicle insurance and the mainland traffic rules and regulations. Will the administration be consolidating all the relevant information and mount an effective publicity campaign? Secretary, well, the member has got a point there at the very beginning. Now, we started receiving application on the 1st of June for the first couple of months. Since the scheme was a new one, the applicants may not be terribly familiar with all the requirements, but as time went by, we have stepped up our publicity, and the scheme was running pretty smoothly. But I must agree that we can always achieve a better outcome. And we do have the information website there. We would be uploading more information, say, for instance, the vehicle examination information, like the areas in which people should pay attention to in order to pass the vehicle examination. We would have all the information at a glance, and also the knowledge and information on driving in the mainland. We will be stepping up the information there, and we will also be publicizing more on the areas that people should pay attention to when they travel north under this particular scheme. Thank you. Mr. Lee Chen-keung, President, well, this northbound travel for Hong Kong vehicle scheme is really popular over Christmas and Lunar New Year. I'm sure that a lot of people will be driving north. Now, many drivers are telling me that when they drive north or when they come back, they will have to queue up for a pretty long time before they can go through customs and immigration. So will the administration be liaising with the mainland to step up the manpower in order to shorten the time people have to queue up at the customs? Secretary, well, the scheme has been around for 6 months now. We notice that in recent times, in particular on Sunday evening or during long holidays, that people will be traveling during long holidays or over the weekend, and the busy period would be at the end of the weekend or the long holidays at night time, and we tend to see vehicles building up there and queues were forming, and we are liaising with the Zhuhai authorities to see whether anything can be done to make sure that the flow will be flowing more smoothly at the end of the holidays or over the weekend. We are liaising with the mainland on this. We hope that we will be able to identify some measures to make sure the traffic flows more smoothly.
Question 4, Mr. Chang Siu-hong. In this year's policy address, the government has announced that it will formulate the strategy for hydrogen development in Hong Kong in the first half of next year and commence the preparatory work for relevant legislative amendments. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether in addition to relevant legislative amendments, the government will make specific development planning in the development strategy for the production, storage, transportation, refueling, and safety standards of hydrogen energy in Hong Kong? If so, of the preliminary plan, if not, the reasons for that. 2, as the government will develop a large-scale floating solar system with a generating capacity of 5 megawatts at the Plover Cove Reservoir, which is expected to supply 6 million kilowatt-hours of electricity per annum for direct use by the nearby waterworks facilities, whether the authorities will consider expanding the scale of such system and developing such system at the High Island Reservoir to increase the total generating capacity of the system and converting the excess electricity into green hydrogen for transmission to other parts of Hong Kong for use, so as to conduct a practical test on processes such as production, storage, and transportation of hydrogen energy, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. And 3, as it's learned that the United States, Japan, Germany, and the European Union have issued relevant certification and grading standards for hydrogen energy and green hydrogen production respectively, and the mainland is also actively promoting the international standardization of hydrogen energy, whether the government will consider establishing a set of internationally recognized certification and grading when formulating the development strategy so as to facilitate the entry of the hydrogen energy industry of the GBA and even the whole country into the international market. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, As a secondary carrier of energy, hydrogen energy possesses the clean trait of traditional renewable energy sources and has a wide range of applications, making it one of the highly regarded new energy sources in pursuance of the target to achieve carbon neutrality before 2050. Hydrogen energy can be used in transportation, power generation, and energy storage, as well as construction site equipment. In the field of transportation, it's particularly relevant to the green transformation of commercial vehicles and heavy goods vehicles. The medium and long-term plan for the development of hydrogen energy industry 2021 to 2035, jointly issued by the National Development and Reform Commission and the National Energy Administration in March 2022, recognizes hydrogen fuel as an important component of the national energy system in the future. The Chief Executive announced in this year's policy address that we will formulate the strategy for hydrogen development in Hong Kong in the first half of next year and commence the preparatory work for legislative amendments pertinent to the production, storage, transportation, and application of hydrogen energy with a view to introducing an amendment bill into the LegCo in 2025. In consultation with the EMSD and WSD, my reply to the question raised by Mr. Chen is as follows. 1. In formulating the strategy for hydrogen development in Hong Kong, the SAR government will adopt the basic principles set out in the National Hydrogen Plan and make reference to the experiences and research and development or R&D results of cities in our country and overseas for the purpose of exploring and promoting comprehensive development of hydrogen production, storage, transportation, refueling, adoption to prepare Hong Kong for the wider application of hydrogen energy in the future. Currently, the hydrogen industry is still an emerging industry, and the technologies of low-carbon hydrogen are still at the R&D stage in various parts of the world. We must maintain flexibility in this context when formulating the strategy for hydrogen development in Hong Kong so that the scale and pace of the development of hydrogen energy can be adjusted in tandem with future technological and market developments for the purpose of maximizing the development potential of this energy. In addition to formulating the strategy for hydrogen development, the government will introduce legislative amendments to the Gas Safety Ordinance to cover hydrogen as fuel to lay a solid foundation for the high quality and safe development of hydrogen energy. As hydrogen energy is particularly suitable to the green transformation of vehicles, EMSD has developed safety guidelines for hydrogen fuel system of vehicles and hydrogen refueling stations, as well as technical guidelines for quantitative risk assessment of hydrogen refueling stations by benchmarking relevant regulations and standards in mainland China and overseas in the fields of hydrogen storage, transportation, and refueling. EMSD is currently consulting the professional bodies, trade, and stakeholders to refine the guidelines and to prepare for the incorporation of the codes of practice into the regulatory framework in future. The SAR government will accumulate practical experiences through the implementation of trial projects to prepare for the wider application of hydrogen energy in Hong Kong in the future. The Interdepartmental Working Group on Using Hydrogen as Fuel, led by the Environmental and Ecology Bureau, has examined and given agreement in principle to 9 applications of trial projects on hydrogen fuel cell double-deckers, hydrogen-fueled light rail vehicles, hydrogen tube trailer, hydrogen refueling facilities, and hydrogen power generation at construction sites. Amongst them, the trial of the first HFC double-decker had commenced last month. Trial of the second batch of vehicles comprising another 5 double-deckers and the first 3 hydrogen street washing vehicles will commence next year. More trial projects are expected to commence shortly in support of the strategies for developing hydrogen in Hong Kong. Technological development plays a pivotal role in facilitating the wider application of hydrogen energy. The government will continue to support suitable green R&D projects and green technologies and innovations through the Green Tech Fund and the New Energy Transport Fund, and proactively promote and encourage innovation in hydrogen energy technologies, products, adoption, and commercial applications with a view to breaking through the current technological bottleneck and strengthening the stability and competitiveness of the supply chain of hydrogen energy industry. 2. Regarding the proposed 5-megawatt floating solar power system at Plover Cove Reservoir, all of its electricity output will be transmitted to the nearby Harbour Island raw water pumping station and be fully consumed to meet the daily electricity demand of the pumping station. So there won't be any surplus electricity for feeding into the grids of power companies or supporting other facilities. The development of solar energy generation systems at reservoirs is subject to a number of considerations, and cost effectiveness is an important factor. Currently, the overall development cost of solar energy generation system remains relatively high. We may consider developing solar energy generation system at high island reservoir only if the cost could be further reduced. 3. Establishment of standards and certification systems for hydrogen energy and green hydrogen production can facilitate low carbon transformation and promote international cooperation. Although the ISO, International Organization for Standardization, has established a standard for carbon emission calculation, there is currently no uniform and internationally recognized certification system for hydrogen energy. On the other hand, ISO has been setting up a technical group to prepare for the establishment of a greenhouse gas emission standard for hydrogen production and transportation, with the aim of drafting a set of international standards by 2025. As for mainland China, our country's medium and long-term plan pointed out the need to establish comprehensive standards and systems for hydrogen energy industry to promote the establishment of quality certification system for hydrogen energy. We will maintain liaison with stakeholders and make reference to the development of certification standards and systems for hydrogen energy in the mainland and internationally to promote the application of hydrogen energy and its long-term development. Mr. Chen Xiuhong, in his main reply, the Secretary mentioned that hydrogen can suit the needs for new energy transport. In the 9 trial projects approved by the government, most of them are related to hydrogen-powered vehicles. However, the current legislation does not allow hydrogen vehicles to pass through the tunnels. And most of the routes in Hong Kong, they are connected by tunnels. Therefore, there are restrictions in this regard. My question is, will the government, when amending legislations, how to ensure the use of hydrogen vehicles in tunnels and to expedite the relevant legislative amendments? Thank you. Secretary. President, Mr. Chen asked some very good questions. Hydrogen vehicles, whether they can be used in tunnels, it's a key question. There are many tunnels in Hong Kong. We noticed that around the world, many countries allow hydrogen-powered vehicles to run on the road, and they do not prohibit hydrogen vehicles to operate in tunnels. Therefore, we have asked the EMSD to conduct a series of studies. We'll draw reference from different standards from different countries. We expect that by the first half of next year, we'll complete the relevant studies. We will draw reference from the data of the studies, and the EMSD will roll out a set of guidelines in relation to the operation of hydrogen vehicles that will operate in tunnels and the relevant safety standards. And we will translate them into laws in Hong Kong to ensure the safety of operation of hydrogen vehicles in Hong Kong. Mr. Lee Chen-keung. Be it the 13th five-year plan or 14th five-year plan or the 2 sessions report from our country, there are mentionings about the use of hydrogen energy. Therefore, the Liberal Party has been promoting the use of methanol and hydrogen. Hong Kong, it's a good place to see the application of hydrogen energy. We have the Loop, we have the Science Park and the Sentin Technopole, etc. What policies are there for the government to promote the use of new energy in Hong Kong? Secretary. We see that in our country, the development of hydrogen energy industries long and medium-term plan, there are 4 basic principles. One of the major principles is that the government will dominate and the government will lead and the market will dominate. In the future, what kind of green technologies will reach the biggest economic benefits? It's a key factor. In Hong Kong, we are following the national strategies in drafting our own strategies in terms of the application of hydrogen energy in Hong Kong. For hydrogen refueling stations, we don't have a particular strategy for this yet. However, in this year's policy address, the Chief Executive announced that we will, including the EEB, as well as other government bureaus, we will promote the work of hydrogen refueling stations in Hong Kong. So the government will take forward work to promote the construction of such stations. Methanol, you mentioned, is one of the green energy, as well as green hydrogen. We will look at the sources of this energy for us. We will also see whether there are companies in Hong Kong that will make investments to produce green hydrogen or methanol. We will consider all these options. In Hong Kong, we will promote trials to see whether green technologies like these can be applied in Hong Kong, so that the companies or different organizations know whether it is feasible to apply these green technologies in Hong Kong, and they have all these options they can take into account, and they can see whether it's suitable for their own businesses. We'll also build infrastructure to provide green energy. For instance, for hydrogen, we're working to build hydrogen. In terms of legislation, in terms of supply and infrastructure support, we have enough support for the market for them to develop these technologies. Thank you. Ms. Starry Lee, President, I thank this current term government for promoting the development of hydrogen energy. I also took part in the opening ceremony of one hydrogen refueling station. There was recently a hydrogen-fueled double-decker bus in Hong Kong. Hydrogen costs quite a lot. I wonder if the Secretary has done any studies to see how hydrogen energy is developed in other countries. The Secretary said the government has to take the lead and the market can dominate in exploring which kind of new energy can be used in Hong Kong. Will the government offer support to the market? Have you conducted studies on, say, prices of hydrogen energy? Secretary, I thank Ms. Starry Lee for the question. For details and strategies, we will disclose them in our strategy for hydrogen development in Hong Kong. We have some preliminary thoughts now. In many places, there are efforts in promoting the use of hydrogen energy, and these places they see in hydrogen energy industry, there are manufacturers of hydrogen vehicles in these places. In countries in the Middle East, for instance, they will reduce the use of oil in the future, and they will gradually promote the use of green hydrogen. In this regard, it has to do with the industry development as well as the economy of different places. From the face of it, these places are making a lot of investments, but at the same time, they think that they are making investments to promote all these industries. In Hong Kong, the situation is a bit different. In terms of hydrogen energy, we are a user of hydrogen energy, be it the production of hydrogen vehicles or hydrogen energy itself. We don't have the relevant models yet. So first we have to think of the supply of hydrogen energy. We have to look for sources. Secondly, we have to talk to different organizations and see whether they're interested in coming to Hong Kong to make investments to set up hydrogen energy industry chains in Hong Kong. We are exploring that now. From the government's perspective, we think what we need to do is, first, in Hong Kong, we have to set a safety standards for the use of hydrogen energy. We have to enact legislations. Also, we have to build infrastructure to ensure hydrogen supply. Also, we have to do different experiments to see whether companies and organizations will identify a type of new energy they can use in Hong Kong. We also plan to provide subsidies at this stage. Be it the New Energy Transport Fund, we have earmarked $200 million to subsidize trial projects. or pilot projects. Also, under the Green Tech Fund, we support local R&D projects concerning production, storage of hydrogen energy, etc. So the government is doing all this work to provide support. We have to see how we can develop hydrogen energy, then we can focus our effort on that area. Ms. Elizabeth Quat, first I'd like to thank the government for promoting new energy in Hong Kong. In the EV market, the biggest challenge we're facing is a lack of charging facilities, be it refilling or charging stations or other types of facilities. We are facing the problem of lack of power supply. I wonder if the Secretary will strengthen effort in promoting new ways of generating power. We can make use of hydrogen fuel cells for providing power to our charging facilities. We can also promote wider use of EVs in Hong Kong. They are more environmentally friendly than other types of vehicles. Ms. Elizabeth Quat, you have already asked your questions. Please be seated. Secretary. I thank Ms. Quat for the question. We do have plans in this regard. We want to combine the use of hydrogen and power generation. We have certain advantages in Hong Kong. Hydrogen composes part of our town gas in Hong Kong, so we have already a network of delivering hydrogen in Hong Kong. If we use hydrogen to generate power, we can solve a lot of questions that we face. For instance, a lack of capacity of our power grid, or if we need to build new cables in new development areas, we can also use hydrogen. In some larger construction sites, we will think of whether we can use hydrogen energy to generate power. It looks like it's the most cost-effective option we have now. You mentioned whether we can use hydrogen energy in our charging stations or facilities. We'll have to first look for partners to do trials. At this stage, if we use hydrogen energy for charging facilities, we see a high cost. So it's hard for us to promote it at this stage. However, in terms of the application of hydrogen energy in construction sites, we do see the cost effectiveness. So we think at this stage we can use hydrogen energy in these respects. Mr. David Lam. We see cables being built in different areas. While you are developing EVs, will you see a loss as you are investing in the use of hydrogen energy? Dr. David Lam raised a pretty good question. In terms of the development of new energy transport, for small or private cars, we are moving towards the battery e-vehicles now, and we're seeing such development around the world. So we won't have two sets of infrastructures for EVs and hydrogen vehicles, but for heavy goods vehicles like buses or trucks, we'll see some of them being powered by hydrogen energy. So we have to be prepared for that. Say, if we see trucks powered by hydrogen that run in Hong Kong, we must have certain infrastructure to support that. Otherwise, it will cause a certain impact to our cargo industry. So part of the transport vehicles will be powered by hydrogen, and that will be the major trend in the future. What we have to look at is the cost of it. So we have to make relevant preparation now. Infrastructure for heavy goods vehicles and private cars are different. We won't see any waste anyway.
Question 5, Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Thank you, President. In the 2023 policy address, the government proposed to promote the development of the culture and creative industries, including injecting a total of $4.3 billion into the Create Smart initiative and the Film Development Fund, FDF. In this connection, will the government inform this Council 1, given that the government proposed to inject $2.59 million into CSAI to promote and fund projects organized by the creative industries for nurturing talents, exploring markets, etc., of the specific arrangements for these funds and whether specific funding amounts will be set for different sectors. 2. Given that the government provided a one-off injection of $1 billion into FDF in 2019, which is almost double the total amount injected in the previous 12 years, including $300 million in 2007, $200 million in 2015, and $20 million in 2016, and together with the injection of about $1.4 billion as proposed in the policy address just delivered, the total amount of government's injection into FDF will be close to $3 billion. Of the use of the funds so far since the injection in 2019 and the return, as well as the authority's specific plans or adjustments for the future operation of the FDF to meet the expectations of the Hong Kong film industry in terms of the overall investment size in the market, training of practitioners, international status, and so on. And 3, as it is learned that more than 50% of the Hong Kong films screened on the mainland are co-productions between Hong Kong and the mainland, of the specific mode and content of the film financing scheme for mainland market, and whether the scheme aims to encourage the industry to produce films on themes popular on the mainland or Chinese language films. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. President, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region Government is actively promoting the cultural and creative industries. As announced in the Chief Executive's 2023 policy address, the government will inject a total of $4.3 billion into the Film Development Fund, FDF, and the Create Smart initiative, CSI, to provide incentives for attracting private sector capital and assist industries in expanding new markets. Our reply to Mr. Ma's question is as follows. The government established the CSI in 2009 to promote the development of the 7 major creative industries, generating economic impetus for the community while enhancing cultural power. In the past, the CSA has provided funding support for numerous projects in the creative industry, such as the Venice Biennale International Architecture Exhibition, Hong Kong Game Enhancement and Promotion Scheme, Hong Kong Comics Development and Promotion Support Program, Hong Kong Publishing Biennial Awards Publishing 3.0, Hong Kong Smart eBook Hub Promotion Scheme, presenting local fashion designers' works in Juxtaposed fashion show and exhibition with crossover of fashion and music, as well as the use of arts technology. February X, a pioneering digital fashion initiative and leading local emerging designer brands to participate in Paris Fashion Week and Shanghai Fashion Week. We propose to inject $2.9 billion into CSI, earmarking $1.72 billion to promote and fund projects organized by the creative industries to nurture talents, facilitate industry development, explore markets, foster a creative atmosphere in the community, and promote more cross-sectoral and cross-genre collaboration. The remainder of about $1.18 billion will be for funding support to Hong Kong Design Center for projects related to the creative industries and the nurturing of design creative talents, including the operating an event course of Shui Po Design and Fashion Project, and supporting the Hong Kong Trade Development Council to enhance the Asia IP Exchange Portal. Create Hong Kong will be restructured as the Cultural and Creative Industries Development Agency. We will commence a series of work such as identifying and exploring business exhibition and showcasing opportunities for the arts, cultural and creative industries, and providing funding support to their overseas exhibition and showcase projects. We will facilitate cross-sectoral exchanges and develop collaboration programs to promote and fund more cross-sectoral and cross-genre projects. We will also revise CSI to fund promising commercial projects and encourage injection of private sector capital. We will lift up the existing funding ceiling of $10 million of CSI to fund or finance more large-scale and sustainable projects. However, we will not set specific funding amounts for individual industry or project for the effective and flexible operation of CSI. We welcome applications and proposals from the industry which align with the 4 strategic foci of the CSI. We are confident that the existing resources will be able to provide appropriate support to the industry. Parts 2 and 3. The government supports projects conducive to the long-term and healthy development of the film industry in Hong Kong through FDF along 4 strategic directions. The aim of FDF has never been to obtain financial gains, but to assist in the development of the local film industry and create more film activities and employment opportunities. Since 2005, the government has injected a total of $1.54 billion into FDF. As at the end of October 2023, FDF has approved about $1.058 billion to support numerous film projects, including 61 projects under the Film Production Finance Scheme, about $231 million, 10 projects under the Film Production Grant Scheme, about $18 million, 9 projects under the Directors Succession Scheme, DSS, $81 million, 24 projects under the First Feature Film Initiative, FFFI, about $124 million, and 284 other film-related projects, about $604 million. Some of the government-financed films, for example, Chile, Large Story, and Mama's Fair, have achieved outstanding box office. Guilty Conscience, which was theatrically released in 2023, became the highest-grossing Chinese film in Hong Kong with a box office of over $100 million. The government's share of profit from financed films is about $33 million. FFFI was launched in 2013 under FDF to provide funding for new directors to make their first feature films, to identify and nurture promising film production talents. Since its inception, a number of sponsored films have achieved considerable box office, including Hong Kong Family, Lost Love, Mad World, Still Human, Huan Road, Cigarettes, and so on. The box office of Mad World and Still Human reached a box office of $70 million and $90 million respectively. The government launched DSS in 2020. Qualified directors are invited as producers to partner with young directors to co-produce local films in the spirit of mentorship, encouraging directors to groom young talents and enhance the quality and quantity of local film productions. As we can see, FDF has actively launched a number of new schemes in recent years to promote the long-term development of the film industry. Apart from the Hong Kong Asian Film Collaboration Funding Scheme and the Content Development Scheme for streamlining platforms under FDF launched in 2022, FDF will further subsidize Hong Kong films to expand overseas markets by launching the Film Financing Scheme for mainland market and expanding the Hong Kong Asian Film Collaboration Funding Scheme to Hong Kong Europe Asian Film Collaboration Funding Scheme. The Film Financing Scheme for mainland market supports Hong Kong film companies and mainland cultural enterprises to invest in productions of Hong Kong directors. The objectives of the scheme is to boost the chance of Hong Kong films for release in the mainland film market, and also to nurture more Hong Kong directors and other film production staff so they can enter the mainland film market. The production project of film projects must be between $25 million and $150 million. Approved film projects will receive a maximum of $10 million from the government. The scheme is expected to provide a greater incentive for private investment and provides finance for 20 film projects in the next 2 to 3 years to bring a total investment of $700 million to the film market. We will continue to support local and overseas training courses for different film production staff with a view to providing talents for different positions in film production, thereby enhancing the quality of films. We hope that by strengthening the support to the Hong Kong film industry, we can increase its exposure in the mainland and global film market, facilitate exchanges between the film industry in Hong Kong, the mainland, and other countries, and help promising Hong Kong filmmakers to broaden their horizons and culture of different regions, bringing new paradigms for Hong Kong film. Mr. Ma Feng Kwok. In 2000, the government set the definition of cultural and creative industry. 11 industries are covered. That is advertising, agriculture, design, digital entertainment, film, music, printing, and publishing, and television, computer games, and so on. But then after 20 years of development, there is more diversity in cultural and creative industries. So the government is going to publish a blueprint for arts and culture and creative industries development. Are you going to update the definition of cultural and creative industries? So how are you proposing to do that? Secretary. We are now actively promoting the development of the cultural and creative industries. Now, there are many trades that we never considered in the past have now emerged, and as we promote cultural and creative industries, we will certainly bear in mind the latest development and the latest media. Now, there are 8 creative industries that we promote now. For example, design, it covers a wide array of designs activities, design of jewelries, furniture, fashion, everything. So design covers an extensive scope. And then television, films, they also cover a wide array of the industries, including the development of streaming platforms. So we already cover a wide scope in our subsidy schemes. And what we want to promote is cross-sectoral and cross-genre collaboration. And for cross-sectoral, again, the scope is even more extensive. Maybe there's collaboration not currently included in the culture and creative industries could be allowed. So in terms of the development in future, we are adopting an open mind and we are adopting a relaxed approach. We don't want to narrow the scope. As long as it has to do with the development of the cultural and creative industries, then after we set up the new cultural and creative industries development agency, we will certainly promote even these trades. So members could rest assured. But we don't want to, set definitions for different industries. And even if we include a few more industries, that actually would restrict the development of other emerging cultural and creative industries. Ms. Sarah Lee. Now, on promoting cultural and creative industries, in particular the film industry, we see the government has various funding schemes to promote creativity. This council also had a motion debate on how we can do better in terms of patriotic education. Members suggested creative industries, film, music, arts, and so on. These are all good channels for promoting patriotic education. Will you make good use of the existing schemes? To include the element of patriotic education. So if a project carries this element, and then there could be additional scores, then more investors, members of the public, or those the creative industry practitioners may then consider creative ways in promoting patriotic education. Then the public will come to learn more about the national development and the culture of our country. Secretary. Now, if there are schemes that will further promote patriotic education, definitely we will support these projects. In terms of cultural and creative industries, of course, we must first consider the angle of promoting the development of these industries. That means how do we promote the development of a particular creative industry, and how the industry could contribute to the economic impetus for Hong Kong, and also provide more development opportunities. This will be our main focal points. But then among the different cultural and creative industries, we could be talking about different content. If the content is such that it will further promote patriotic education, definitely we will consider these projects in an even more positive light. Mr. Peter Shiu. I welcome this question. The government is trying to promote the development of the film industry. And we can see that we're seeing results. Our film industry actually did very well in the past in the region, but in recent years it's not been doing so well. So we support the government promoting development of the film industry. But what if we're talking about design of new products? Maybe there is a very creative product, but there are no funds for the mass production of the product, or even marketing of the products in other places. For these cases, how could the government give help? Now, if it's a commercial operation and there is need for short-term funding or financing support, there are such channels in the community. Say you develop a new product, you could try to raise funds through or borrow from the bank. Now, for venture or new startups, maybe they start with an idea and then eventually they develop it into a business, and in the course of the business, how do they expand the scale of production to meet market needs? Now, when we promote cultural and creative industries in future, and also, as you know, we're going to set up the cultural and creative industries development agency. So we will try to help these different businesses from the point of view of promoting the development of the industry. And we'll be doing more in that respect, and that will include overseas marketing, supporting overseas marketing efforts and so on. And say for a particular project there is need for startup funds, we'll see if there are ways for us to help. So we look at it we'll look at individual projects. Now, of course, in the market, maybe they can find investors, or they can get support from financial institutions. And of course, we also have to create smart initiatives, CSI, and we could give some support there. But then we can't invest in each and every project like some funds may do. So it all starts with an idea and how the idea is developed, and eventually there's a startup business, and then there's marketing, and how they can sign contracts with others for production, for sales, or they want to register IP and so on. Well, for the new development agency, it will offer help in these areas as far as possible, so that a good project could be realized. Reverend Peter Kuhn. The government provides funding to 9 major performing arts groups, and that's about 30% more than the total amount of funds given to others 300 smaller performing arts groups. So the government is not giving these smaller groups enough support. So are you going to provide funding to different performing arts groups in a more proportionate manner? Secretary. The funding for the cultural industry sector is not the same as that under the CSI. Now, there are currently various funding schemes for different cultural groups for their performances each year. There are 9 major performing arts groups that we provide them with regular funding. So those are the 9 groups you just referred to, and that funding covers administrative costs and also the production costs of annual performances. Recently, there's been much discussion as to whether there is a need to review the way we fund arts and cultural activities. We're just going to keep to the 9 major performing arts groups, and maybe there are other emerging performing arts groups that have become well developed and they need some funding support. So we will be reviewing such matters. As the government provides funds to the culture and arts centers, we will review the funding arrangement. Of course, when any groups use government resources, they always have to consider the benefits to society. So how many people will be able to enjoy their performances, and how will that help to upgrade the quality of the cultural and art development? Well, these are issues we'll consider, but in any case, we'll bear in mind the members' views. Thank you. Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. Well, in relation to this question, we're just focusing on films. But then there are technological advancements and so on. So that's why we have IP films, microfilms, and so on. They are fast developing. So for these emerging cultural and arts industries, such as the production of microfilms and so on, would the government be giving any support in any way? Secretary, in the policy address last year, and I mentioned that in my main reply. We have a program for the streaming platform. So for because we see there are no new TV series and films being shown on streaming platforms, and they're very popular. So that's why we want to make use of the latest streaming platforms for the promotion of the new productions. And so they will become a part of the whole ecosystem. Now, of course, there are many projects related to films, but what we are trying to do is to nurture talents, directors, production staff, and so on. So it doesn't matter what platforms you use for showing your films. Now, for the directors or the post-production staff and so on, they are very important. They could produce a film for release in the cinema. They could produce work for showing in TVs or online or in a streaming platform. So in the past few years, our focus has been on nurturing talents, directors, producers, and so on. So there will be more young people joining the film industry, and then they could further promote the quality of such productions. Thank you.
Last question seeking an oral reply, Professor Lau Chi-pang. Following the announcement of the introduction of primary humanities in the Chief Executive's 2023 policy address, the Education Bureau, or EDB, promulgated the Primary Humanities Curriculum Framework Provisional Draft and related complementary arrangements on the 23rd of November 2023. According to information, humanities curriculum covers content such as community, citizenship, and the country, and is based on the current general studies curriculum with enrichments of Chinese culture, history, and national geography elements. Some public are concerned about the teacher qualifications for and the teaching quality of humanities subjects of primary and secondary schools. Will the government inform this council, one, of the criteria to be adopted and the arrangements to be made for selecting primary humanities teachers so as to ensure that they have a thorough understanding of the contents, such as development of the country, and to safeguard teaching quality. 2, whether it will consider requiring that primary school teachers must complete mainland study tours with a minimum number of study hours before they can teach humanities so as to ensure that they have personal experience and understanding of the latest development of the country and to enhance the capability in teaching humanities. 3, as there are views that a large number of teachers are required for the subjects of senior secondary CS, junior secondary Chinese history, and primary humanities, whether the government has considered including relevant contents such as mainland study tours as graduation requirements for education degree programs so as to deepen the students' understanding of the development of the country, enable them to make early preparation for taking up a career of education in the future. Secretary for Education. Mr. President, following the announcement of the introduction of primary humanities in the Chief Executive 2023 Policy Address, the Education Bureau, or EDB, promulgated the Primary Humanities Curriculum Framework Provisional Draft and related complementary arrangements on the 23rd of November 2023. The newly introduced primary humanities rests on the foundation of the current curriculum of general studies for primary school, with most of the content derived from that of the existing general studies. In order for the curriculum to keep pace with the times and cultivate in students a sense of belonging to our country and affection for Chinese people, as well as a sense of national identity more systematically for patriotic education, elements of Chinese culture, national history, and national geography are enriched through reorganization of themes. Our reply to Professor Lau's question is as follows. As in other subjects at primary level, schools in general will deploy teachers to teach the subject according to various criteria, including competency, expertise, experience, qualifications. Given the fact that primary humanities is not a brand new subject and most of the content is derived from the existing general studies curriculum, teachers currently teaching general studies should master the teaching content, pedagogy, assessment methods of the subject, and take up the teaching of the new curriculum competently. Nevertheless, to facilitate more effective implementation of the new curriculum in schools, the EDB will, as always, continue to provide diversified professional training courses, seminars, and workshops for teachers to enable them to fully understand the contents, such as the latest development of our country, and accurately grasp the curriculum and assessment requirements of primary humanities, as well as related pedagogical approaches in order to ensure the quality of teaching and learning. Starting from the 2023-24 school year, the EDB provides professional training courses that offer approximately 4,000 places every year. The content of the courses cover national historical figures and stories, cultural heritage of our country, national geography, and the latest development of our country. We've also set up a primary humanities learning circle to facilitate professional exchange among teachers and broaden their horizons. Second, regarding the suggestion on the requirements of training hours of mainland study tours for humanities education, the EDB clearly stipulated in the guidelines on teachers' professional conduct issued in December 2022 that teachers should set cultivating values and nurturing people as the goal, be committed to cultivating the younger generation with an affection for the country and their home. So all teachers are required to have a full understanding of the national affairs and the latest development of our country in order to help students accurately understand our country and cultivate a sense of belonging. In fact, the EDB has all along been providing diversified study tours and exchange activities, as well as mainland study tours which are in line with the school curriculum and the latest development of our country. Furthermore, newly joined teachers in publicly funded schools and promoted teachers in public sector schools are currently required to participate in the mainland study tours to understand and experience the latest development of our country. The EDB has organized a total of 7 study tours for newly joined teachers from April to July this year, providing training opportunities in the mainland for 820 teachers. In the 2023-24 school year, we will further increase the places for mainland study tours, cooperate with mainland institutions in different provinces and cities to organize around 45 mainland study tours for approximately 5,000 newly joined teachers in publicly funded schools and promoted teachers in public sector schools, providing them with opportunities to engage in learning in the mainland. The Education Bureau and school sponsoring bodies will also provide professional exchange and training activities in the mainland with different themes to meet the needs through thematic talks, school visits, visits to enterprises, cultural sites, historical sites, which allow them to gain first-hand experience of the development of our country to strengthen their abilities to nurture students' sense of national identity. They can also take part in multifaceted exchanges with their counterparts in the mainland through various channels and platforms, such as Sister School Scheme and Mainland Hong Kong Teachers Exchange and Collaboration Program. At present, all teachers, including those who will teach primary humanities, have ample opportunities to take part in mainland study tours. They possess considerable knowledge and understanding of national affairs and the latest development. We consider that at this stage it is not necessary to set training hour requirements of study tours for individual subjects. However, we will continuously review the implementation of the curriculum and adjust the strategies of teacher professional training and arrangements with reference to the views of the ad hoc committee and in response to the actual situation to ensure quality of teacher. 3. Regarding mainland tours as graduation requirement of education degree programs, according to the existing mechanism, the tertiary institutions will keep abreast of social development and educational trends, keep pace with the times, review and update the graduation requirements. As always, the government fully supports institutions to provide opportunities of mainland study tours for tertiary students. For the requirements of degree programs related to education, the EDB has collaborated with teacher education universities to develop a guiding framework for primary and secondary teacher education programs, which will be implemented progressively starting from the 2023-24 academic year. Given that the framework covers other learning experiences, teacher education universities are recommended to arrange for prospective teacher visits to the mainland at least once for learning and exchange during their study period to broaden the horizon and gain first-hand experience of the development of the country, thereby enhancing the sense of national identity. Currently, these universities have provided prospective teachers with opportunities to take part in mainland study tours and exchange, such as academic and cultural exchanges, visits to schools in the Greater Bay Area. Among these, the Education University of Hong Kong has incorporated mainland study tour-related contents into the compulsory modules of the Bachelor of Education programs to deepen prospective teachers' understanding of our country's development. The EDB provides subsidies through the Mainland Experience Scheme for post-secondary students to help them participate in short-term internship or study in the mainland, encourage them to learn through first-hand experience of the country's development and have a deeper understanding of the socio-economic and cultural landscape of the country. As announced in the 2023 policy address, starting from the 2023-24 academic year, the UGC University Grants Committee will inject $100 million into the funding scheme for mainland and global engagement and student learning experience for universities to provide more exchange and learning opportunities to the mainland and outside Hong Kong in the coming 3 years. At the same time, achieving the target promulgated in the 2022 policy address of having about 50% of local undergraduate students of UGC-funded universities gaining learning experience in the mainland and outside Hong Kong by 2025-26. The EDB encourages the teacher education universities to make good use of the subsidies in arranging for tours and exchanges for the education degree students. To sum up, to tie in with the patriotic education, EDB will support teachers to understand the national affairs and our country's development through diversified strategies so as to guide students in inheriting the fine traditions of Chinese culture and to nurture in them national pride and cultural confidence so that they can help advance national rejuvenation and build an even better Hong Kong. I'd like to follow up on the administration information. It seems that the administration has made a lot of effort to promote mainland study tours for in-service as well as prospective teachers. Now, my question is, after taking part in these activities and exchanges, has the government obtained information as to how the quality of teaching and learning has improved? If not, will the government conduct questionnaire surveys or focus group discussions so as to gauge the impact of these activities on enhancing the quality of teaching and learning? Secretary for Education. About Professor Lau's question on assessing the effectiveness of mainland study tours and exchanges for teachers and prospective teachers. First of all, there is a regular assessment mechanism for teacher professional training. At the conclusion of each course, we collect feedback from the participating teachers on the quality of these courses. At the same time, for the operator of the courses, we also hold regular meetings to gauge the suitability and the effectiveness of the courses. Now, of course, Professor Lau is concerned whether the participating teachers could apply what they've learned in the courses. This is assessed through regular school inspection, as well as sharing sessions for participating teachers. So this is our follow-up action. It is not the case that this will happen there and then after the teacher has completed a course. Our findings are that teachers are able to flexibly apply what they have learned from these activities. Professor Lau, I've asked my question. Professor Priscilla Leung, I have a supplementary. Deputy President, that's part 3 to the reply. My question for the Secretary is this. Say, for graduating students from the University or Education University of Hong Kong, they will soon become teachers. Will you make it a compulsory requirement for them to undergo a mainland study tour during their period of study before they can be qualified as teachers? Now, to give you an example, for City University, since 1987, the graduating students of law school in my university must complete a course on Chinese law. And this is unprecedented. We started our program in 1987. Will you consider mandating prospective teachers graduating from these universities to take a mainland study tour? Secretary, as I have said in my reply, for the Education University of Hong Kong, they've incorporated mainland study tour into the compulsory modules of the Bachelor of Education programs. That means, as a core subject, all students will be required to go on a mainland study tour. Dr. Tik Chi-yun. President, I'm a strong supporter of national education. In recent years, we're all concerned about the government's efforts in promoting national education, the education of national affairs, and patriotic education. There must be diversified channels for students to learn. Now, is it that we are placing too much emphasis on national education and not moral education in particular? How do you strike a balance between national education and students' mental health needs? Now, Secretary, for national education and patriotic education, they are core to our efforts in cultivating positive values among students in terms of their sense of national identity, their knowledge about our country, and social cohesion. These are very important in a student's development. So in terms of national education and patriotic education, there is no conflict between our efforts in these two areas and positive values education. We can enhance a sense of cultural confidence. We can instill in them a sense of purpose so that as they grow up, they will have a more global perspective. I think that this will be very beneficial to a student's development. Mr. Chu Kwok-kang, the general studies subject in the primary schools are always used as a trump card. That means this wild card, or rather, can be taught by just any teacher, and the curriculum can include a variety of contents. Now, I conducted a survey. 31.4% of teachers possessed a diploma or degree in general studies. That's a small percentage. 16.5% of the GS teachers did not possess any diploma or degree in general studies at the primary level. Now, these figures are really astonishing. With the introduction of primary humanities, there are now new requirements. Will the government require that teachers of primary humanities must possess the relevant diplomas or degrees? Will there be relevant courses for the prospective teachers to hone their skills? Now, there are different factors as to whether we should delegate teachers for different specialized subjects. Of course, the stronger the knowledge a teacher has in the subject, the better the teacher will be able to cultivate the student's interest. Now, the primary humanities subject will only take up 7% of the total class hours. And the teacher will need to teach different levels of the primary school in order to truly implement this approach. Like Mr. Chu Kwok-heung said, some primary schools are able to designate a subject teacher for a particular subject that has to do with the school size and class size and other factors. I suppose Mr. Chu Kwok-heung also understands that the number of students in the class, the number of classes in the school, and the class hours for that subject affect whether this approach can be implemented in a school. Not every school can afford designating a GS teacher to teach GS subjects only. Usually, these teachers will predominantly teach major subjects. At the primary level, these subjects are rather general in nature. Unlike at secondary level, these subjects fall under specific disciplines. Mr. Tang Fei. Now, in the curriculum framework of primary humanities, I'm delighted to see that there are thematic learning and teaching studies instead of the traditional exams. This is beneficial to making a breakthrough on the current approach of exam-oriented education system. The workload is relatively lighter. I suppose it's just talk and talk. But but there may be an increase in workload in organizing activities for students. Now, as we all know, there is already too much on the plate of teachers. Apart from teacher professional training, is there any other means to help teachers adapt to the new teaching mode and alleviate their workload? Secretary. President, as explained just now, it's not a brand new subject, albeit a new title called Humanities. In fact, 90% of the content comes from the general studies curriculum. In terms of pedagogy, teachers should always keep pace with the times and understand the students' needs. We cannot stick to the same pedagogical approach throughout our professional career. It's part of our job to deploy different means of teaching to achieve this purpose. And if we're able to do that, we will be able to have less stress and have a better interaction with the students. Mr. Holden Chow. In the main reply, for the Bachelor of Education programs, it is said that at least the students should be arranged to go on a mainland study tour once during the period of study. But I don't think it is enough just to have one study tour. Because if you go on a single tour, everything will be kept at the surface. There won't be any deepened understanding of the country. Will there be an indicator requiring the student to stay there for a certain period of time, say a month or 3 months, for them to truly understand our country's development? Secretary. President, as I explained, apart from mainland exchanges and activities organized by the government, we also hope that students can go on one of these study tours at least once during the period of study. But apart from that, there are many other exchange opportunities, such as collaboration with a sister school scheme, as well as another collaboration program in which they can exchange ideas on how they teach the same subject. We have the Mainland Hong Kong Teachers Exchange and Collaboration Program. Apart from newly joined teachers, promoted teachers, and prospective teachers who would receive training in the form of mainland study tours, there are other programs and exchange opportunities offered by the EDB in the mainland. For example, we have 100,000 places for secondary and primary students to go on mainland exchange tours. We also have places for CS teachers to go on exchange in the mainland. They also lead the mainland study tours through which they can know more about our country.
政府法案首讀。
Government bills, first reading. Nurses Registration Amendment Bill 2023, Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023, Extension of Government Leases Bill, Building Management Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading, Secretary for Health. Madam Deputy, I move the second reading of the Nurses Registration Amendment Bill 2023. Over the years, Hong Kong has been facing an increasingly serious shortage of nurses. The Healthcare Manpower Projection 2020 showed that the manpower gap for general nursing will continue to widen in the short to medium term. That has added the burden on our frontline nurses. Under the Nurses Registration Ordinance, in order to be qualified as registered nurses or enrolled nurses, one has to either complete a training course in Hong Kong or pass a licensing examination administered by the Nursing Council of Hong Kong. We have been committed to boosting our training capacity. However, that takes time and there are physical constraints. And so we cannot just rely on increasing local training places to address the manpower shortage. On the other hand, the number of applicants applying to sit the licensing examination for RN and EN has remained on the low side. So we have to face up to this problem. There is a genuine need to increase new pathways for admitting qualified non-locally trained nurses to address the shortage of nurses. The bill seeks to introduce these pathways. We plan to admit non-locally trained nurses, whether they be Hong Kong residents or not, to practice in Hong Kong. Under the bill, the first pathway is limited registration enrollment for non-locally trained nurses to serve in specified settings in the public healthcare sector and social welfare sector, such as residential care homes for the elderly and persons with disability. They cannot migrate to full registration or enrollment. The second pathway is special registration or enrollment to enable non-locally trained nurses to serve in various clinical settings in clinics and hospitals in the public healthcare sector. And after serving for a certain number of years, SR or E nurses who are assessed by the employing institutions to have performed satisfactorily and competently based on the criteria specified by the Nursing Council of Hong Kong will be eligible for full registration and enrollment. Both pathways seek to address the nursing shortage. However, they come with different purposes. For LR and E, the intention is to attract nurses capable of serving in specified settings in the public healthcare sector and social welfare sector to help tie over manpower needs. And the purpose of SE or R is intended to attract nurses capable of serving in various clinical settings in clinics and hospitals in the public healthcare sector. And they have the potential to join our nursing fleet in Hong Kong. Before making an application, these nurses must be employed and selected by employing institutions. Each category of LR or E and SR and E will be the same as the employment period offered by the employer. In any event, it must not be over 3 years. The introduction of non-locally trained nurses will not prejudice the professionalism of our nurses. Non-locally trained nurses that can practice in Hong Kong must hold qualifications outside Hong Kong that is broadly comparable in terms of curriculum of programs to any training course recognized by Nursing Council for full registration, and they must possess the relevant clinical or nursing experience. The Nursing Council, being the regulatory body for the nursing profession, will vet applications based on these criteria to ensure applicants meet the necessary professional standards. While we propose to introduce non-locally trained nurses, locally trained healthcare personnel will continue to form the basis of our healthcare manpower. We'll continue to provide resources to boost the training capacity of local institutions. If the bill is passed by the Council, we will require the Hospital Authority, the Department of Health, and employers in the social welfare sector to accord priority to locally trained nurses with comparable qualifications and experience. Should we have enough locally trained nurses to meet the service demand, we'll demand these employers to stop hiring non-locally trained nurses to safeguard the employment of locally trained nurses. Apart from LRE and SRE, we propose to introduce temporary registration or enrollment to enable nurses from other jurisdictions to perform academic exchanges or clinical demonstrations in Hong Kong for up to 14 days. Limited or temporary registration or enrollment nurses cannot migrate to full registration or enrollment. We'll take this opportunity to make the fulfillment of continuing nursing education requirement a prerequisite for all nurses under full registration and enrollment for renewal of their practicing certificates. Currently, there is no such requirement. The proposal will enhance the professional development of nurses and ensure the quality of services provided by nurses. We are also proposing a few technical amendments to the Nursing Registration Ordinance. The purpose is to enhance the Nursing Council's effective regulation of nurses to ensure that their regulatory regime is up to date. Amongst others, we will require nurses to update their information about their employment and practice upon renewal of their practicing certificate to facilitate effective regulation by the Nursing Council. The Nursing Council is also empowered to provide information to the Secretary for Health for the purpose of formulating healthcare policies. On the 10th of March, we consulted the panel on health services on the new LRE and SRE pathways and mandatory continuing nursing education. And in between March and June, we consulted the relevant stakeholders covering the Nursing Council, the nursing sector, the doctors and healthcare sector, patients groups, training institutions, and the social welfare sector. We have reached out to over 80 bodies and organizations, and the response is generally positive. The nursing manpower crunch in the public healthcare and social welfare sectors is an indisputable fact. We have to address this as a matter of urgency. I look forward to members' support for the bill to alleviate our nursing shortage and enhance the overall professional standard of nurses. The administration will do all it can to support the scrutiny of the bill by the Council. Thank you.
And I propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read a second time in accordance with the rules of procedure. The second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move the second reading of the Electronic Traffic Enforcement Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2023. This bill aims to empower the Hong Kong Police Force to issue fixed penalty tickets for traffic contraventions as part of the government's new measures under smart mobility to raise the overall efficiency of traffic enforcement through the application of technology. In the long run, the new regime is expected to foster better driving attitude among drivers, which helps reduce traffic accidents, enhance road safety, and ease traffic congestion. Currently, the police can invoke the Fixed Penalty Traffic Contraventions Ordinance or the Fixed Penalty Criminal Proceedings Ordinance to issue FPTs to a person liable involved in a specified traffic contravention or offense. Yet, the current laws require the FPTs to be served personally on the person in charge of the vehicle, fixed on the vehicle, or served on the registered vehicle owner or offending driver by post. The legislation does not allow the issuance of FPTs by electronic means. That warrants a legislative amendment to implement electronic traffic enforcement. The bill contains 4 key points. First, the bill provides for the procedure of serving penalty tickets electronically. An electronic penalty ticket, or EPT, is made up of 2 parts, an SMS or email notice and an online notice. The HKPF must first upload the online notice onto its traffic enforcement thematic portal for inspection by a person liable. Then, the SMS or email notice is sent to the registered owner or offending driver. A person involved who wishes to dispute their legal liability can also notify the HKPF electronically. The current provisions on issuing paper-based penalty tickets will be kept. This is to allow the police to switch from paper-based tickets to EPTs in phases so that the public can gradually adapt to the change. Second, the bill empowers the Commissioner of Transport to collect from the registered owners and holders of driving licenses, various other licenses and permits, their e-contact means, email addresses or phone numbers for enforcement purposes. Any change in the e-contact means will be subject to the same requirement as address changes. This means registered owners and holders of driving licenses, various other licenses and permits must inform the Transport Department in accordance with the law. Third, the bill will repeal the current prescribed forms of penalty tickets under the Fixed Penalty Traffic Contraventions Ordinance and the Fixed Penalty Criminal Proceedings Ordinance. Instead, the bill will prescribe the essential items of a penalty ticket and empower the Commissioner of Police to specify the form of the ticket. This change will let the police update the payment details or revise the form of tickets due to software development with ease when appropriate in the future. This will facilitate enforcement and make life easier for payers of fines. Fourth, the bill proposes electronic issuance of notices referred to under Section 63 of the Road Traffic Ordinance. That notice demands that people provide the police with information on a driver suspected of a traffic offense or involvement in a road accident. People who receive such a notice will be able to reply to the police electronically. To help the public get used to the new initiative, the HKPF added special features for the public and frontline enforcement officers to the traffic enforcement system when it was developed. The features include the Traffic E-Enforcement thematic portal and a mobile application with a system to manage penalty tickets for vehicles and a function for owners to appoint agents to handle the tickets for the vehicles they own. The system also allows owners to generate an encrypted QR code for every vehicle or other vehicle that sees frequent changes in its driver. Before driving, the driver can scan the QR code with a dedicated mobile app to receive the push notification of the ticket. This lets the driver handle the ticket for the owner based on the message. The arrangement will reduce the administrative burden on the owner or management, who can consider using this function based on their actual needs. Moreover, frontline enforcement officers will have a dedicated mobile app that automatically checks before a ticket is issued whether a vehicle is already subject to tickets from other officers within a certain time frame. If affirmative, the system will alert the frontline officers and show the information to help officers determine whether to issue a ticket for the vehicle. Before the new measure is launched, the HKPF will engage in a series of education and publicity efforts, including showing the public a sample of the thematic portal and teaching people how to tell a real site and a real SMS or email notice from fake ones. The bill brings no changes to the penalty levels of traffic offenses or contraventions. In June 2022, we consulted the panel on transport on this legislative proposal, which received members' general support. President, the bill helps promote smart mobility and is in line with the broader trend of electronic delivery of public services. In the long run, this amendment will lead to safer roads and better road conditions. The HKPF will continue to step up publicity and education while staying closely in touch with the transport sector. The police will offer suitable assistance to owners or drivers who truly struggle with electronic services to ensure success in traffic e-enforcement. I invite members to support the bill. I so submit. Thank you, President.
And I propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. Secretary for Development. President, I move the second reading of the extension of government leases bill. President, the government has been handling the renewal of land leases in accordance with 1997 land policy, i.e. residential, commercial, and industrial leases which do not fall under the category of special purpose leases. In general, the government will extend lease unless there are public interest considerations against it. It will be extended for a term of 50 years without payment of any additional premium, but annual rent the equivalent to 3% of prevailing rateable value will be charged. The bill will maintain the 1997 land policy. The legislation will only change the way in which the land leases are renewed. That is, a standing mechanism will be established by law to renew land leases by batches in a streamlined manner by publication in the Gazette, thus avoiding the cumbersome procedure of executing a new lease with all owners. The bill will apply to all non-renewable leases expiring on or after the day the legislation comes into operation. As for special purpose leases, i.e. public utilities, special industries, education and welfare, which are not covered by the bill, their renewal will continue to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis by way of contract in accordance with the established mechanism. The bill covers the following three areas. 1. The Director of Lands will, at least 6 years before the expiry of each batch of land leases, publish in the Gazette an extension notice and a non-extension list in the form of a negative list announcing that the land leases expiring within the period specified will be renewed, unless the land leases are listed in the non-renewal list. For the sake of clarity and certainty, the Director will publish a renewal notice and a non-renewal list on the last working day of each year, covering land leases expiring in 6 years' time. For example, the Director will publish a notice on the 31st of December 2024 to renew leases expiring in 2031. For leases expiring in or before 2030, i.e. leases expiring in less than 6 years, the Director will publish the relevant notice on the commencement date of the legislation. Specifically, subject to LegCo's endorsement in the coming few months, we hope that the bill will come into operation around the middle of next year, and to renew these leases expiring in less than 6 years in one go on the commencement date. Second, upon renewal, the lease conditions will be retained, and in accordance with the 1997 land policy, a renewal clause of 50 years will be added with no premium payable but subject to the payment of an annual rent, as well as the clauses to safeguard the government's power of enforcement. Other than that, all interests, encumbrances, and rights under the original leases will be carried forward. Third, pursuant to the requirements of the Office of the Commissioner of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or OCMFA, the bill stipulates that the real estate owned by consular missions and offices of representatives of international organizations for use as chancelleries or residences of heads of missions and mission staff should continue to be subject to the existing requirements of OCMFA in June 2022 of obtaining the approval of OCMFA prior to the expiry, together with the approval of the government for renewal 6 years before the expiry. And this has always been the case, and this is by no means a new requirement. And this is really the diplomatic power of the Foreign Ministry. We consulted the panel on development in May this year and subsequently the relevant professional bodies and stakeholders, including the surveying, banking, legal, real estate, and business sectors. All of them welcomed the legislative proposals. We are pleased to note that after the publication of the bill, various sectors, including the Institute of Surveyors, the Chambers of Commerce, and political parties have expressed their strong support. They acknowledged that the new mechanism can ensure that a large number of expiring leases will be handled in an efficient manner and provide certainty to owners and boost the investors' confidence. And this is crucial to Hong Kong's economic development and people's livelihood. In response to stakeholders, the bill doubles the time for publication of extension notice from 3 years to 6 years prior to expiry. This addresses directly the stakeholders' desire for early determination of the renewal, and at the same time, we have balanced the public expectations that the government should consider whether to renew the leases closer to the expiry of the leases. These adjustments are also welcomed and supported by the stakeholders. President, land leases and the properties they contain are an important foundation of people's livelihood and economic development. Various sectors of the community look forward to an early passage of the bill so as to benefit the people and the business community. I urge members to support and pass the bill. We will assist in the scrutiny of the bill with a view to bringing about its early implementation. So I speak. Thank you, President.
I now propose the question that the aforesaid bill be read the second time in accordance with the rules of procedure. The second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. President, I move that the Building Management Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. We are all concerned about the operation of owners in corporation. With a growing number of aged buildings in need of repair and renovation, owners are increasingly concerned about how decisions on major building maintenance are made by OCs, owners in corporation. There has been a strong call from the community for better control over how the management committees handle day-to-day management. The bill seeks to amend the Building Management Bill Cap 344 to require the engagement of more owners in procurement decisions to improve the transparency and accountability of the operation of MCs, management committees, as well as to enhance deterrence against non-compliance with the BMO. There are three main parts in the bill. First, on large-scale maintenance and high-value procurement, there will be the new requirement of voting in person and disclosure information, and also other large-scale maintenance procurement. And the second is to impose additional requirements on financial statements. And the third is to introduce criminal sanctions for improper keeping of records of OCs. Now, currently, owners may attend a meeting of owners in person or through appointing proxies. With proxies, it is possible that resolutions for procurement are passed with the presence of only a few owners. Given the huge stake involved in large-scale maintenance procurement, both in terms of scopes and financial implications, to protect owners and to minimize potential disputes, the bill will require that resolution for large-scale maintenance procurement can only be passed if at least 5% of the owners or 100 owners, whichever is the lesser, have voted in person. The bill has also added that for large-scale maintenance procurement, the bill will introduce additional requirements. The bill will replace the annual budget benchmark by average annual expenditure. This will better reflect the actual expenditure pattern and reduce the risk of circumventing the tendering and related requirements by deliberately inflating the annual budget. In addition, the bill will introduce a number of measures to enhance the integrity and transparency of the conduct of tender for large-scale maintenance procurement and high-value procurement. Among others, MC office bearers, managers, and other persons responsible for conducting the procurement will need to declare interest, and they must specify the minimum number of potential suppliers that must be invited. There will also be adjustment to requirements for financial statements. Under the current ordinance, only financial statements of OCs in respect of buildings with more than 50 flats are required to be audited. However, in view that the income and expenditure of a building with a smaller number of flats may still be substantial, it would be more appropriate to use the income expenditure as the basis for determining the audit requirement. And to enable owners to have an earlier access to financial statements, the bill proposes a new requirement for displaying the financial statements in a prominent place in the building once available. On criminal sanctions, the administration considers that there is a need to strike a balance between the deterrent effect and the impact on owners' participation in building management. The bill will keep the existing offences under the BMO unchanged while introducing new offences in relation to the keeping of important OC documents, including accounting documents, meeting minutes, tender documents, and proxy instruments. Upon conviction, the convener of the meeting or MC office bearer will be liable to a fine. There will also be a statutory defense for the new offences to protect OC members that have exercised all due diligence. The bill has given due consideration to views of stakeholders. We have conducted 13 engagement sessions with political parties, LegCo members, and representatives of the property management sector to listen to their views on the latest proposals. In April, we consulted the LegCo panel on home affairs, culture, and sports. We're most grateful to the view given to us by stakeholders. We urge members to support the bill for its early passage so that the proposals can be implemented as soon as possible to improve building management. And I put a question to you, and that is, the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment Bill 2023. The Honourable Chen Kim-po, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Chen Kim-po. Thank you, Madam Deputy. As Chairman of the Bills Committee on Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023 and Taxi Driver Offence Points Bill, I report the deliberations of the bill to the Council. There were 5 meetings between the Bills Committee and the administration. We also invited members of the public to attend oral hearings and submit written submissions to the bill. Now, I'd like to report to you our deliberations on the first bill. The bill seeks to amend the road traffic legislation to implement measures conducive to enhancing the quality of service of taxis and to promote development of the industry. The measures include introducing new taxi fleet regime and to increase the maximum passenger seating capacity of taxis from 5 to 6, and also to introduce a new two-tier penalty system for certain serious taxi driver-related offences, and to increase the penalties for offences related to illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward by motor vehicles. Now, on introducing a taxi fleet regime, most members are in favour of the introduction of a taxi fleet regime. The new regulatory approach will also help establish professional fleet management, which will benefit the development of the taxi industry in the long run. However, some members are of the view that the setting up and operating costs can be rather high, and the administration has not provided sufficient incentives to attract participation of the trade. So they suggest that fleet taxis, especially those with high operating costs, such as 6-passenger seated taxis, to charge higher fares. There is also a suggestion that certain sites should be granted by short-term tenancies to fleet licensees for fleet management and maintenance, as well as designating stopping places for fleet taxis at the airport and cross-boundary points to facilitate the picking up of pre-booked passengers by the fleet taxis. According to the administration, they will allow fleet licensees to charge to determine the fares of pre-arranged journeys, and the customized fare may be in the form of a booking fee on which there is no cap. Fleet licensees may also agree on a lump sum fare with the hirers before the ride. Therefore, fleet licensees may adjust the fares depending on the circumstances at the time of booking and hires requests, such as charging higher fares during peak hours or for specific types of vehicles. The administration anticipates that the relevant measures will enhance the financial sustainability of fleet taxis. Besides, the administration will designate stopping places for pre-booked fleet taxis at the airport and cross-boundary control points to facilitate the use of fleet taxi services by the public and tourists. Some members are concerned about whether fleet taxis will constitute competition to general taxis, which may be phased out in the long run. There are also concerns that the excessively high threshold for forming taxi fleets may put small taxi dealers or single taxi owners who wish to participate in the regime in a disadvantaged position. The administration emphasizes that the policy objective of introducing a taxi fleet regime is to enhance the overall quality of taxi services and promote the healthy development of the taxi industry in the long run. They believe that these fleets will set a good example and will boost passengers' confidence in taxi services, encouraging more industry players to join the taxi fleets. The administration expects that in the initial phase of introduction, about 3 to 4 taxi fleet licenses will be issued, involving a maximum of about 3,000 to 4,000 fleet taxis. And this only accounts for about 20% of the total number of 18,000 odd taxis licensees in Hong Kong. A fleet licensee must own fleet taxis of not less than 10% of the minimum fleet size, that is at least 30 taxis, and therefore it does not consider these requirements will be an obstacle to small taxi dealers or individual single taxi owners who wish to form joint ventures to establish the fleets for participation in the regime. To facilitate booking by passengers through electronic means, the administration recommends that fleet licensees should provide online booking channels for passengers. Recognizing the high cost of developing relevant booking platforms may place financial pressure on licensees, some members suggest that the administration should establish a common online taxi hailing platform for use by all fleet taxis. This will reduce the operating costs of fleet taxis, and a common platform can also enhance the success rate of matching and alleviate the need for people to download multiple booking apps. Rather than having the government to set up an online hailing platform, the administration considers it more preferable to let the market evolve on its own and give more room for industries to develop and leverage on market forces to promote its long-term development. Fleet licensees may provide targeted services through online booking platforms according to their unique marketing strategies and the needs of their target customers. Taxi fleets will also be required to open up their data to enable third-party platforms to develop booking services that could meet market needs. Members of the public can access the website by simply scanning the relevant QR codes to book fleet taxi services. It may not necessary for them to download individual booking apps. On cracking down on illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward by motor vehicles, members are of the view that the government has been ineffective in combating such offences, and the sentences meted out by the court is also too light to serve a deterrent effect. Some members suggested the administration should set up its efforts to combat such offences, and there is also the proposal to raise the maximum fine for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward by motor vehicles, and also to lengthen the period of suspension of license and impoundment of vehicles from the current level. And members are concerned that the maximum term of imprisonment for the relevant offences has not been increased. They consider that the penalties for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward by motor vehicles should be aligned with the maximum term of imprisonment for malpractices or offences committed by drivers. They are of the view that the government should enhance the maximum term of imprisonment for the offence of using a motor vehicle for illegal carriage of passengers for hire reward, so as to serve a greater deterrent effect on drivers. The administration is of the view that raising the maximum imprisonment term and also the proposal in the bill are in line with its policy objective and should be sufficient. And so the administration proposes to move CSAs to the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill to lengthen the imprisonment term. Members have no objection to the CSA by the administration, and with also no objection to increasing the passenger seating capacity from 5 to 6. Now I turn to my personal views. Now, there have been illegal hiring of vehicles, and this has impacted on the business of taxis, and it's also very difficult for the government to phase out such practices. So we have taxis operating and those vehicles being hired illegally. The increase in penalty should be able to crack down on such offences. We even be able to attract international pre-booking operations to come to provide pre-booking services for taxis for legal operation in Hong Kong. The regime is in response to the market's demand for quality taxi services. Taxi fleets can set their own fares and can provide pre-booking services. So because the seating capacity can be raised to 6 and there should be better services, this can target higher segment of the market. In fact, there is a great demand for quality services in the taxi sector. And because taxis are not able to respond to such demands, this has helped the illegal carriage of passengers. The government expects that 3,000 to 4,000 taxis will take part in this regime as a start. We wonder if this is sufficient because nowadays people in Hong Kong are quite used to such pre-booking services, so the government may want to adjust the number after a while. There is also a great demand for higher services. Many taxi drivers have a few mobile phones are placed in front of the steer to address to calls And there are also many such booking apps in other countries, and it's also in Southeast Asia. There are plenty of such booking apps. The government should consider what is the best or the right number of such platforms in Hong Kong. For the insurance sector, we require a GPS and also cameras to be installed. In June, I moved a member's motion on how we should address this problem. I thank the administration for taking on board our suggestions. We hope that the requirements will be extended to all taxis in operation in Hong Kong. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the positioning of taxis. In fact, our public transport network is highly developed with the railway as the backbone and taxis and buses as support. Taxis or our public transport can satisfy the need of our commuting public. However, we must set the positioning of taxis right. There is still a great demand for taxis, and we should attract young drivers to join the taxi industry to phase out the older drivers. Thank you.
廖長江議員。
Mr. Martin Liao. Madam Deputy, taxis offer an alternative choice for daily transport, and they have everything to do with our daily life. Taxis can also project a good image of a place. The quality of service has been leaving a lot to be desired. Refusing hire, taking circuitous route. These are the nasty experience a lot of people have had. According to a questionnaire survey by a taxi association, 1,200 people or passengers polled said that they give 58 points to the taxis in Hong Kong out of 100. Compared with the previous survey, there was a drop by 7 points. In terms of politeness, in terms of the taxi drivers' initiative to help passengers, they score the lowest. In a nutshell, the taxi trade is crying out for some improvement. It's not simply a question of a handful of black sheep. In the 2023 Road Traffic Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill, there is a proposal to bring in a two-tier penalty system, and also the penalty will be increased for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. These may not be the answer to all the taxi problems, but this is a very good entry point. This is worth supporting. The ownership of taxis is very scattered. 18,000 taxi licenses are owned by 9,000 individuals or enterprises. And the quality of service is hard to be standardized. According to the bill, the scale of the taxi fleet, the age of the taxis, the compartment facilities, and the passenger services will be covered in the bill, and there will be monitoring on the fleet licensees. I'm sure that this new regime will go a long way to improving the quality of service of taxis. And I'm sure that the taxi drivers don't have to operate very much on their own. If they experience language barrier, they will be able to seek help from their own fleet. Taxis operators are providing 24-hour hotline, and the passengers can lodge a complaint by a mobile app, and they can give evaluation of the taxi drivers. At the Bills Committee, it is suggested that 3 or 4 fleet licenses will be introduced at the beginning, and there will be an interim assessment as one of the criteria for renewal of the licenses. I hope that the administration would monitor the effectiveness of these regimes and communicate with the trade and make improvement accordingly. And also, the bill provides that there should be a specific number of taxis. It should be no less than 10% of the total. I think there would be a good enough economy of scale, and these would be conducive to the operation of the taxi fleets. The bill sets out good mechanism. The next step is to encourage the trade to take part in this regime. Under the scheme, the fleet operators will be able to design the livery and the markings of the taxis in order to build up the brands of their own fleet as a part of the marketing strategy. In terms of the fare, since the taxi fleet operators will have to spend on the marketing, there would be financial incentive whereby the fleet licensees can customize the fare in accordance with a prearranged journey. At the boundary points and also the airport, there will be specific stopping places for these fleet taxis. In Hong Kong, we have the taxis covering different areas in Hong Kong, and there will be more fleet operators. The passengers, not least those who are not familiar with the situation in Hong Kong, might feel really confused. And I hope that the administration will assist the fleet operators to do more publicity and explain the fare that they are charging and the fact that they have to pay more for this kind of service. Madam Deputy, in order to address the deplorable services, the government will be ramping up the penalty, and there will be heavy penalties for defacing, damaging, altering the taxi meters, and also refusing hire. For the first conviction, the current level will be maintained, but for subsequent conviction, it will be increased to $25,000 and an imprisonment of 12 months. The bill also tackles the illegal carriage of passengers for hire and reward. The suspension of vehicles, the period will be increased. The increase in penalty will achieve a better deterrent effect. The administration should also assist the taxi trade to map out long-term development strategy and also to build a good foundation for future development and identify all the root causes for all the problems. In major cities like New York, London, Toronto, the taxis are facing the same problem of diminishing patronage, and they are also affected by the carpooling and also the online car hailing services, and they are all affected by these kind of point-to-point transport service. And in terms of the future development of the taxi trade, these kind of personalized point-to-point transport services is something that should be considered. The bill has taken the first step in improving the taxi services in Hong Kong. Going forward, I think the administration and the trade should attract young blood into the trade, and the government should consider the centralized online system. The government should review the licensing system and also address the issue of illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward and foster healthy development of the trade. Madam Deputy, I support the bill and also the CSAs to be moved by the Secretary. Mr. Gary Zhang. Madam Deputy, there are 18,000 taxi licenses in Hong Kong, and the licenses are on a permanent basis. There is no need for renewal, and there are no preconditions on the license regarding the service quality. If we do not amend the legislation, the administration will be running out of tools to tackle or to penalize the drivers or owners that are delivering deplorable services. According to the complaint statistics of the complaints about public transport, most of them are related to taxis. Take 1 million people, for instance, the number of complaints is the highest, totaling 20, 30 complaints, 2 or 3 times than the public transport. If you look at the news, the online discussion forum, and from a day-to-day experience, we see that people do pin very high hope on the taxi services, but they're always let down. I mean, there are black sheep in any trade, but I go along with Mr. Martinell that there are so many problems relating to taxis that cannot be described as black sheep alone. If we are going to remote areas at night, and we can imagine how many drivers are prepared to take us there. Now, it's not really simply a question of black sheep. So this legislation is really tackling the core issue. The core issue is to improve the transport, the connectivity of people in terms of quality and also quantity. People's demand remains unmet, and this problem have to be tackled by this bill. In the process, we have to strike a balance between different stakeholders. I think we have to be pragmatic. We will not be able to address all the problems overnight, and all these challenges cannot be tackled overnight. But we do understand that in this day and age, we may not really need to have major surgery, but we have to do something. We must be determined enough to improve the quality of service. Now, with a bill, it's not there just to strike a balance between different interests. We're not doing anything for one particular stratum of the community. I think we have to look at this bill the way it is couched and see whether we are really providing the answer to the problem. I think there is a glimmer of hope there. As I said a moment ago, the key issue is that the demand remains unmet. And through these taxi fleets, we will be able to use a platform or the condition that we're not increasing the number beyond 18,000. We hope that we will be able to have better supply and better services. I think this is a step in the right direction. We're not sure whether this is going to be a success, but it is well worth trying. If we adopt this taxi fleet regime, and the supply will be more effective, but still we cannot meet the demand on the part of the passengers, then we may need to consider a major surgery, and we may need to open up the market to more competition to make sure that the supply would be sufficient. But we are taking this first step, and it is a step in the right direction. The people of Hong Kong do need to have a reasonable, personalized point-to-point transport service, and this is a reasonable proposition. If the market cannot keep pace with it, we have to do something about it. However hard we try to increase the penalty, however hard we make arrest, if we do not address the supply and demand, the problem will forever be there. And as I said, the market will be able to find its own way to address the imbalance between supply and demand. So are we really tackling the issue in a passive manner, or are we taking the offensive approach? So this bill marks a good beginning, and with these words, I support the bill. Thank you.
邱達根
Mr. Duncan Chiu. Madam Deputy, I speak to support the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023 and also the CSAs to be moved by the Secretary for Transport and Logistics. The bill seeks to introduce a number of measures to enhance the quality of personalized point-to-point service of taxis for the healthy development of the sector. There will be the introduction of a taxi fleet regime, also to boost the seating capacity of taxis, and a two-tier penalty system for driver-related offences. Now, this will help better management of taxi fleets so that there can be quality point-to-point service for members of the public, and I think it is worthy of our support. Now, while the administration and the sector have made various improvement proposals, you have yet to see any results. Now, because taxis like to refuse hires, they also make day tours, and my concern is many taxis will only accept cash. They're not willing to install even octopus machine. They refuse other types of e-payment to the dissatisfaction of passengers. How come taxis are so dated? They are not willing to keep up with the times and provide quality and convenient services for the public. I have raised this issue a number of times in this council. I've urged the administration to introduce e-payment in all public means of transport. Cap 347, the road traffic legislation will be amended to empower the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to issue taxi fleet licenses, and there can be requirements on the size and also the age of vehicles, and vehicles must be able to be used by wheelchairs, etc. And there must be installation of e-payment measures. Looking at the details of the bill on licensing requirements, there is no requirement for fleet taxis to have e-payment devices. So I checked with the administration. I understand that in the licensing conditions, fleet taxis will be required to install e-payment devices. I hope that the Secretary can reiterate this in his reply so that there can be various means of e-payment devices. I'm sure this will be good news to members of the public. I am happy to see that we can at long last achieve some result in this regard. Now, in future, all fleet taxis must have e-payment devices, but it is still unknown the number of such licenses and taxis we will have. According to the administration, at most, there will be around 3,000 to 4,000 taxis participating, accounting for over 20% of the 18,000 taxis we have in Hong Kong. Hopefully, the administration can provide incentives to attract the trade to participate, and there should be more resources put in to increase the size of taxi fleets. We should allow electronic booking of taxis. It is suggested in the paper that there must be online booking arrangements, including mobile apps and also other electronic means, also to accept complaints and to give reviews of drivers' performance. It is suggested by some members of the Bills Committee that the setup costs of a booking app may be quite substantial, creating financial burden on the fleets. So it's suggested across the board platform should be introduced so that the administration can have access to information on booking pattern of such taxis. Now, of course, if you require the fleets to provide the platform, of course, that will add to the operating costs. It should either be for the government to provide a public platform, or they can choose to contract out their booking services. The fleets may come together and come up with a common platform to save resources, and it will also be more convenient to users. They don't have to go to different booking apps. Hopefully, they can consider this possibility so as to enhance the efficiency of e-booking and to make it more flexible for the industry to operate. Now, if they are to have their separate platforms, hopefully, at the initial stage of the regime, there can be some subsidies or support for the operators to lower their operating expenses. This can attract more people to join the regime. Now, pre-booking of vehicles is a common means of commuting nowadays. The taxi trade want to enhance the regulation of online booking of vehicles, but for customers, they are not happy with the service of the former, and they have a great demand for online booking of vehicles. Actually, the administration is still regulating or reviewing the relevant legislation to see whether similar requirements will apply to these vehicles. Now, there is no time to wait. The administration should consider whether they want to legislate to regulate online booked vehicles so as to provide a clear framework for the future of such vehicles. Mr. Luk Chung-ho proposes 2 amendments. First, to require the to lower the minimum fleet size owned by a licensee from 10% to 5%, and that there should at least be, and also the ratio of the number of taxis proposed to be employed by the applicant in the fleet should not be less than the threshold of 50%. I have reservation to these proposals, because with these amendments, the bill cannot be effective as it is expected to be. So with these remarks, I support the bill. Thank you. Mr. Michael Tian. Whether it be in this council or in the community, I frequently receive complaints about poor service of taxis. Sometimes they find it hard to hail a ride, and sometimes they've been refused a hire by a taxi driver. Even if they're lucky enough to catch a taxi, it may not be plain sailing until they reach a destination. There can be abuse in charges, and passengers are often forced to beg drivers. They are at their mercy. I have encountered some similar unpleasant experience with a total of 18,000 odd taxi licenses. When those licenses were granted, there was no condition attached on quality of service. There is no way the administration can penalize owners and drivers of taxis with poor service. There has been increasing calls for improving and regulating taxi services. Uber is becoming more popular. This has caused pressure on the operation of taxis, and even the taxi trade agrees that there is a need to improve its quality of service for the long-term sustainability of the trade. As early back as in 2017, I was already asking for the service of quality taxis. For instance, there should be point-to-point services. CCTV should be installed in cabin to reduce disputes, and there should also be a complaint system. So in this bill on enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services, and also the taxi driver offense points bill, and the introduction of a new regulatory regime, we welcome this direction. When it comes to all the provisions in the bill, now I have reservation on a particular point. It is mentioned that we should raise the penalty for illegal carriage for reward or hire. Yes, while we agree that the penalty should be increased. This is not the ultimate solution to the problem. Now, people like to book vehicles online. Either they book a taxi or they book a private vehicle. The former is legal, while the latter is not. Many people would go for booking apps because it is efficient and convenient. Most important of all, there is an instantaneous scoring system to ensure quality of service. So long as there is the authorization of the owner, the driver can join such a platform. Over 80% of the time, the car will be hired, so they don't need to look for passengers running on the road. And I've checked with taxis for a shift of 12 hours. There may be about 12 to 15 orders. The income, monthly income, is around 35,000 to 40,000. That is much better from free operating taxis. The income is $10,000 higher. So long as the quality is high, the driver will continue to receive calls. About 70% of the taxis in Hong Kong have joined Uber. For the remaining 30, they have not joined for their own reasons. I will not speculate and comment on the reasons not to join. Now, we have so-called white license vehicles because people don't want to be at the mercy of taxis anymore. And for the 70% of the taxis who have joined Uber, they are still not sufficient to meet market demand. The proposal here will not increase the number of licenses. So we are still looking for taxis from the same pool. People who want to call a taxi, if unsuccessful, will go to Uber. So there is no increase in supply. According to the administration, once a taxi has joined a taxi fleet, then they cannot accept or they cannot be a member of the Uber fleet. The advantage they enjoy is a stopping point at the airport or cross-boundary points. Now, is this enough incentive for taxis to give up their engagement in an Uber team? Now, I will wait and see. Now, if in future we still have white license vehicles, the administration should increase the number of licenses of such vehicles. Currently, the license conditions are too stringent. The vehicle has to prove that he has the need to obtain such a license for hire. How can they prove? How can they prove that we don't have enough vehicles for hire in Hong Kong? The administration may claim that there are taxis everywhere. You just have to wait a bit. So if we can relax the licensing conditions of hire vehicles so that more people can obtain a license, then there will not be vicious competition between taxis and white license vehicles anymore. Now, for the roundtable, our greatest concern is for professional drivers that are over 65 years old. There are over 100,000 of them. We have seen frequent accidents involved with elderly drivers involved. We have always expressed our concern for the need for medical checkup of our aged drivers. I've already mentioned that we have to face up to the problem of aged drivers. We must legislate. If drivers are over a certain age, now you can make it 65 or 70 or 80. You cannot allow a driver to be a professional driver when he is 100 years old. At least you should set the maximum working hours. Now, on the 19th of May, I talked about this once again, and also on the 16th of October. Now, we have mandatory retirement age for many professional drivers is 60 in the mainland, 65 in Taiwan, and 75 in Japan. Whereas in Hong Kong, you can be a professional driver, a commercial driver, even when you're 100. Now, we understand that there is a manpower crunch, but we must at least legislate on the maximum number of working hours. Since you're amending the law now, you can take the opportunity to amend the legislation. Let's say it should not be no more than 8 or 10 hours a day, because as you age, your concentration span may suffer, and that can lead to accidents. As for track record, I'm sure there is instrument to record the clock in and clock out time of drivers. Why can't we do that? The Commissioner for Transport promised to consider this because in Hong Kong, many taxis are single vehicle owners, and not all drivers are hired, and it will consider whether maximum working hours should be introduced and how to enforce it. All right, take your time, but here we are talking about a taxi fleet. People are free to join it or not. If someone comes forward to form a fleet, we must regulate the age of the drivers. We must stipulate the number of hours a commercial driver can work a day. When I put this to the administration, the answer I got was there was nothing in the main bill. Then what's the point of setting up a bills committee? Can I only talk about things you propose? If I have something that is perfectly reasonable and should be added, which you have omitted, why can't I bring that up? You are talking about quality taxi fleet. Well, is it really okay for me to ride on a taxi where the driver is over 100 years old? We have to specify the conditions. So we have no choice but to abstain from the voting of the bill. Thank you.
主席，
Dr. So Chang-wing, Deputy President. Personalized point-to-point transport is a key form of Hong Kong's public transport. On average, taxis ferry nearly 1 million passengers every day. That includes local residents and inbound travelers. But service quality is patchy and has come under fire. The community is calling for government regulation, and the calls are growing. This bill on enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services can respond to public demand. The bill will bring in a taxi fleet licensing regime. This way, taxi owners can form fleets and apply for fleet licenses. With a regulated system, we can see professional fleets, and that will lead to better services. In total, there are 11,600, that is 18,630 taxi licenses. 10,090 licenses are held by 8,000 individual license holders. 7,300 licenses are held by 1,000 corporate holders. The scattered ownership of licenses makes it harder to regulate taxis. A fleet system will mean that the fleet licensees can design the livery and markings of their own taxis. This can help build up taxi brands. There will also be flexibility for booking of taxis, we can see healthy competition between fleets that will bring about a new atmosphere in the taxi trade. Second, this bill also sets out a higher maximum passenger seats from 5 to 6. This will make taxis more competitive and can better meet the needs of families. Third, for certain offenses related to cabbies, there will be a two-tier penalty system and taxi driver offense points. This can create a stronger deterrent effect and improve service quality. Fourth, the bill proposes stiffer penalties for park pie or unlicensed service. This can better protect road users. This is also a way to protect licensed taxi service. I support the bill on enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services. The taxi trade can take this opportunity to improve service and raise its profile. Deputy President, tourism is one of Hong Kong's 4 pillar industries. Taxis play a key role in tourists' first impression of Hong Kong. Every cabbie is an ambassador of Hong Kong to tourists. For our local residents, they want taxis to be a convenient and fast way to get around town. I hope this bill can help the taxi trade provide service quality that is commensurate with Hong Kong's 8 centers. I so submit. Dr. Tik Chi Yuen. Deputy President, I support the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services Amendment Bill 2023. And also the other bill that we will get to, and that is the Taxi Driver Offense Points Bill. Discussions over regulating taxis in Hong Kong met with opposition from vested interests. During our Bills Committee's discussions, we heard different views from the trade. The purpose of this bill is to regulate taxis. This is about taxi service quality. We support the bill, and I commend the government's resolve. The quality of taxi service has been a long-standing source of public complaint. Refusing higher overcharging are a scourge for people's daily lives. We have heard many complaints from tourists about overcharging. Because this hurts Hong Kong's international image, we must face up to the issue with the quality of taxi service. During our Bills Committee's meetings, the taxi trade opposed the bill on many grounds. They point to technology and the emergence of ride-hailing platforms. They say taxi drivers are struggling to make ends meet, and the bill is unworkable. But those views appear to have neglected the issues with service quality. Taxi service plays a key role in people's lives. Every day, many people take the taxi. But quality issues mean people get all forms of inconvenience as they go out. Society also pays a huge cost. The airport has to hire people to provide information, to remind people so that they will not fall prey to overcharging. So this bill is vital. This bill responds to need from the current situation. This can also help improve taxi service. We hope that this bill can help achieve better regulation, and I hope the better regulation can also help spur improvement in the taxi trade. We have to be mindful that taxi service is a public service. Taxis are supposed to serve the public. The commercial side of the taxi aside, we must also be mindful that taxis are a form of public service. So in policy making, the government should take into account public interest. Let's also look at the other options, especially online ride-hailing service. Across the globe, online ride-hailing service has been part of urban transport. They provide diversified services with better quality. In Hong Kong, there are obstacles to ride-hailing. This holds back the market in innovation. So as we try to improve the quality of taxi service, we should consider opening up the ride-hailing market. This will mean more options for our people. But also, with market competition, we can see improvements in service quality. Ride-hailing will bring new impetus into the market and provide the public with better services. Opening up the ride-hailing market can bring several benefits. First, better service. Ride-hailing platforms offer a rating system. This can encourage drivers to offer better service for better ratings so that they can get more riders. Second, greater transparency. With a mobile app, people can get a better sense of how much a trip will cost, and that will reduce the cost of overcharging. 3, meeting different needs. With ride-hailing, we can have accessibility cars, accessible cars, and premium services. And also for driving innovation, ride-hailing tends to be at the front of technology. They can help drive improvement in the trade. Opening up the ride-hailing market can also bring challenges and concerns. We need to ensure a level playing field between taxis and ride-hailing service. We need to safeguard cabbies' labor rights and also passenger safety. In considering the opening up of the ride-hailing market, the government needs to weigh these factors carefully. All in all, this bill marks a key step in helping our taxi trade move forward. This is more than a starting point. This is part of an overall effort to improve our public transport. We need legal control. We also need market vitality and innovation. Opening up the ride-hailing service, bringing in healthy competition will be a positive change for Hong Kong's public transport. I support the government's bills and the amendment. I urge the government to start a study on opening up the market for ride-hailing service so that we can have more competition and benefit the public. Thank you, Deputy President.
Mr. Dennis Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. On the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023, the government has got it wrong. The government has got the direction wrong. And it is also old wine in new bottle. It is not a measure to tackle the existing problem. Taxi is a mode of transport that cannot be ignored, but the taxi services have aroused considerable public concern. The patronage, the quality of the taxis, the drivers, and the compartment, the taxi fare. I'm sure that those who have used the taxi services must have a lot of grievances. Previously, we call taxis by phone, and now there is the ride-hailing, there is the cab-hailing service. People who have used these kind of services will still are very critical, and they are really negative about the whole thing. Now, if people use the cab hailing, if you pay an extra $5 or $10, nobody can be bothered. Even if they take your order, they may not provide you with good service. So it's no wonder that people tend to use the what we call the white license car services or the Uber services that are providing better services to the passengers. If people have been to the mainland, they must be familiar with the ride-hailing services. There is the Didi Chuxin, and also the ride-hailing services embedded in the Gaode map. And this is the mega trend in modern society. In smart society, this is not facilitating the connectivity. This is also a testament to the high quality development. The key thing is there will be more choices. People can choose according to their needs and to use the personalized service. But in Hong Kong, the taxi services are not moving on with the times. It is really going backward. People are really full of grievances. In May 2019, the government put forward a bill for taxis, but then the administration withdrew that particular bill. Now, this road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023, the trade feels that this is not the right moment to take this forward, because economic development is mitigating against its development. For the businessmen, this taxi fleet regime is a kind of business. It all depends on the turnover. The government is not going far enough to tackle the ride-hailing service and also the illegal carriage of passengers for hire and reward. Now, there are higher penalties to tackle the white licensed car services, but it seems that the government is not going far enough to tackle the illegal carriage of passengers for reward. Now, the key thing is to improve the taxi services in a way that people will be able to use personalized point-to-point transport services. I've got the following suggestion. The government should tackle the taxi trade. The first thing is the license, the taxi license prices. We have to make sure that there will be that proper development there. And second, ride-hailing is the way to go. The government cannot develop ride-hailing in the context of the existing taxi system. The government has to have a new regime to develop the ride-hailing service. President Xi said that we have to break down the vested interests. We have to make sure that people will be able to use the premium high-quality taxi service. And safety is something of concern to the members of the public in relation to taxis. The government has to have the monitoring system inside the cabin to make sure that there would be protection for the taxi drivers. If the taxi drivers are at a disadvantage, they will not be able to see justice done. There are no new recruits who are young. The government is in a really desperate situation in relation to the future direction of taxis. The government look at the day-to-day life, tourism, and also labor interests in dealing with the taxi issue, and communicate with the taxi trade associations in order to identify the best possible way forward and bring some good news to the traveling public. Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Madam Deputy, I rise to speak in support of the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point traffic services Amendment Bill 2023. There are growing sentiments that the quality of service leaves a lot to be desired for taxis. Taxi drivers refuse hire. They're taking a circuitous route, and the overcharging is also another problem. Now, all these underlying problems cannot be ignored. The government is adopting this radical approach to roll out a whole raft of measures to improve the quality of service and also to meet the public demand for high-quality taxi service, and also to tackle the white licensed car services. The taxi regime has not been reviewed for a long time. We have 18,000 taxi licenses, and they are scattered in the hands of 9,000 owners. The taxi services are going downhill. There is nothing much the government can do. Now the government is introducing this taxi fleet regime, and we are happy to see this happen. The bill covers 4 aspects. There will be a licensing system for the taxi fleet. There will be 6-seater taxis, and there will be 2-tier penalty, and also to increase the penalty for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward, and there will be point-to-point personalized service. I welcome this. We are concerned about the mode of operation and the benefits arising from that. The trade is of the view that the conditions are really multiple. The scale of the fleet, of the taxi, the age of the taxis, and there should be 10% of the fleet that should be included inside the compartment. There has to be a digital payment and also ride-hailing platform. The operators will have to shell out a lot of money, and there will be a lack of incentive for people to join the scheme. Doesn't mean that the administration has to mount more publicity. The taxi trade doesn't seem to understand the operational right, like the customized fare for prearranged journey, and also the unique livery and markings on the taxi body, and the designation of stopping places at the airport and boundary points, and marketing measures, and so on. All these measures are intended to increase the revenue for the taxi fleet operators and to make it sustainable. I think the government should do more in the way of publicity to make the taxi trade understand the unique operational details. And also the livery of the taxis would be different from the general taxis that are in 3 different colors. The government should let the public know how to distinguish the fleet taxis. Under the conditions, the fleet taxis will need to have certain features like GPS and also the safety devices that are monitoring the performance of the drivers. This will enhance the safety, and this will minimize the number of accidents involving taxis, and also reduce the sky-high insurance premium for taxi drivers. This will be a win-win situation for everybody all around. Madam Deputy, at the beginning, the government will be approving 3 to 4 licenses involving 3,000 to 4,000 taxis, but this is only 20% of the total number of taxis. I hope that the administration would increase the quota and introduce more competition with a view to enhancing the quality and offering more choices. As Northern Metropolis is being taken forward, and this is going to be the second economic engine, a point-to-point kind of transport mode is very important. We have 2,800 NT taxis, or 14% of the total. Now the urban taxis can also take passengers to the new territories, but the NT taxis can only operate in their own area. I urge the administration to relax the scope of operation for the 3 different types of taxis so that they will be able to serve the entirety of Hong Kong. This will be to tie in with the future development of the Northern Metropolis. Some said that there should be a common ride-hailing platform to be developed by the government to minimize the costs. I tend to support the development of these by the market itself. If the taxi operators can set up their own system, they will be able to have regard to their own positioning and provide more personalized and customized ride-hailing platform and provide discounts or fares, like 1 additional free trip for 10 trips used. This would be conducive to a more creative development of the platform. I'm sure that would be far better than if the system is to be developed by the government. I understand that there are operators that would like to have a common platform of this nature. Madam Deputy, I'd like to turn now to the 4 penalties regarding the taxi drivers, like overcharging, defacing and altering the taxi meter, and refusing hire. And the penalties will be increased to achieve better deterrent. And the maximum penalty will be $25,000 and 12 months imprisonment. And the first offense, the penalty will remain the same. According to the TAC Complaints Division, they would receive a lot of complaints regarding taxis, like refusing hire, taking circuitous route, and misbehavior, and so on. I subscribe to the idea of increasing the penalty in the bill to tackle all these black sheep and to put an end to these irregularities. If I may now turn to the illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward, and there's the white licensed car services. The impoundment and the disqualification will be increased, the penalty will be increased. I support these penalties, but there is no imprisonment in the original bill. That doesn't reflect the seriousness of the matter, nor will it have any deterrent effect. And people will come away with the misconception that the problem is not sufficiently serious. And this will be letting the white license car service going off scot-free. And they don't come with any third-party liability or risk license, and there is no protection for the passengers. I'm glad that the administration is going to be moving a CSA, and there would be an imprisonment to be imposed for the first offense, and the subsequent offense there will be a 2-tier penalty system to tie in with the intention of imposing heavy penalty on the misbehaving taxi drivers. I hope that there would be more undercover operation and also more law enforcement action upon the enactment of the bill. As to Mr. Michael Look's amendment, this has not been sufficiently discussed. If we increase the percentage to 50%, I don't think this is a good idea. As a consequence, the cost of operation will be increasing. I am concerned that this would be putting off the potential operators, and the system will not be able to achieve the intended effect. Finally, I hope the administration and the trade would mount publicity through different channels in order to achieve the objective of the bill and provide quality point-to-point services to the members of the public. I support the bill and also the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Jie. Thank you, Madam Deputy. The services of taxis in Hong Kong have been frequently criticized by members of the public. Some overcharge passengers, some make day tours, and the driving behavior and the way drivers treat passengers are problematic. Some refuse a hire, some refuse to cross the harbor, some don't know the way and refuse to use GPS. And as mentioned by Mr. Duncan Chiu, some would only accept cash and they will claim that they do not have enough change. Taxis in Hong Kong are much cheaper than their counterparts in large cities of the world. The problem is when you want to hire a taxi, you can't find any, or there may be plenty of them on the road, but they are not accepting hires. You don't know whether they really want to choose customers. So many people are unhappy about the services of taxis. But I have discussed with taxi owners and drivers. I understand they face a lot of constraints. Now they're saying that the regulation of the transport department is very stringent. In particular, when it comes to application for a fare increase, it can take any time up to 1 year. As a result, the fare differential between taxis and other means of transport is lower. As a result, there is not enough supply to meet the demand, and it is difficult to attract new blood to the driver fleet, and that also affects traffic safety. We have the competition ordinance. The purpose is to ensure that there is no price rigging and that there are price differentials among different modes of public transport and to give consumers a choice. However, for taxis, they are subject to a lot of control. Members of the public are willing to pay more to have quality, personalized, point-to-point service. They have no choice but to hail vehicles online, or they patronize white licensed cars. They are either illegal or not subject to any regulation. So there is unfair competition for taxis. The livelihood of law-abiding taxi drivers have suffered, and this has also stifled the overall development of the industry. Of course, we have seen problems associated with taxi driver services, not merely because of our aging drivers and bad apples in the trade. Rather, there are problems with the whole system. It has not caught up with changes in commuting pattern and the development of technology. And therefore, in my last term in this council, I urged the administration to fully review the positioning of taxi services and to introduce reforms. Well, in the mainland, taxis are higher cost, and 10 years back, there were many problems as well. For instance, the drivers did not charge according to meter charges, and the attitude of drivers was poor. Many Hong Kong people dare not ride a taxi in the mainland. However, the mainland introduced fleets. They also made good use of technology. Taxis are required to install GPS and e-payment system with proper regulation. Now we feel very safe riding a taxi in the mainland. And even before you board a taxi, you know when it will arrive and how much fare you have to pay. And then you can also rate the service of the driver. Some mainland cities allow different tiers of higher costs. I wrote on more expensive higher costs in the mainland. The cabin is very spacious. The driver is very courteous. You can choose the music you prefer, and you can decide on the volume, and you get value for money. The last previous the government introduced a new system called quality taxi or premium taxis. The purpose is to allow better services for a higher charge. However, some members had strong views about the proposal. Some felt that there was room for improvement in the legislative proposals, so the bill was shelved. Now, for this bill round, it is an improvement over the proposal of having premium taxis. By means of taxi fleets, we want to provide quality and personalized point-to-point taxi services. You can hail a taxi online or by phone, and you can choose to pay not according to the taxi meter. You can negotiate the price with the operator, and you can also rate the service afterwards. Operators will then be able to know the performance of their drivers and also views of passengers, and they can follow up and improve afterwards. That is convenient to passengers, and drivers and owners can also benefit. At peak hours, these taxis can charge higher for a short haul, for short journeys, and charge lower at low hours, and then they can earn more as a result. Single taxi owners and small taxi dealers can join together to form joint ventures for scale of economy. It will not be like the current previous proposal of premium taxis, small and also a franchise taxi services. Small dealers and single taxi owners would lose out. Besides, there is also the increase in passenger seating capacity from 5 to 6. This is particularly welcoming to wheelchair users. The proposal can enhance the competitiveness of the industry. There are benefits to the bill, but in the future, there may be taxis of different colors and makes belonging to different fleets on the road. The illuminating lights, the meters, etc., may be at different locations. That may cause confusion to members of the public and tourists in particular. The government should publicize, in particular, if the taxi is not for hire, then we have to tell whether the taxi has been booked or is just to choose a customer. It is hard for a passenger to tell, so we should take reference from overseas practice. Taxis should show clearly whether it is on the way to pick up a passenger or not for hire or to be ready for hail by someone on the street, so that we can know for sure, and that can reduce unnecessary disputes. I hope the administration can take on board these suggestions and implement these proposals and enhance the quality of taxi services. With these remarks, I support the bill. Thank you. Mr. Frankie Yick. Madam Deputy, the taxi industry has always wanted to enhance its quality of service and hence competitiveness. The industry has proposed various measures to the administration over the years, including the bill, the introduction of a taxi fleet regime to increase the number of seating capacity, to increase the penalty for law-breaking taxi drivers, and to increase the penalty for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. The Liberal Party supports the introduction of a taxi fleet regime because our taxi service has been heavily criticized. In 2019, the Association of Taxis wrote to the Secretary for Transport to introduce a premium taxis regime. However, in return, the government proposed to increase 600 franchised taxis. This is useless in improving the quality of service of taxis. It is also against the government's proposal or intention to improve roadside quality. So it was the wrong solution. Luckily, the government called a halt to the proposal, and finally we have this bill to introduce a taxi fleet regime. While this is addressed the aspiration of the public, there are sufficient incentives, whether it be the size, the type, the design and facilities, and also the employer-employee ratio. Under the system, there are requirements, and there must be an online hailing platform. So the operating costs are high, but the incentives are only three in number. First, they can design their own cars, and there will be stopping places at airport and cross-boundary points. And third, the government will help to publicize their services. The seating capacity will be increased from 5 to 6. And at least 10% of the fleet must be wheelchair accessible or be of a luxury type. However, the maintenance costs and fuel costs are much higher than ordinary taxis because these vehicles do not operate on LPG. Yet, the fares will just be the same. In many advanced cities, they can charge based on the type of vehicles used, and for luxury taxis, it is natural for the fares to be higher. And yet, the government will only allow fleets to offset the cost by allowing the hirer and also the operator to agree on a price. To encourage fleets to go for quality vehicles, there should be a fair structure to allow taxis to charge higher for better vehicles. As for stopping places for pre-booked fleet taxis at the airport and cross-boundary control points, we welcome that. But we should have more such stopping places so that taxis can wait there for the next round of pre-booked passengers. If we operate such a fleet, then they should be regarded as franchised buses. There should be land provided to these fleets for maintenance and repair and for drivers to take a break, etc. If they just park on the roadside, then the operation will be no different from the current operation. And taxis also have to charge. The government should provide land with charging facilities to expedite the popularization of e-taxis. As for raising the penalty of white license cars, of course, we welcome that. We have been asking for that for a long time. It's just that there is no increase in the imprisonment term. Since the introduction of online hailing vehicles in 2014, the taxi industry have been dealt a blow. Different vehicles have asked for white license cars to be phased, whether it be in or outside this chamber. I've urged the Policy Bureau to crack down on white license cars heavier. However, because of laxity on the part of the government, they are becoming more rampant. They compete with taxis. They have affected the order of public transport sector. People say that these cars are welcome because of poor taxi service, but then they are illegal. They must be phased out. Otherwise, we will undermine the rule of law in Hong Kong. The government hasn't taken bold and decisive steps to phase out white license cars. Nowadays, some people even think that they are legal. Since the government hasn't taken any action to eradicate them, that means they are legal. So the government's attitude is condoning the white license cars. As a result, we have over 100,000 white license cars running on the road rampantly. They do not have any proper hire licenses. The vehicles as well as the drivers are not being regulated. Because the operating cost is low, this is unfair competition with taxis, and the latter is eroding into the profits of taxis. So we have so many white taxi drivers, and some taxi drivers have become one of them. And about 10% of the taxis in Hong Kong are idle because they cannot find any drivers to man them. And then there is also no insurance coverage for white licensed cars, so they are not given any insurance protection. They are running on the road, they are time bombs, threatening the safety of other road users. Well, even if we pass the proposal to enhance the penalty, we need the support from all fronts before we can phase out white licensed cars. The government should step up enforcement. The court should also mete out higher penalties and even a maximum penalty. If the sentences meted out are too light, the government should appeal. The government has to use undercover operations to catch these vehicles. This is manpower taxing, and the number of enforcement action is very limited. Only a few dozens of these cars are caught because under the current legislation 374 section 60.35, if the owner or the driver, if the owner is not able to provide information on the driver, then the maximum fine is only $3,000, and that's it. As a result, unscrupulous drivers cannot be caught. Cars are private property of an owner. Unless the car has been stolen, and it is unbelievable that the owner cannot provide information on who was the driver of a car. In Hong Kong, we allowed this to happen. The LP urges the administration to review such unreasonable provisions as soon as possible. And second, that is online hailing platform to allow illegal carriage for higher reward by such vehicles. Hopefully, the administration can accept the SP's proposal. Anyone who offer a car for illegal carriage for reward or hire without a valid license commits an offense. If we can successfully phase out such cars, I'm sure we will have another tens of thousands of drivers available to address the problem of aging commercial drivers. If taxis have enough business, they will not keep asking for increase in fares. We'll be able to retain drivers and attract new blood, and we can gradually enhance the overall quality of service of drivers. At the committee stage, I will express my views on Mr. Lok Chung Hong's CSA and why we cannot support it. With these remarks, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Pui-Leung. Thank you, President. I support the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023. The recent years have seen rising numbers of taxi-related complaints. We're seeing more taxi-related accidents. There are growing calls for stronger regulation of taxis and better taxi services to ensure the healthy development of taxis in the long term. The taxi trade agrees that there is an urgent need to improve service and improve the trade's image. After looking at the situation, the government has proposed a taxi fleet system. This can help improve safety and service quality. This bill deserves our support. But I do have some concerns. During the Bills Committee's meetings, I pointed out that for minibuses and taxis, the Transport Department has uniform designs for these vehicles, so people can tell the kinds of vehicle or car. This bill here, though, says that non-fleet taxis cannot have markings that lead people to believe they look like fleet taxis. This means we will see a wide variety of designs in terms of markings, and that will lead to confusion for the public on which taxi belongs to a fleet. So there was talk about uploading the design of fleet taxis onto the Transport Department's website. I'm not happy with this response. Imagine you have many taxi fleets, each fleet with its own design, and all the designs are put online. People won't look at every single design with care. A tourist will not bother to check online and find out all the designs of different fleets. So whatever the design is, fleet taxis should have wording that reads fleet taxi. That will save time and make life easier for people. This option deserves consideration from the government. There has been a lack of effective regulation of taxis. Now we have this proposal about taxi fleets. So for taxi owners or operators interested in forming a fleet can provide better services. This can help improve the taxi trade's image and service quality. This can help modernize the taxi trade and support the trade's sustainable development. We will have licensing conditions as a way to monitor licensees' performance. The taxi fleet system is a new approach. The licensees run the fleet, and this proposal has benefits for passengers and the community as a whole. We will see healthy competition between fleets. There will also be competition between fleet taxis and non-fleet taxis. With competition, there will be better services. I so submit, President. Mr. Michael Lok. Thank you, President. On the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services Amendment Bill 2023, I will now comment on this bill. Point-to-point transport simply means taxis for people. Patchy services are what comes to mind. Most cabbies play by the rules and want to provide quality service, but a tiny fraction of bad apples hurt the image of the trade as a whole. They affect people, and it comes back to hurt the taxi trade. People get around town with taxis. We also receive tourists from the mainland and overseas with taxis. That makes improving taxi service such an important issue. It's like a cycle. There are cabbies breaking the rules, overcharging, detours, ripping off passengers. We can apply the law and go after them. But then there are also cabbies who stay within the law, but they do engage in questionable behavior, poor driving attitude, poor service, use of foul language, poor manners. I want to stress that many cabbies are great drivers. Still, passengers have to try their luck to see if they end up with a good cabbie, and that feeds frustration. Given this, people go for other options, and this gives rise to unlicensed or pack pie services, and this often happens through an online ride-hailing platform. And this is bad for the taxi trade. So we end up with a vicious cycle. Let me come back to this bill. Will this bill solve the problems I just mentioned, or will this end up as a band-aid? I first want to comment on the merits of the bill. We support the government in strictly enforcing the law and going after the bad apples. There should be no excuse about this. For the 4 serious offenses, overcharging, refusing hire, taking the rider to the destination, overcharging, there will be stiffer penalties. $10,000 in fine, 6 months in jail for first conviction. For subsequent offenses, subsequent convictions, $25,000 in fines, 12 months behind jails. That's right. Now, illegal carriage of passengers for hire and reward. First conviction, $10,000 in fines. Subsequent conviction, $25,000. First conviction, 6 months in jail. Repeated convictions, up to 12 months in jail. And the vehicle license will be suspended for 6 months on first conviction and 12 months on subsequent convictions. Those are improvements. More passenger seats in taxis from 5 to 6. This is about moving with the times, and there are market needs or market demand for this. But do these measures fix the many problems facing taxis? The government has done half the work, and that's not good enough. So at the committee stage, we propose a fundamental change to improve this bill. The government's plan fails to achieve an outcome that works for everyone: passengers, drivers, and taxi owners. We also don't see a sophisticated approach to management. Good intentions, but can the good intentions translate into good outcomes? Will a taxi fleet system guarantee better services? Are there enough incentives for the application of more technology? The government does not show enough foresight. Now, I turn to park pie or unlicensed service. And this is a scourge for the trade. This bill is silent on banning platforms for unlicensed service. I want to stress that online hailing service is not the same as park pie service, but it's the case that many unlicensed service operators take orders through the online ride-hailing platforms. I was about to move an amendment banning the use of online platforms or mobile apps for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. But we realized there would be enforcement difficulties. Still, the government should start a study on regulating online ride-hailing platforms so that we can have a level playing field for online ride-hailing and taxis. That way, people will have a legal way to take safe ride-hailing service. I hope the government can give me a response on this point. Now, enforcement turns on this, and it's on how far you go. Lax enforcement would do little. Take park pie service. In 2015, up to 2022, there were just 473 successful enforcement actions. As Mr. Frankie Yick was saying, you catch the driver, there are ways for the culprit to dodge liability. So that's a loophole. Long-standing problems, overcharging, detours, fleecing passengers, etc. Again, this is about lax enforcement. A TV show did a test in Lan Kwai Fong during busy hours at night. Will the cabbies follow the taximeters? Only 1 out of 20 cabbies was willing to charge by the taximeter. Others cited a range of excuses to refuse hire. Everyone knows you cannot have a tax ride at the taximeter price. But then this kind of overcharging goes on. This hurts our image as an international city. Why wasn't the police force enforcing law there? So strict enforcement is needed. I hope the government can also give a response on this. Otherwise, we have the new laws, but then lax enforcement will only lead the law-breaking cabbies to sneer at the government. These cabbies can simply shrug off the fines because they make way more money through the law-breaking behavior. For this bill, President, I will move an amendment at the committee stage amendment. I will elaborate on that further. Now, our position. If my amendment cannot be passed, we will abstain on this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Ben Chen. President, the poor quality of taxi services and overcharging, taking circuitous routes and so on, these are really common problems. If the government doesn't really offer any assistance, we will not be able to achieve any breakthrough. Hong Kong has always been a hospitable place, and the tourists would have first contact with the taxi drivers when they arrive in town. And I think that the services leave so much to be desired. We have to face up to the problem. If the taxi drivers do not make amends, if they do not make improvements, and if they do not tackle the root cause of the problems, then it's only a matter of time that they will be replaced. The point-to-point transport service is very much a part of people's daily life. People may be rushing to the hospital. People may be attending to the urgent business, and they need to have the point-to-point reliable taxi service. And this is something that is important. And the traveling public would be the best judge as to whether the services measure up to scratch. There are calls for the government to appreciate the hardship, and I think the government has to do something about it. The amendment to the legislation to bring in a taxi fleet would have the DAB's support. And this will be addressing the fragmented management of the taxi trade in the past. The DAB is of the view that this would bring about a new situation, breathe a new life to the taxi trade. I think we need to bring in the new model. We should introduce the 6-seaters instead of 5-seaters. Many people are complaining that the taxis are so decrepit and there is no comfort to speak of. And in some situations, the passengers are worried that the taxis may fall apart because there is no age limit on the taxis. As long as they can get the license, that they can run on the road. So the introduction of different models and the imposition of an age threshold, I'm sure it would go a long way to improving the image of the taxi trade. During the discussion, the members of the trade did express some sentiments to make improvements, like we should have 1 or 2 ride-hailing platform because people don't have to download so many mobile apps. If there is only one single app, we may not be able to hire the taxis. The government hasn't rejected this idea point blank, but they haven't been in agreement either. And I hope that the administration would respond to this positively to inspire confidence. Under the bill, there are more stringent penalties regarding the illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. I think this is necessary. We have 18,000 taxis on the road and tens of thousands of taxi drivers. It's not surprising that we have some black sheep. I'm sure that they represent the minority. I don't think we should be too critical of the taxi drivers themselves because we are putting off the potential new blood. I don't think we should tar everybody with the same brush, but at the same time, the taxi trade has to face up to the problems. The taxi trade has written to LegCo to urge the government to tackle the black sheep because the whole trade can be brought down by a handful of unscrupulous and misbehaving elements. The government has to be fair. We have to increase the penalty for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. Now, there are vehicles that are used to take passengers. They are not licensed. They don't have the insurance. And something ought to be done about it. So the DAB is in support of Mr. Frankie Yick's amendment, which has been adopted by the administration. With legislation, we have to have good enough enforcement. If we rely solely on undercover operation, it doesn't produce the desired effect. Although this has to be done, still there are certain places where passengers are ripped off and passengers are overcharged, and these are very much black spots. These are common occurrences. We simply cannot rely solely on undercover operation because the police are really hamstrung by manpower shortage, and this is not the priority of the police work. So we should take appropriate measures to tackle taxi drivers that are ripping off passengers and taking circuitous route. We are proposing that a cloud-based recording system should be introduced, and we can have access to the footage, and access will only be limited on a need basis. At the moment, there is no privacy when taking taxis. The drivers have their own recording system. We're not sure where the footages would go to. If we have a cloud-based system with limited access, we will be able to protect the privacy of the passengers and the drivers, and they will not be subject to unreasonable allegations. So we propose that this cloud-based recording system should be introduced as soon as possible as part of this particular bill. And this proposal has been positively proposed by the administration, and people will set their mind at ease. As to the offense points system, not only should we penalize the black sheep, we should also keep the record. At the moment, if they are reoffending, there is nothing much we can do about it. Now, for the recidivists, there is this warning system. The drivers may be worried about being wrongfully accused. The cloud-based recording system would be the answer to the problem. There is an urgent need for this. I'm sure that the trade and the traveling public would like to see some changes to the taxi trade, and this is a very good opportunity to help the trade to turn over a new leaf. If these measures can get off the ground, I hope that the taxi trade will be willing to incorporate all the taxis into this fleet system, and the management will not be so fragmented. As to the amendments, I'll be commenting on these during the CSA stage. Thank you. I support the bill. Mr. Andrew Lam. President, the quality of taxi service leaves so much to be desired. The misbehaving taxi drivers taking circuitous route, ripping off passengers, refusing hire, these are common occurrence. These not only reflects the attitude of the taxi drivers, and it also shows the bigger picture of the taxi trade not making any improvement over the years. So it is inevitable that something be done about it. I'm grateful to Mr. Chen Kim-po, Chairman of the Bills Committee, and other members for engaging in discussion and taking the bill here to this floor for discussion. I'm also grateful to Mr. Frankie Yik for moving the amendments. I'm pleased to see this bill, the introduction of a licensing system for taxi fleet, and the number of passengers can also be increased for serious offenses. And there is a two-tier penalty system, and also higher penalty for illegal carriage of passengers for hire, and reward, and the provision of quality point-to-point transport services. These are really good. As to the adoption of technology, this represents the first step, although this is a baby step. Is really better than going round and round in circle. At the beginning, there will be 3,000 to 4,000 taxi licenses or taxi fleet licenses involving 3,000 to 4,000 taxis. But we have 18,000 taxis in Hong Kong. This new system would be conducive to monitoring. But we cannot ignore the single taxis. Do we leave them out of the equation? If we come across one black sheep, the whole taxi trade and the whole image of Hong Kong will be dragged down with it. This can only be a transitional arrangement. Now, we have seen a lot of bad press regarding the taxi trade, and there is an urgent need for us to act to improve the situation. I have been monitoring the situation myself. Regarding Mr. Michael Look's amendment, this is well-intentioned, but the amendments have not been discussed by the Bills Committee. And I don't think this has been sufficiently ventilated. I'm not sure how the trade would respond to this, nor do I know the views of the administration. If we take advantage of the time here for discussion, I don't think I would be able to digest all the proposed amendments. Now, we're dealing with an amendment bill, and we have to be discussing this in sufficient detail. Although Mr. Look may have the best of intention, I don't think I can bring myself to support the amendments. At this point in time, we need to endorse the bill to improve the taxi services in Hong Kong, and I hope the administration would take this bill as the basis and absorb more new operators, and to let the trade turn over a new leaf. With these words, I support the 20 23 bill to improve the personalized point-to-point transport services.
Mr. Rock Chen. President, the bill introduces a number of measures to enhance personalized point-to-point transport services. I support the bill, but I also like to take this opportunity to tell you some of my views on the operation of taxis. There will be taxi fleet regime introduced. The maximum seating capacity will be increased from 5 to 6. For serious and driver-related offences, a two-tier penalty system will be put in place, and the penalty for illegal carriage for hire or reward of vehicles will be enhanced. I'm sure this will help to enhance the safety and quality of services. On increasing the seating capacity from 5 to 6, that can address the demand of some passengers. For instance, passengers carrying or more luggage or traveling in a group of 6. In future, they can have access to more comfortable and convenient traveling experience. And it's proposed that licensees should provide online taxi hailing platform for passengers to pre-book journeys. And so passengers can know the fares beforehand. They can avoid passengers being ripped off. And there can be a rating of taxis drivers' performance, and taxis can accept hires online, and they don't have to look for passengers on the road. All these measures are supportable because they can enhance the development of a smart city and can also provide more personalized and quality and efficient taxi services. Still, these measures are just a start. To further enhance the quality of taxi service, we must introduce competition and more monitoring. According to the Transport Logistics Bureau, in 2018, taxis, complaints against taxis accounted for 23% of the total number of complaints in the transport sector. This is rather appalling, and perhaps this is just the tip of the iceberg. For some reasons, passengers or visitors may not be willing to complain. The former Miss World from Tanzania, I came across an unscrupulous taxi. Although she was a beauty queen, she was refused hire by 5 taxis at Lan Kwai Fong. And some taxis charge her as much as $200, way above the ordinary fare from Lan Kwai Fong to Causeway Bay, which should only be around $60. So there has been a lot of complaints about taxis, but the administration has not addressed the problem. The mainland has a different licensing system for taxis from that of Hong Kong. However, there is a lot to learn from their reform process. In the past, mainland taxis were old and dirty, poor attitude of drivers, there was refusal of hires and overcharging. And very often, the men shown on the taxi driver plate, identity plate, was not the real driver. So we didn't really like to ride on taxis in the mainland. However, the mainland has introduced measures to enhance examination of cars and introduce measures to ban overcharging. And online hailing of taxis is legal in the mainland now. Taxis in the mainland face fierce competition. They have no choice but to improve their quality. They have got fleets. They operate in groups, and they have also got regulation of taxi drivers. They have satellite positioning and to ensure safety of drivers. That has enhanced the satisfactory level of passengers. Nowadays, taxi services on the mainland are reliable and safe. They have sizable taxi fleets and online hailing taxi systems are also very well developed. The SAR can, in the light of our own circumstances, borrow experience from the mainland so that we can have reform of our taxi industry. Meanwhile, the taxi industry should reflect on itself on how to enhance the quality of service so that they can win the support of the public by their performance. There should be continuous communication between the government and the industry. With the passage of the bill, the administration can map out a future for the sector together with the industry. With these remarks, I support the bill. Mr. Louis Leung. President, the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023 has got a number of measures on the operation of taxi fleets and a licensing scheme for the operation of such fleets, and to enhance the penalty of driver-related offenses, and also enhancing the penalty for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. The purpose is to enhance personalized point-to-point transport services and to promote the long-term and healthy development of the taxi industry. I support the policy objective of the bill. Whether it be local citizens or tourists, we all expect quality services from taxis. Unfortunately, they have consistently let us down. This is all because under the current licensing system, there is no conditions therein to regulate the quality of service. There is no way the government can ensure service quality through licensing. I believe that with the introduction of a new taxi fleet regime, we can promote professional management of taxi fleets. We can encourage operators to provide quality service, and we will bring additional choices for passengers. For decades, the taxi industry has been operating on core terminals to provide services. Passengers have to call the terminal, and then the terminal will liaise with drivers. However, with mobile phones becoming more common, the trend is for people to book a taxi online. We have seen online hailing of taxis or vehicles competing with taxis. The crux of the matter is not new technology. Rather, these vehicles are not licensed taxis. They are just ordinary private cars or so-called white licensed cars. We must rationalize the market. There is nothing wrong in calling a taxi online. The focus rather should be cracking down on white licensed cars. In addition to raising the penalty, the government must be more proactive in enforcement to phase out white licensed cars. I also encourage the taxi industry to make good use of booking apps. They can include an item for people to review or give feedback on driver service. The government has proposed CSAs to enhance the penalty for owners who allow their cars to be used for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. I support such CSAs. Many citizens have been refused a hire by taxis or taxis making circuitous routes or overcharging, etc. This has led to conflicts between the taxi industry and members of the public. To tackle these black sheep, the government has proposed in the bill to introduce a two-tier penalty system. The penalty for the first offense will be the same, but for a second offense, the fine will be raised to level 4, i.e. $20,000 and imprisonment of 10 months. This is to tackle two offenses that people hate most, and that is overcharging by passengers and making circuitous routes and tampering with the taxi meter. I hope members understand that these amendments will enhance the deterrent effect. It will also protect the majority of the taxi drivers that are law-abiding. It will help to boost the overall image of the taxi industry. So these proposals should be supported. However, in addition to amending the legislation and introducing a taxi-free regime, as well as raising the penalty, taxi drivers should improve on their own service. This is crucial. Taxi owners should also do their part. For instance, the installation of e-payment devices on taxis so that tourists and local people can pay by electronic means to make their experience more convenient. And CCTVs can be installed so that in case there is a dispute between driver and passengers, that can serve as evidence. I hope that the industry, whether we're talking about owners or drivers, will keep up with the times. They should strive to provide quality services for the public. Thank you. With these remarks, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Jesse Shang. Thank you, President. I support the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services Amendment Bill 2023. I support the bill, but I want to stress the importance of adopting technology. Many members have discussed the bad apples. The undesirable practices come down to money. Some cabbies take detours, others overcharge passengers. Some cabbies refuse hire because they don't like to go on short trips. I talk to cabbies to find out what's in their mind. Young people hesitate to join the taxi trade. I found out about their situation. Some cabbies told me with 2 to 3 mobile apps, they can make $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Young people hesitate to join the trade. Older cabbies struggle with the technology. What's off-putting for cabbies is the technology, 5G and big data. Technology can bring more business to cabbies who can work with the technology. That will also mean faster rides, better chances at getting a cab ride for passengers. There is too little on the use of technology, such as on a common mobile app or platform. There's too little on tech in this bill. Tech can protect cabbies and passengers. There will be fewer disputes. Technology can also help boost the overall efficiency of the public transport. This can also help cabbies find passengers faster. I have also called time and again for the use of a common mobile app to help boost service quality of taxis. On whether this will mean using public funds, we can adopt a public-private partnership model. The government can work with businesses in launching a common platform or mobile app. With the app, we can store the data such as recordings on a cloud platform to address potential disputes. We can also promote e-payment with an app. It's rare to see fares paid with cash in an international city these days. I almost wanted to move an amendment for a mobile app for ride-hailing. Without such a common platform for ride-hailing, the taxi fleet system will produce only limited results, and then the fleets will be put off in the end. We need to apply the law when it comes to undesirable cabby practices, but we also need to help them. One way is to use technology. Technology can support cabbies, and this can also help the government with regulation. I support the bill. I hope the government can consider using technology as well. Mr. Michael Lee. Thank you, President. Improving the quality of taxi service is a consensus in the community. Many measures are proposed in the bill: a taxi fleet system, more passenger seats in taxis, and also stiffer penalties for the illegal carriage of passengers for hire and reward. The Liberal Party welcomes these measures. As I labor these points at the Bills Committee, the purpose of bringing in a taxi fleet system shows good intentions, but the taxi trade wants greater flexibility. There are taxis in rundown conditions. Operators want more incentives. On the age of the taxis, vehicle condition, and cabbies, there are all kinds of restrictions for taxi fleet systems. But there are just 3 incentives for all the restrictions and requirements under the taxi fleet system. Some taxi may already be able to achieve some of the incentives. Some taxis can have their own designs. Other taxis, these incentives include own designs, livery markings, and stopping and waiting areas at the airport and the boundary control points, and 3, promotion. But the Liberal Party would like to see more incentives so that taxi fleets can offer quality service. As Mr. Jesse Shang was saying, can we have a common mobile app or an online ride-hailing platform? 1 or 2 apps for people to choose from. Tourists come to Hong Kong. The first public transport they take is taxis. We have many apps for transport in Hong Kong. How can people choose from the many apps? Now, data. How can we turn taxi trips into data? How can we get our hands on the data? A mobile app with the GPS system can help us obtain the data. Now, incentives. Say under flyovers. Can we turn those spaces into areas for maintenance, charging for taxis? That's how we can provide incentives for taxi fleets. Otherwise, there is no parking space for taxis. Those who suffer are ordinary citizens. So there will be more public complaints. Insurance costs are rising for taxis that fuel rising operating costs. For cabbies with a good track record, can we have lower insurance premiums as long as the risks are manageable? That will help taxis. I hope the government can achieve these 3 points. Mr. Frankie Yik proposed stiffer penalties for unlicensed service. This is adopted by the government. The government has failed to take tough and resolute actions to combat unlicensed service, illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. The drivers get fined $2,000 to $3,000 each time they price in the fines. The government did not ask the courts for stiffer penalties. That's why we end up with the rampant unlicensed services. Hong Kong has at least tens of thousands of unlicensed service operators or drivers. Some even offer car rental for drivers to run the unlicensed service. Protecting road users and creating a level playing field mean the government has a role to play. With the unlicensed service, there's no insurance coverage. That's a threat to road users. It's a time bomb on the roads. The unlicensed service requires no license fees. As long as they have a vehicle, they get the basic insurance coverage. They put the service on the mobile app, and then the service is up and running. Requirements, specifications, standards, fees, fares, no rules at all. So that's not a level playing field. So as I said, the unlicensed service is a bomb, it's a threat, it hurts public transport, and it even hurts the logistics sector. That's why the Liberal Party supports the stiffer penalties for illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. But the higher fines and impounding vehicles don't go far enough. The cost of running unlicensed service is low, and the courts tend to hand down lenient fines. That's why more drivers flout the law. There will be stiffer penalties under the bill. But these drivers may use their own or other people's vehicles. They may even rent a vehicle. And they may only run the service for a short time. So a longer impounding period will do little to deter drivers from offering the illegal service. That's why the Liberal Party and I support Mr. Frankie Yik's proposal about stiffer penalties. 3 months for first conviction. This would raise to 6 months in jail, and the subsequent convictions 12 months in jail. We are pleased to see that the government has adopted our proposal. Stamping out park pie vehicles, say let's do more sting operations, greater use of technology in enforcement, and even a bonus for reporting on park pie service. If we can do that, we will see tens of thousands of drivers, and that can help ease the shortage of drivers in the transport sector. With more business for cabbies, there will be fewer calls for higher fares, and we can retain cabbies and attract young people to join the taxi trade. I support the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023.
Mr. Kwok Wai Keung. Thank you, President. Just now, Mr. Michael Look has already told you about the voting direction of the FTU. I'm a member of the Bills Committee. I'd like to, say something too on the bill. First, taxi licenses are issued by the government, but there has never been effective supervision and regulation. The government only issues licenses.
Now, when the taxi service quality is coming under fire, the government, however, has no means to regulate the trade. That is why the government has put forward this proposal of a taxi fleet regime so that they can outsource the responsibility for the trade to manage members of their own. Now, does it work? I'll come to that later. But first of all, if it is the government's intention to introduce a taxi fleet regime, then the government surely is responsible for driving the development of this regime and for the practitioners, and that is the drivers of the trade, to be able to make a living. Unfortunately, instead of improving the situation, the government is not enforcing the law against white license vehicles effectively enough. And taxi drivers are not able to make a living, which they deserve. Now, for white license vehicles, we have covered all the problems, such as a few cases being prosecuted, very lax law enforcement action. In fact, in this legislative amendment exercise, we caught a glimpse of the government's attitude. For taxi drivers on the first conviction, the maximum imprisonment term is 1 of 6 months, and on subsequent convictions, 12 months. Now, for white license vehicles, on first conviction, the imprisonment term is 3 months at maximum, or subsequent convictions, 6 months. Only when Mr. Frankie Yik moved an amendment or proposed an amendment have we aligned the two systems of penalty. Clearly, it is the government's original intention to just let the white license vehicles drivers off lightly. Now the situation has been rectified with the proposed amendments. Coming back to my point, for the appalling taxi service quality, this is by and large due to a lack of manpower. I remember when I was small, the taxis would so-called cruise around, or rather making detours to look for passengers. And they even had the leisure to just drive around and take pictures of the landscape. This is no longer the case for taxi drivers nowadays. It has become a very difficult job for them. First of all, they only work for peanuts. In fact, recently, according to media reports, they earn only $700 to $900 of income a day, taking the rental costs and the fuel costs. And nobody works 30 days a month. So that means on a monthly basis, they earn roughly $20,000. And it is already the best scenario in which they don't get booked by the police. Sometimes they only stop the taxi to go for a toilet break, and then they will receive a ticket, and $320 will be gone. In order to avoid that, some taxi drivers would only buy takeaway lunch boxes. For office workers, you get to take a break every hour or two. But for taxi drivers, they work to no end. So they face a lot of hardship. They earn only a meager income. They are also prone to occupational diseases, such as cardiovascular diseases. They are constantly very anxious of being booked by the police. In the past, we heard about younger taxi drivers taking up more shifts, taking up more passengers, so that they would be able to afford a taxi license of their own, albeit with a mortgage. Now they can no longer afford to do so. The other problem is, at the moment there are 210,000 drivers with a taxi license. For those aged below 50, there are only 30,000 of them. That means for the remaining 180,000, they are above the age of 50, if not 60, or even older. I foresee more and more hardship coming for the taxi trade. Now, supposedly, the taxi fleet regime will be introduced. But the crux of the problem is, why is it that the percentage of having an employment relationship with the owner and the driver is just 10% and not more? Well, supposedly, the taxi fleet regime seeks to enhance taxi fleet management. But if the owner can only take charge of the 10% of the taxi drivers, what happens to 90%? They pay a higher rent, of course. They also will be very anxious in meeting the cost of renting this shift. So we're proposing an increase of this percentage from 10% to 50% so that the government can achieve this objective of the taxi fleet regime, so that there will be more safeguards for newly joined taxi drivers, so that with this employment relationship, owners can also impose certain requirements on the taxi drivers in their own fleets. But it seems from the points made by other members, our proposal would hardly be accepted after all. The third point is there may be 2,000, 3,000 taxis joining the fleet, and that may not have an impact on the taxi license value itself, but it will have a strong impact on the number of taxi drivers. We have 57,000 to 60,000 professional taxi drivers. At the moment, they drive ordinary taxis, and taking away 3,000 taxis, that means there are 15,000 taxis plying the streets. Now, if we take more drivers further from the scene, that means there will be fewer drivers. There will be more idle taxis. So after introducing the taxi fleet regime, some drivers will join the fleet. And when we no longer have sufficient single or standalone drivers, that means in the street you won't be able to easily spot a taxi. And it is our concern whether this will spark a lot of complaints. Finally, like Mr. Michael Luk said, for the taxi driver offense point system, or TDOP, the FTU has strong reservations. For those fleecing tourists, those malpracticing taxi drivers, their licenses should be suspended at once. They should not even be allowed to have points deducted or in the first place. But for the sake of argument, for some of the offenses, there may be grounds for them to perform certain acts. So will this cause some taxi drivers to incur so many points such that they are disqualified from driving a taxi, thereby reducing the number of taxis in the street? Having said that, I think what the government needs to do right now is to go after the unlicensed or the white licensed vehicles, so that we have a more favorable environment to take forward the trade's development.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to speak, and then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, to implement a series of measures to improve the overall quality of personalized point-to-point transport services, the government introduced the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023 on the 12th of July this year, and also another bill, the Tax Driver Offence Points Bill, which we will deal with later. The two bills received their first and second readings. The two bills are considered by the same Bills Committee. I am particularly grateful to the chairman of the Bills Committee, Mr. Chen Kifo, and the other 14 members of the committee, as well as colleagues of the Legislative Council Secretariat for the hard work and support. So the scrutiny of the bill was completed without hiccups. I'm also grateful to the members who spoke in this debate on the bill, and I thank them for their support. Personalized point-to-point transport services is an important aspect of transport system in Hong Kong. The government has been adopting various measures to encourage enhancement of service quality. But in recent years, there's extensive comments in the community that government should strengthen regulation of taxi services for better quality and sustainability. At the same time, there's illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward by motor vehicles these days, and that's caused concern about passenger safety. To respond to the aspirations of the public and the sector, the government has reviewed the overall operation and management of taxis, and we've come up with a series of measures to enhance the quality of personalized point-to-point transport services. The aim is for the long-term healthy development of the taxi industry to be promoted. And then it covers 4 major policies in this bill, that is introducing a fleet taxi regime, to increase the maximum passenger carrying capacity, 3, to introduce a 2-tiered penalty system, and 4, to increase the penalty for the illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. Introducing a taxi fleet is an important step in promoting the progress of the industry. Under the fleet regime, the Transport Department will issue licenses to those who wish to run a taxi fleet, and through licensing conditions, the operation and management of taxi fleets will be regulated. And then there will be also special requirements. For example, online booking channel must be provided, and electronic payment must be accepted too. And then there will be closed circuit TV to be installed in taxis to enhance driving safety and so on. By introducing a taxi fleet regime, we hope that taxi fleet that provides premium service will play a leading exemplary role. So with market evolution, we will be able to gradually change the ecosystem of the trade. And then we could also promote healthy competition between different taxi fleets, and also between fleet taxis and non-fleet taxis. This will encourage the trade to strive for excellence and enhance the overall service standards and image of the trade. At the end, passengers, drivers, and the public will benefit. And if the bill is passed by this council, we will start the preparation work as soon as possible. So in the first half of next year, we will start inviting applications for taxi fleets. Now, we want to encourage the sector to join the fleet regime. So there will be various operating rights for fleets, for example, allowing the allowing livery and markings on vehicle bodies of fleet taxis, and also allowing setting fares for prearranged trips and so on. And then there will be a special stopping place for fleet taxis at the airport and at cross-boundary points for fleet taxis to pick up passengers who have pre-booked trips. We've also heard views of members and the sector, and because they want the government to provide more incentives. For example, we will consider granting land on short-term tenancy basis for the management and repair and maintenance of taxi fleets. So we'll actively consider all these suggestions. Now, some members have proposed a midterm review. The government agrees it should be done. So after the operation of taxi fleets. We will closely monitor their operation and management, and will conduct midterm review to see whether there's room for further improvement. As the bill considered, the Bills Committee considered the bill, the majority of members were supportive of the introduction of a fleet taxi regime, but then some members expressed concern as to whether the government could provide a common online ride-hailing platform. Now, we believe it is better to leave it to the market to eventually develop such a platform, because that will allow more room for development for the trade. And also, we will rely on market forces to promote the long-term development of the industry. If the government becomes involved or intervenes, it will actually stifle out such impetus. Now, we want to make it easy for passengers and visitors to book taxis, fleet taxis. So we will require fleet taxi license holders to provide pre-booking website, and then passengers need only scan a QR code, and there's no need to download any mobile app. We'll also require the opening up of data for third-party involvement in providing the necessary services. And then some members also suggested cloud-based, mandatory cloud-based camera systems in the fleet taxis. Now, we understand members' concern, so we will require fleet taxis to install camera systems. But then are we going to require all taxis to install cameras, or that involve complicated issues? After the passage of the bill, we will immediately start to consider the feasibility of this suggestion. And then next year, we'll consult the taxi trade, and then we could foster consensus and consider whether this will be made a mandatory measure. Mr. Michael Look has moved a number of amendments on the operation of taxi fleets. That includes requiring increasing the threshold. So for the license holder, he has to own no less than 5% of the number of taxis in the total fleet, and also hire no less than 50% of the taxi drivers in the fleet. Now, we believe that if we raise the threshold substantially like this, and it will deter those who are interested in forming taxi fleets, it may not be good. So during the committee stage, we will further explain why the government is against Mr. Michael Look's amendments. Apart from introducing the taxi fleet regime, the bill also proposes to increase the penalty for the illegal carriage of passengers for higher reward by motor vehicles. The first conviction now is level 2 fine of $5,000 and a level 3 fine of $20,000 for subsequent convictions, and they'll be increased to a level 3 fine $10,000 for the first conviction and level 4 fine of $25,000 for subsequent convictions. This will provide new reference indicators for the court as it considers meting out penalties for cases having regard of the actual circumstances. And also, we will increase the period of license suspension and vehicle impoundment. The first conviction is currently 3 months of suspension, impoundment, and 6 months for subsequent convictions. That will be increased to 6 months and 12 months respectively. This will be deterrent because if a vehicle is impounded, that means the vehicle owner or taxi drivers will have no means to continue with the trade, and also will be a deterrent to other owners who rent out vehicles. Now, between 2019 and 2022, the court has suspended licenses and impounded vehicles involving 35 and 90 vehicles during this period. And then, having heard members' views, we will further amend Section 55.3 of Clause 55.3 of the bill to increase the penalty, the imprisonment term from 3 months for the first conviction and 6 months for subsequent convictions to 6 months and 12 months respectively for the illegal carriage of passengers for hire and reward. I will be moving amendments to this effect during the committee stage. The government will closely monitor the situation of illegal carriage of passengers for reward or hire, and will adopt a multi-pronged approach, including law enforcement, publicity and education to combat such acts. The government, the police will step up law enforcement as well. Now that we are going to increase the penalties, so together that will serve a stronger deterrent effect. The government will also start reviewing the existing legislation for a more effective approach in combating such illegal acts, and we'll see how we can also regulate online ride-hailing platforms that are illegal. Now, apart from the other two measures that I just mentioned, the bill also proposes introducing a two-tiered penalty system for 4 types of the more serious offences involving taxi drivers to enhance the deterrent effect. This is in response to the community's demand for tackling these black sheep. We're also proposing to increase the maximum passenger carrying capacity from 5 to 6, and members have no objection to that. About illegal carriage of passengers for hire and reward, members spoke on that, and my response is as follows. Some members asked how we're going to encourage taxi fleets to switch to electric taxis. Now, when considering an application, if the applicant undertakes to use more electric taxis, then a higher score will be given. And then in determining whether taxi model is the kind of luxury taxis under the fleet regime, the taxi regime, then we would determine that if that's the case, there will be a lower taxable value and so on. So this is to encourage the use of electric taxis. But at the same time, there is not available many options for electric taxis. There aren't many taxi models yet. So we also have to consider that we're still trying to develop a comprehensive network of quick chargers. So we will not make it a condition in the license for the time being. We'll closely monitor the development in the market. And if in future there is sufficient support facilities, then we will be very flexible in imposing certain conditions in the fleet taxi license. Now, how can the public or visitors identify which are the pre-booked taxis? Now, when taxis are out of service, usually taxi drivers will use a plate to cover the taximeter indicators, or what is commonly called as the taxi flag. At the moment, the law does not have any requirements on the fonts and formats of the words printed on the plate. The Transport Department will consider the actual status of the taxi, and it encourages the taxi trade to display certain plates, for example, out of service or on the way to pick up passengers. So people can tell this is a taxi trying to pick up pre-booked passengers. So the Transport Department will talk to the sector to design different these formats of these words and text, so the taxi drivers can display the appropriate plate as necessary, and it will be easy for passengers and visitors to identify the status of the taxis. Now, encouraging in 2020, end of 2022, the taxi trade asked for increase in taxi fare. The Transport Department is now considering the fare increase applications of the taxi trade, and is also considering the latest data. The government will bear in mind certain criteria. That is the sustainability of taxi service, the level of fare that's reasonable, and so on. Some members asked whether we should review the permitted operation areas of the different types of taxis. Now we have new territories taxis because we want to make sure that there are enough taxis in the new territories, especially in remote areas, to meet the needs of the public. For NT taxis, they are only allowed to operate in NT Northeast and NT Northwest. But then we'll have regard to the changing circumstances. NT taxi operators and taxi drivers and the residents may have different demands, and in light of that, we may make adjustments as necessary. The government is now reviewing the permitted operation areas of different types of taxis, and we'll keep in close communication with the trade. We have regard to the completion of major infrastructure development and the latest transport network and so on in our review. Now, members expressed concern about the health condition of aged drivers. In May this year, we reported to the panel on transport that the government has taken on board the recommendations of our consultant and also the practices in other jurisdictions. We also talked to experts, and we have come up with a series of recommendations, proposals. Actually, for the older drivers, there are more stringent requirements. For example, the fitness proof. Fitness certificate, we have raised the age threshold. So for those aged 65 or above, they will have to show such a fitness proof instead of only those who are aged 70 or above. And then also the fitness proof will only last for 1 year instead of 3. The government will continue to talk to the trade and work out all the details as soon as possible. With the fleet taxi regime, the government will require tax license holders to manage drivers properly. They should also issue guidelines for rest. For example, after working for a certain period, there should be sufficient rest time for drivers because we want to avoid fatigue driving. Some members also asked the government as to how we're going to combat illegal carriage of passengers. They've asked how we are going to step up enforcement. The government has been adopting a multi-pronged approach in combating such illegal acts. The police also mounts targeted law enforcement actions such as collecting intelligence, conducting decoy operations, carrying out investigation upon complaints, and so on. In September this year, the government has stepped up action against such acts, and for renting vehicles for legal carriage of passengers, the police have have mounted arrest operations at major roads such and so on, and also for illegal hire without third-party insurance, or soliciting activities in relation to illegal carriage of passengers, so on. We're cracking down hard on all these acts. And we also welcome information from the public for the police to conduct investigation and take enforcement action as necessary. The police will set priorities for different operations and deploy resources accordingly. Now, about requiring vehicles involved in vehicle owners of vehicles involved in accidents to provide information, that is, who drove the vehicle and so on. Well, owners have certain liability, but then at the same time, the owner of the vehicle that has rented a vehicle may not know exactly who drives the vehicle. And here the Road Traffic Ordinance Cap 374 may be relevant, and there are serious provisions on serious offences. That is, for registered owners of vehicles, if they fail to provide information of the driver involved in an accident, there could be certain penalties. And then for Section 65 bracket 63(5) on defense and so on. Well, the vehicle owners are allowed to make certain defense, and then in Section 63 of the ordinance, the police may require the owners to provide information on the driver involved in an accident. And then having regard to the nature of the case, the police may also collect evidence on other issues. And then the police may have other means to identify the cause of the accident, and also take up prosecution against those suspected to have broken the law. This is to ensure the safety of road users. Now, for appeal cases against illegal carriage of passengers, the Secretary for Justice may consider lodging an appeal based on various reasons, and then the court will consider these cases. Now, some members asked about the timetable for regulating online ride-hailing platforms. The government will review the existing legislation on how there could be more effective regulation of illegal carriage of passengers and ride-hailing platforms. Now, only cars with the relevant permit may provide carriage services to passengers, and then by the middle of next year, we will have considered all the legal points and overseas experiences, and then we will talk to the council and trade. Now, there's also a judicial review case on driver of a ride-hailing platform without the relevant permit, and we will wait for the ruling of the case and see how it may affect our review. Now, we have had considered very carefully all the details and consulted all the parties in coming out with this bill. We believe that the complementary measures will improve the quality of personalized point-to-point transport services in response to the demands of the public. It will promote the long-term and healthy development of the taxi trade, as well as strengthening protection for passengers and other road users. I ask members to support the bill and the amendments to be moved by the government. Thank you.
I now put the question to you, that is, that the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalised Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise your hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalised Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023. This Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalised Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses, schedule, and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses and schedule stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 56 and schedule. The Secretary for Transport and Logistics will move an amendment which seeks to amend Clause 55. Mr. Luk Chung Hung will move an amendment which seeks to amend Clause 15. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses, schedule, and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to speak. Then I will call upon Mr. Luk Chung Hung to speak, but they are not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon other members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses and schedule with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then deal with the amendments according to the arrangement set out in the appendix to the script. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. Chairman, I move an amendment to amend Clause 53 of the Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023. Details are set out in the paper already issued to members. The committee stage amendment seeks to amend the Chinese text of the new Section 5210C1 of the Road Traffic Ordinance, Cap 374, by replacing imprisonment for 3 months with imprisonment for 6 months, as well as to amend the Chinese text of the new Section 5210C2 by replacing imprisonment for 6 months with imprisonment for 12 months. The objective is to raise the maximum term of imprisonment for offences relating to the illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward by motor vehicles. Corresponding amendments will be made to the English version of the bill for consistency. Chairman, I urge members to support my amendment. I so submit. Mr. Lo Chung-hung. Chairman, I am moving this amendment in relation to Clause 15, that is to improve the license conditions for taxi fleet licenses. I propose to amend the proposed new regulation 12(d) in relation to the threshold for license issuance. One of the conditions is in relation to the ratio of the number of taxis proposed to be owned by the applicant to be operated to the total number of taxis in that fleet is not less than the threshold of 5%. Well, contrary to what the Secretary said, I am proposing a lowering of the threshold from 10% to 5%. The purpose is to allow more small to medium-sized taxi operators to apply for a taxi fleet license. Now, for those who are tech-savvy, in terms of running an online car-hailing platform, they can join hands with the small to medium-sized taxi operators to apply for a license. The second amendment relates to the ratio of the number of taxi drivers to be employed by the licensee to the total number of taxi drivers in that fleet, which is not less than the threshold of 50%. In other words, in that fleet, there should be at least 50 drivers employed by the operator. This is of essence because whether or not this regime will success depends on whether we can make a breakthrough from the existing market ecosystem. Now, at the moment, the market system operates on scarcity. Because of insufficient taxi licenses, the owners will be able to reap an income from renting out the taxis. The taxi owners do not need to rack their brains on how they should improve their service quality. This is exactly what I'm going after. For the taxi trade, this is not something new. In the 60s or 70s, some taxi drivers were driving the taxis as an employee of the owners. I am reinstating this approach to safeguard the interests of drivers because the taxi drivers pay for the to pay in order to rent a taxi, and the taxi owner in turn would provide a taxi regardless of the taxi drivers. The taxi owner would not care about the attitude, the image of the taxi driver, the driving demeanor, and even the cleanliness of the taxi compartment. So at the end of the day, are we able to substantially improve taxi service quality? This is our concern. That is why I am proposing this amendment, so that we can provide or safeguard the taxi drivers' income to a certain extent. Now, this is not a total guarantee, but at least we will be able to attract new blood to the trade. And then, with improvement in fleet management and the user rating system, we will be able to ensure that taxi drivers will not be making detours or driving their taxis to God knows where. And at the same time, the taxi drivers' income can be safeguarded. Some members asked whether there are side effects to my amendments. Now, since this is the committee stage amendment, I can speak for another round. I'm trying to create a win-win situation for taxi owners, drivers, as well as passengers. If I may, I will respond to the points raised by other members in my next round. Mr. Tony Chair. Deputy Chair, the bill seeks to introduce a taxi fleet regime, and there is also increased penalties for taxi-related offences of a more serious nature. It also proposed to increase proposed to introduce a two-tier penalty system, and also raising the penalties for offences, including maximum fines and maximum terms of imprisonment, so as to go after the black sheep of the family and lift the image of the taxi trade as a whole. For illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward by motor vehicles, the bill proposes to increase the maximum penalties for offenders on first and subsequent convictions and lengthen the period of impoundment of vehicles so as to increase deterrence. Now, the taxi trade supports an increase in the penalties. However, they question the approach. There should be a corresponding increase in the maximum term of imprisonment for the white license vehicle services. The bill proposes lengthening the period of impoundment of the vehicle. I think this is the most effective way to combat drivers engaged in illegal carriage of passengers for hire or reward. But at the same time, the term of imprisonment will be increased. On the first conviction is a maximum of 6 months, on subsequent convictions 12 months. Now, I don't see any problem with that on the face of it. This tariff serves as a reference for courts. The courts will have regard to the actual circumstances of the case, and law-abiding drivers should not be wary of the new penalties. That is why the administration, in the end of the day, heeded the views of the trade and accepted Mr. Frankie Yick's proposal. I commend the administration for that. As for Mr. Michael Look's amendment, that is, there should be an employer-employee relationship between the licensee and at least 50% of the taxi drivers in the fleet, and as well as lowering the ratio of number of taxis in the fleet to total number of taxis to 5%. I have reservations. Now, the original proposal is a threshold of 10% for taxi drivers hired by the taxi fleet licensee. This proposal is the outcome of a consensus forged with the trade. There are justifications. In terms of this percentage, the administration proposes including this percentage as a license condition, not as a provision in the law, so that flexibility will be allowed for future adjustments in light of the circumstances. Now, Mr. Michael Look is proposing that the licensee should maintain an employment relationship with at least 50% of the taxi drivers in his fleet. Perhaps he is only thinking from the perspective of labor rights. He has disregarded the ecosystem of the trade. It may be very difficult for fleet licensees to operate in this environment. And at the end of the day, they may not be able to help the government achieve the objective of improving taxi service quality. As for the original proposed threshold of 10%, this will bring benefits to the trade because taxi owners will be incentivized to employ some taxi drivers up to 10%. As such, I am opposed to Mr. Michael Look's amendments along with other G19 members. Mr. Frankie Yick. I support increasing the maximum penalties for illegal carriage of passengers from 3 to 6 months on first conviction and 6 to 12 months on subsequent convictions. About a decade ago, when the online car-hailing platform started to emerge, most of the drivers just took their bosses' vehicles or used their own vehicles to ply the trade. Now the situation has changed. There are calls for the government to lengthen the period of suspension of the driver's license for those who engage in illegal carriage of passengers. At the moment, even if the offender's vehicle is in the government vehicle pound, they can rent another vehicle from the renting companies. That is why we must at the same time increase the maximum penalty of imprisonment to achieve deterrence. Now, this bill also provides for more increased penalties to target 4 taxi driver-related offences of a serious nature. For the first 4 taxi driver-related offences, both the maximum fines and maximum imprisonment terms will be increased. For white license vehicles, however, only the fines will be increased, not the maximum term of imprisonment. It is totally illogical. It also gives this misconception that it may be less serious an offense to drive a white license vehicle than to be an offending taxi driver. That is why I proposed the amendments to increase the penalties. Finally, the administration supported my amendments. Hence, the Secretary will be moving the committee stage amendments. On Mr. Michael Look's proposed amendments, there are 2 elements. First, he will lower the ratio of the number of taxis owned by the owner, as well as the number of taxi drivers employed by the taxi owners. Now, I'll speak on these 2 points. I think Mr. Michael Look's original intention is to make it more favorable for the single drivers to join the taxi fleet regime. However, I think Mr. Look has neglected the actual requirements in the provision. Regardless of the actual number, the requirement is that they must own the fleet taxis of not less than 10% of the minimum fleet size. And taking this as the basis, that means a fleet operator can operate and apply for a license with just 30 taxis. Now, if this owner owns 1,000 taxis, then the threshold still applies, just 30 taxis. But according to Mr. Michael Look's amendment, even if the threshold is lowered from 10% to 5%, then taking one who owns 1,000 taxis as an example, the owner will need to own at least 50 taxis. This is a higher threshold than the one proposed by the administration. I don't think this is Mr. Michael Look's original intention.
I will supplement later on the other part. According to Mr. Look, well, I think he probably misunderstood the original bill proposed by the government. your purpose was to have a fleet instead of have like scattered operation. I will explain more about his problems later. Thank you. Mr. Ben Chen. The driving offense point system. According to the bill, there will be penalties triggered, including imprisonment term, and there will be amendments concerning the imprisonment term. In relation to illegal carriage for reward or hire and overcharging, they are different. You may say that illegal carriage may be just transporting or passengers. However, in one case, there was an accident and the taxi driver died. The insurance company would not compensate for the passenger, and the passenger was paralyzed. And there was no way for the injured passenger to get compensation. And the hirer was only providing a platform. We had talks with the relevant company and we didn't get very positive feedback. We decided to hold a press conference, and it was only until then that the victim got some kind of protection. It's not like we can handle the situation like this in all cases. So illegal carriage will pose certain risks to passengers. In this amendment, the bill proposed by the government suggests that the penalty should be raised on only the taxi driver's part. I don't think that's fair, so I agree with what Mr. Frankie Yik said about raising the penalty, and I give my support to that. On the amendments proposed by Mr. Michael Look, I believe he proposed amendments with a good intention. He wanted to have more taxi fleets. If we have scattered fleets, it's hard to manage these fleets. Management companies may rent out the taxis. If they fail to rent out taxis, they'll have to pay money to the taxi owners. And that would give little incentive to taxi owners to ensure good management. They would just want to make sure that the taxi is rented out to a driver every month. Because as long as someone drives a taxi, he would get paid. It doesn't matter to the owner how the driver uses the taxi, and that would affect the performance of the entire trade. I think there should be a change to such phenomena. This will affect not just the reputation of the trade, but also the entire city. So I think there should be amendments to the law. As the point about the threshold of 5% and 10% proposed by Mr. Michael Luke, well, in the end of the day, when tender exercises were conducted, whether the companies think this is a good threshold or if they want to raise a threshold, well, as long as you include this in the licensing provision, you will allow yourself room to have flexibility when you hold tender exercises. The second amendment raised by Mr. Michael Luke concerns the salary. The salary and the performance of the taxi drivers have direct relationship. Pay does not necessarily affect the performance of the taxi driver, but I think 10% is something negotiated between the taxi trade and the government. I don't think we should recklessly change it because it might have an impact on the trade and no one might want to make a bid. I think we should keep the 10%, and the government should conduct an interim review And whether we should make further changes, we can review it later. So I speak in and I oppose to the amendments made by Mr. Michael Luke. Mr. Lewis Long. Deputy President, in relation to Clause 55 of the bill, the government proposes the maximum term of penalty from $5,000 to $10,000, and it should be increased to level 3 to level 4, that is $25,000. I give my support to that. In relation to Clause 56 of the bill, extending the period of revoking the license, and the relevant penalty will be increased from 3 to 6 months to 6 months to 12 months. I give my support to this. During the scrutiny of the bill, Mr. Frankie Yik suggested increasing the proposed maximum penalty from 3 months to 6 months, and for subsequent conviction from 6 months to 12 months to enhance deterrent effect. Most members of the Mills Committee agree with the suggestions made by Mr. Yik. The administration, upon listening to members, decided to raise an amendment concerning Clause 55 to raise the maximum penalty for offenses relating to the illegal carriage of passengers. I support the amendment. As to the amendment on Clause 15 made by Mr. Michael Luke, I have reservation. Mr. Michael Luke is of the view that under the proposed fleet regime, the operator must have at least 10% of the fleet that maintains employment relationship with the taxi owners. And the ratio was proposed by Mr. Luke to be increased to 15%. This amendment significantly increases the threshold of setting up a fleet, and that would put people off from setting up a fleet. And that would give less incentive to people. Incorporating such amendments would contradict with the purpose of setting up taxi fleets. In the future, the administration can, based on the circumstances of the society and the development of the trade, more flexibly adjust the licensing conditions without amending the legislation. Mr. Michael Luke proposes to incorporate the licensing conditions into the bill, and this would make it less flexible for the government to make relevant adjustments in the future. I speak in support of the amendments proposed by the government. Thank you. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. Deputy President, I speak in support of the amendments made by the Secretary concerning Clause 55 of the bill. As we know, that white licensed vehicles cause many problems. As mentioned by my fellow colleagues during the motion debate just now, we have to face this problem or tackle it squarely. We have to come up with a penalty that is proportionate to the offense. I understand the purpose of Mr. Michael Luke proposing his amendments. He made it with good intention. However, The amendments proposed have not undergone discussions of relevant parties or stakeholders, and we have not studied the amendments in detail during the scrutiny of the bill at the Bills Committee. Will these amendments proposed by Mr. Luke be consistent with the bill?
We cannot be sure. That's why, for this reason, I cannot support Mr. Michael Look's amendment. Mr. Michael Look. Thank you, Chairman. Now, today, the focus of this debate is about taxi fleets. Taxi fleets are proposed so we could improve the quality of taxi service. But maybe at the end of the day, after all this fanfare, there is still no improvement to taxi services. That's why I have resorted to this rather rigid way to set the employment relationship at 50%. Well, I have no other choice, because in the past we've left it to the market. And most of the time, bosses want to minimize their liability. If you ask them to hire more than 10% of the taxi drivers, it will be very difficult, even for 10%. Well, again, I may address the two main concerns that some members spoke about. Well, maybe they say it's not practical to have this kind of more than 10% of employment relationship. Well, because of new technologies, and it's actually possible to have an employment relationship with taxi drivers. In the past, because that technology, after a taxi driver receives a base salary, maybe he will just cruise around or even take his family out for an outing, and he won't actually work, and then he finished work at the end of the day. Yes, it could happen in the past if there are dishonest taxi drivers. But now we have new technology, so you could monitor the locations of the taxis, and then there is also weight sensors on the seats, and so that means you know whether the passengers, if they're passenger, of course, there is a fare paid, and so by checking the taximeter, you know how much the driver has made in a day. And so there are such technologies to track all these activities, and of course there could be reviews by customers, the attitude of the driver, whether he takes his passengers up on time, and so on. So there are various ways to monitor the performance of taxi drivers. That's why now with technological advancement, it's possible to increase employment of the taxi drivers. Now, of course, that may add to the cost of the fleet. If we ask for higher number of taxis to be owned by license holders, and of course costs will go up, but then what will change? Insurance premium. If we have an employment system for taxi drivers as supervision of taxi drivers' performances, where we know that these taxi drivers have good track records, they haven't been involved in accidents, then the insurance companies may be prepared to lower the premium, because these are taxi drivers with good track record. And another consideration, of course, is whether there is an increase in the overall income. Now, if we have an employment system for taxi drivers, of course, still it doesn't mean there won't be complaints. With bus drivers, there's also an employment system, and there are many more complaints against bus drivers. And if there are few complaints about taxi drivers, that means a reputation is built up. That means more passengers are prepared to patronize a certain taxi fleet. And because there's an employment arrangement, more may be prepared to join the trade. So that means there will be more taxi drivers. So there will be fewer idle taxis. That means the taxi owners will see increase in income. And even you take out if you deduct expenses arising from an employment arrangement, such as basic pay, bonus and so on, still perhaps there'll be increase in income. I know it will be difficult to get these amendments passed today, but I hope members will keep an open mind. At the same time, I hope the government and the trade will be more proactive in promoting the employment system of taxi drivers. Now, even if my amendments can be passed today, I hope in your administrative guidelines you review it and increase the percentage of taxi drivers under the employment of the fleet of the license holders. And then taxi drivers will get better pay, and there will be better service for passengers and also better income for the owners. Thank you. Mr. Frankie Yick. Well, Mr. Michael Look did point out certain shortcomings in the operation of taxis these days. Yes, there are taxis that are fleets that are well managed, but then most taxi owners just hire out their taxis, and this is where there are shortcomings. And that's why earlier on I suggested even the taxi trade is aware of this. That's why they have proposed to the government to form taxi fleets, and now the government has introduced this bill, and we welcome that. Now, with taxi fleet regimes, there will be many more conditions imposed. That means there will be additional operating costs. So for those only people who are keen to improve taxi service will come forward to bid in the tendering exercise. So now we have a serious shortage of taxi drivers, and with the current operating condition, if you now raise the threshold, you will actually put off all the prospective investors. And then there is another requirement that the taxi fleet operator must report changes in taxi drivers to the transport department, but then there is high turnover in the taxi trade. In fact, for bus drivers and others, there is no such a requirement. How come for taxi drivers we have to keep reporting to the Commissioner of Transport, who are on my team as taxi drivers? If Mr. Michael Look's amendments are passed, no one will want to submit a bid in the tender exercise, and that goes against the original intention of the bill, because the bill is about allowing those who want to improve taxi service to form taxi fleet, and so the taxi fleet will be under management, and then they will meet public aspirations for personalized point-to-point transport services. Now, if we go by Mr. Michael Look's amendments, then if an applicant cannot meet the thresholds, then the Commissioner of Transport will reject the application. That's why the Liberal Party will not support Mr. Michael Look's amendment. So I speak in support of the Secretary's amendment, but I speak against the amendments by Mr. Michael Look. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon Mr. Michael Look and the Secretary for Transport Logistics, who are moving amendments, to speak again. Then the debate will come to close. Mr. Michael Look, do you wish to speak again? Chairman, I am moving these two amendments. Oh, yes, these amendments were not formally discussed at the Bills Committee, but then the concept behind these amendments was discussed repeatedly. So it's not the case that there's been no discussion at the Bills Committee. And second point, yes, I know that there is little prospect of the amendments being passed today. But then my worry is if we still have taxi fleets where taxis are just rented out to drivers, taxi owners earn rent, and taxi drivers will still make their own income. If that's the case, there are not substantial changes. So what other new measures does the government have up its sleeve? So that means there will be any new supply, and then the way taxis are rented out now remains the same, and there's no substantial improvement in service standards, then the government will have to consider what to do next. I hope the taxi trade will do something. You are here to serve the entire community. You also serve many foreign visitors coming to Hong Kong. You are you you are important in upholding the image of Hong Kong. So I hope my amendments will be supported by members. I hope the members will keep an open mind to promote the healthy development of the taxi trade. Secretary, do you wish to speak again? Chairman, I thank members for their views on the amendments proposed by the administration. We propose increasing the penalty for the illegal carriage of passengers for hire reward by motor vehicles. This is to enhance the deterrent effect. We are also increasing the period. We're increasing the maximum penalty and also increasing the period for suspension of vehicle licenses and vehicle impoundment. And also, having heard members' views in the Bills Committee, we have moving amendments to increase the maximum term of imprisonment. So with all these increased penalties, as well as a stepped up law enforcement effort, then we are able to crack down on these activities further. Now, Mr. Michael Look proposes amendments that on the percentage of taxis owned by the license holder in a taxi fleet and the number of taxi drivers hired by the license holders. He's increasing the threshold. We don't support that approach. We believe we should leave this to licensing conditions instead of including it in the legislation that will allow more flexibility. And so it's more suitable. And having regard to the actual circumstances, the government could always make adjustment in a flexible manner. Now, members mentioned a midterm review. During the second reading debate, I said that I've heard members' views, and we will conduct a midterm review, and we'll see whether there's room for further improvement. Mr. Michael Look amendments also requires a certain percentage, and we don't support that. I must point out that we have repeatedly consulted members and the trade in coming up with in designing this fleet taxi regime. So we have taken on board views expressed, and we want to make sure that while there is enhancement in taxi fleet service quality, we don't want the threshold to be too high and put off those interested. And also the proposal of the government has been considered carefully by the Bills Committee. On the number of taxis to be owned by the license holder, the government proposes a threshold of 10% of the fleet. That means no less than 30 per vehicle, or the number of drivers to be hired by the license holder. For urban taxis with no less than 30 drivers, and for NT fleets no less than 10 drivers. This is a suitable percentage, so there is a certain number of employed taxi drivers to enhance fleet management. At the same time, the threshold won't be too high to put off operators, potential operators. Now, for Mr. Michael Look's amendments, he said he's proposing that no less than 50% of the drivers in the taxi fleet must be employed by the license holder. That means if the fleet has 1,000 taxis and there are 2 shifts of drivers, that means the license holder must employ about 1,000 drivers. Now, currently, it's not common for taxi owners to be the employer of taxi drivers. Most taxi drivers are self-employed. So Mr. Michael Look's amendment will substantially raise the threshold for forming taxi fleets, and it will stifle development in this direction. As for the number of taxis in the taxi fleet, the government's proposal is that the license holder must own no less than 10% of the number of taxis in the fleet. That means for urban or mixed fleet is no less than 30 taxis, and for NT fleet is no less than 10 taxis. This percentage will allow taxi fleet license holders to be more involved in the management of the fleet. At the same time, we don't set the threshold too high to put off potential fleet operators. And then Mr. Michael Look's amendment also proposes that a number of taxis owned by license holder must be no less than 5%. That means if the fleet is large and the license holder must own more taxis. Say if the fleet has 1,000 taxis, that means the license holder must own no less than 50 taxis. That's substantially more than the number proposed by the government. And this is actually not good for both taxi fleet operation and passengers. Mr. Michael Locke also proposes that the commissioner must require a series of information regarding the fleet. For example, a full list of taxi drivers in the fleet. We believe such amendments requiring information that's too tedious. It will substantially add to the administrative workload of the fleet operators. And again, it will deter potential operators. Take, for instance, for a large taxi fleet, there may be over 2,000 taxi drivers in the fleet. So by going by Mr. Michael Locke's amendment, whenever there's a change to a single taxi driver in the fleet, the information must be submitted to the commissioner. And the license must be submitted to the commissioner for making amendments. And then after making amendments, the commissioner must also issue the amended license again to the license holder. We do not think this is practicable. So having considered all these reasons, we hope members will vote against Mr. Michael Locke's amendment and support the government's amendment. Thank you.
We now first vote on the clauses and schedule with no amendment standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses and schedule with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those against, please raise your hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now deal with the amendments. The voting arrangements are set out in the appendix to the script. Mr. Lok Shong-hung, you may move your amendment. Chairman, I move my amendment as set out in the appendix to the script. I propose a question to you that Mr. Lok Shong-hung's amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Mr. Lok claims division. The bell will ring for 5 minutes.
開始表。
Please proceed to vote.
請核對。
Please check your votes. If there are no questions, voting is stopped. The result is displayed. From ECs, 39 present, 3 for, 32 against, 4 abstentions. From FCs and GCs, 48 present, 6 for, 39 against, 2 abstentions. I think the question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative. I now put the question to you that Clause 15 stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Secretary for Transport and Logistics, you may move your amendment. Chairman, I move my amendment as set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendment passed. Clause 55 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clause as amended, just read out by the clerk, stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023 have been concluded in committee of the whole council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I now report to the Council that the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023 has been passed by the committee of the whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Mr. Michael Tien claims a division. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Members, please proceed to vote. Will members please check the votes? If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. 87 present, 78 for, 8 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move that the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. And I propose the question to you that the road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Mr. Michael Look. President, in relation to road traffic legislation enhancing personalized point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023, the FTU will abstain from voting.
The reason is because our amendments are not passed, and we're worried that the taxi fleet arrangement may actually mean no changes. We have doubt if service standard will be improved. Now, of course, even if we're going to abstain from voting, it doesn't mean that we don't think there are merits in the bill. For example, increasing the penalty for taxi driver-related offences, and also for white licensed cars, and also for increasing the maximum passenger seating capacity. Well, we believe these are positive changes, but at the same time, we want the government to keep reviewing the relevant policies against on taxis. So you have to the government needs to listen to taxi trade, taxi drivers, and workers in the trade, so we could make use of new technologies and changes in the market to bring about quality development for the taxi trade. So then passengers, taxi trade, and the public will all benefit. Secretary, do you wish to speak? Mr. Michael Tian. Mr. Michael Tian, please. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm calling your name again because I want the technician to switch on the microphone. Please clip the microphone on your lapel. Please don't hold it to your mouth. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Please continue. I claim a division and I abstained from voting. That's because all along, I believe, Mr. Michael Tan, you don't need to explain how you voted. You need to explain how you're going to vote, because we are now in the third reading stage. It's not a time for you to speak about what happened previously. Well, I'm going to abstain from voting for a simple reason. This taxi fleet regime actually presents the best opportunity to introduce a retirement age for drivers, or at least if drivers are of a certain age, there should be a maximum number of work period. I've been asking for that for a long time. The government's never responded to it. Now, without this retirement requirement, that means drivers could still be working in the 90s and there's not even physical examination. You know, on the mainland, they ban people over 65 from driving taxis. Here, I'm just saying that doesn't matter how old you are, but after a certain age, there must be a maximum maximum number of working hours each day. But then government wouldn't even do that. Now, the taxi fleet regime is an opportunity for us to introduce that, but the government would do it. That's why I'm abstaining from voting. Secretary, do you wish to reply? I now put a question to you as stated. And I propose to you that the road traffic legislation enhancing personalised point-to-point transport services amendment bill 2023 be read the third time we do pass. Mr. Michael Locke claims a division. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes. Will members please proceed to vote? Will members please check their votes? If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the results will be displayed. Present 87 for, 78 against, 8 abstentions. The questions agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023. This is it is now 6:10, so I will start the second bill, but I will suspend meeting at around 6:30 p.m.
This council resumes the second reading debate on the Taxi Driver Offence Points Bill. Mr. Chan Kin Paul, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the council on the committee's report. Mr. Chan Kin Paul. Thank you, President. As Chair of the Bills Committee on Road Traffic Legislation Enhancing Personalized Point-to-Point Transport Services Amendment Bill 2023, Taxi Driver Offence Points Bill, I submit this report. In the following, I will speak on the Taxi Driver Offence Points Bill. The Taxi Driver Offence Points Bill seeks to make provisions for the introduction of a Taxi Driver Offence Points System, or TDOP system. At present, there are 24 taxi driver-related offences under the Road Traffic Ordinance, Cap 374, and its subsidiary legislation. To enhance deterrence against malpractices of taxi drivers and enhance taxi service quality, the administration proposes to introduce a TDOP system which covers 11 taxi driver-related offences carrying higher penalties. Any person who has incurred a certain number of offence points will be liable to disqualification from driving a taxi and compulsory attendance of a taxi service improvement course. The Bills Committee has held 5 meetings with the administration and conducted a public hearing on the 29th of September 2023 to collect the public's views on the 2 bills. The attendees, mostly representatives of taxi associations of drivers, are concerned about the introduction of a TDOP system. They pointed out that since the penalties for the 11 offences covered by the TDOP system have already been provided for in the existing legislation, the system will subject taxi drivers to double penalties, which is unfair to the law-abiding majority and detrimental to attracting new blood to the taxi industry. Some members find the TDOP system too stringent, given that a taxi driver who has incurred 15 or more points within 2 years will be disqualified from driving a taxi for a period of time, and that some of the offences proposed to be included in the system, such as driving to a destination other than by the most direct practical route, are vaguely defined and difficult to substantiate. They've requested the administration to explain to the trade how it could enforce such offences fairly and effectively to allay their concerns. The administration has explained that as taxi service quality has been an issue of concern in recent years, and given the strong community aspiration for increasing the penalties for taxi driver-related offences, as well as having consulted both the taxi trade and LegCo, the administration deems it necessary to implement effective measures to combat the black sheep in the trade. The proposed TDOP system covers 11 taxi driver-related offences relevant to the taxi service quality, which carry higher penalties under the existing legislation, but does not involve creation of new offences. The four more serious offences, namely defacing, damaging, altering a taximeter, overcharging, and the 2 offences relating to refusal to accept a hire, will be assigned 10 points. These offences involve an obvious menswear and fraudulent behaviour, so it is necessary to increase the deterrent effect of the penalties. On law enforcement, the administration explained that the prosecutors will take into account the evidence, the applicable law, and the prosecution code in deciding whether to initiate prosecutions. Taxi drivers will not incur points simply because they have been complained by passengers while taking a detour. They will only incur points after the police have carried out investigation and they have been convicted by the court. As such, members have no cause for concern about law-abiding drivers breaking the law inadvertently. While concurring that there should be heavier penalties for misbehaving drivers, some members have held that the administration should pinpoint a handful of non-compliant black sheep in the trade. They have therefore believe that the focus should be on increasing penalties for certain serious offences and strengthening law enforcement, which is more desirable than introducing a TDOP system. The administration has proposed to introduce a two-tier penalty system covering 4 offences of a more serious nature, namely defacing, damaging, or altering a taximeter, overcharging, and 2 offences relating to refusal to accept hire. While the two-tier penalty system mentioned above targets the same offence committed by an unscrupulous driver, the TDOP system can target different serious offences committed by an unscrupulous driver within a short period of time, and that the 2 systems are complementary to each other as they target different situations. Regarding the enforcement of the TDOP system, some members have urged the administration to draw reference from the Macau government's practice, that is, to install a central cloud-based camera system inside taxi compartments for all taxis, so that in case of disputes between taxi drivers and passengers, law enforcement agencies could retrieve the relevant image files from the central cloud to serve as corroborative evidence and safeguard the interests of both drivers and passengers. The administration is responsible for accessing the relevant data, and images are only made available to law enforcement officers when necessary. So it is believed that passengers' privacy concerns could be alleviated. Some members have considered that the 2 offences of willfully refusing or neglecting to accept a hire and refusing or neglecting to carry the number of passengers required by the hirer under the system are of the same nature. They have suggested deleting the latter to minimize confusion. The administration has explained that willfully refusing or neglecting to accept hire refers to a taxi driver deliberately refusing to accept a hire from a passenger, while refusing or neglecting to carry the number of passengers required by the hirer refers to a situation where a taxi driver, having accepted a hire, declines to carry the number of passengers required by the hirer to a destination. The nature and applicable scenarios of the 2 offences are not exactly the same. Therefore, it is necessary to include both offences in the proposed TDOP system in order to address different circumstances. President, I'd like to offer my views on the bill as follows. I support the TDOP system to be introduced by the administration. Now, the taxi service quality is now coming under fire. There is black sheep in the trade, directly impacting on the image of the taxi trade among the public. Very often we see refusal of high overcharging, making detours. All along there have been a large number of complaints against taxi drivers. They also tarnish the image of our tourism industry. There is a need to target these drivers by introducing the TDOP systems in order to step up deterrence. At the public hearing, I understand the concerns coming from representatives of taxi associations on the TDOP system. Now, but on a careful look, you will understand that the system doesn't target compliant drivers. If there is no overcharging, no alteration of meters, and no taking a detour, you won't get into trouble. Law-abiding drivers will not be worried about being wronged by passengers, because passengers will need to points will only be incurred when the complaints are substantiated upon investigation and collection of evidence. Starting from 2022, every year, 4,300 taxis were complained. That means out of 18,000 taxis in Hong Kong, there is one accident among 24 accidents involving taxis out of 100 of them. This also drives up taxi insurance premium. Now, on this note, I suggested the introduction of dash cams and also the driver's lock device, so that we can reduce traffic accidents. For taxi fleets, these devices can be installed, so I believe the same can apply to other drivers, taxi drivers in general, so as to drive down accident figures. In fact, a while ago, the Macau government helped install the central cloud-based CCTV system to store images and sound to use as evidence if necessary. There are similar arrangements in other jurisdictions. Apart from the vehicle lock device, where there is also a need to ensure that objective evidence can be proffered to address disputes. The government should regulate the installation of such devices in taxi compartments to ensure taxi service quality.
Mr. Michael Tan. Many people complain that about unpleasant experience when taking taxis. There's a refusal of hire, making detours, overcharging, and so on. Now, if a taxi service has not been that bad, there's no chance for Uber to gain a foothold in the market. Some taxi drivers say they're not afraid of their license being suspended because you won't catch me in the first place. So increasing the penalty for subsequent convictions is therefore necessary. The government's finally introduced this taxi driver offence points bill. So for malpractices by taxi drivers, now there will be stronger deterrent effect, and that will improve the quality of taxi services. Of course, the roundtable supports that. Now, for the design of the taxi driver offence points is similar to that for the offence point system for other drivers. That means if so many offence points are accrued, then they will trigger the relevant penalties. But at the end of the day, it's all about enforcement. The government spends so much time and effort in introducing this taxi driver offence points, but it hasn't really addressed the more fundamental the issue of one's words against the others. Now, with driving offences, there are now cameras and so on, so the evidence is there. But then for overcharging of taxi fares is one's words against the others, so that is going to be a problem. Now, we don't want passengers to be bullied by bad drivers. At the same time, we want to protect the good drivers, because the passengers may accuse taxi drivers wrongly too. Now, in 2015 already, I proposed the installation of CCTVs in taxi inside taxis, so that it won't be a case of one's word against the others. And then I suggested that well, in fact, there was a pilot scheme of installation of CCTVs in September 2016. There was good response from passengers. There's also improvement in taxi service quality. The government suggested, in response to my oral questions, that this could be considered for, but still we're not seeing the implementation of the scheme. Now, we've seen that the CCTVs work. How come we're not installing CCTVs in all taxis? Because then there will be more disputes when it comes to dealing with complaints, and there will be less deterrent effect on drivers. Of course, many are concerned about privacy. In fact, in 2018, the Privacy Commissioner has already said that as long as there are clear messages displayed, and as long as the faces of passengers are not captured, then it's fine. Of course, maybe if there are CCTVs, or then it would be like other premises where there are CCTVs too. As long as you have prominent messages telling people that there's CCTV, then it's fine. And also the content of CCTV of the recordings must not be deleted, and they must not be accessed unless there's a complaint. Now, for taxi fleets, the government will require the installation of CCTVs. This is a step in the right direction, but in the long run, we should also require non-fleet taxis to install CCTVs. And the relevant guidelines must be introduced to protect the interests of passengers and taxi drivers. There has to be such a deterrent effect for bad drivers. Otherwise, the offence point system will serve no purpose. Now, you have, the Secretary, you have mentioned that when there is a lower cost, when central cloud-based camera systems become more common, then it will be a way to offer more protection to both drivers and passengers. I understand after the passage of the bill, you will still be considering whether cameras could be installed in all taxis. So with that, the roundtable supports the bill. Why is it that taxi drivers will be willing to install the camera systems? Now, if there is not the offense point system, there will be risks for taxi drivers, and they will have no defense if they are wrongly accused. But in future, we have this driver's offense points. Installation of camera is also protection for myself. And because otherwise when people complain against me and I have to go to court and I have no time to drive the taxi. Now, after the bill is passed, maybe drivers will ask for installation of cameras because it has a protection for both drivers and passengers. So I believe after the bill is passed, and if there are cameras installed in all taxis, well, actually, there will be good prospect of us seeing such cameras. Thank you. I will suspend the meeting till 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.